So now I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker. Today's keynote speaker is Dr. Jung Hong Chang. Dr. Jung Hong Chang is the Executive Director for People Republic of China, PRC, at the World Bank. Previously, Dr. Chang was Deputy Director General of the Department of International Economic and Financial Corporations, Ministry of Finance, PRC. She also served as the Director of ASEAN Plus 3 Macroeconomic Research Office, AMRO, headquartered in Singapore. She was the alternate Executive Director for PRC at Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. She was also alternate Executive Director of PRC at the World Bank from 2009 to 2010. She was also the advisor of the Executive Director for PRC at Asian Development Bank from 2002 to 2004. Besides this, Dr. Chang holds several important portfolios within the government as well as international agencies. Dr. Chang graduated with Masters of Engineering degree from Management School of Tianjin University, and she completed her PhD in economics from Chinese Academy of Social Science. So with this, I would like to hand over the floor to Dr. Chang to make the keynote speech. Thank you, Dr. Chang, for accepting our request and being with us. We greatly appreciate, and we are honored to have you.
Thank you, Dr. Raham. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I really very honored to be invited by the ADBI to address on this annual conference with the theme of climate change, mitigation, and the green finance. Actually, I used to have a close contact with ADBI in my previous capacity, especially during the year of 2016 to 2019, when I worked as the AMRO director, which is East Asian Regional Surveillance Organization. I paid regular visit to Tokyo and met with the ADBI Dean and research fellows at the ADBI, co-organizing workshops on a wide range of microeconomic topics. I congratulate the Dean, Sonobe-san, and the ADBI colleagues on organizing this year's event on such important topics at such a difficult and challenging and critical juncture. It's really a great pleasure to attend today's session with a special focus on climate change and agriculture. Climate change is one of the top challenges we face today, as well as a defining issue of our times. And the region recently concluded COP26 reminds us once again the urgency of global joint efforts. I would like to share some thoughts from the perspective of MDB's role in addressing climate change and climate finance. Today, nobody is immune from climate change. More importantly, it disproportionately affects the poorest and vulnerable populations, especially in the low and the middle income countries. It's estimated that climate change may push over 130 million people into poverty by 2030. And according to the World Bank, most recent research, climate change impacts could drive 216 million people to migrate within their own countries by 2050. Agriculture, as Dr. Rahat mentioned, is one of the sectors that particularly vulnerable to the climate change risk. Research shows that agriculture production will be seriously impacted by climate change over the next 2 decades to 5 decades, which will put global food security in danger and lead to serious consequences in terms of health and human capital, women empowerment, economic and social stability. Alok Sharma, this year COP26 president, has laid out 4 core goals of addressing climate change. One, reducing emission, including by setting more ambitious national targets, NDC and ITS, getting out of coal and holding deforestation. Two, boosting adaptation efforts, particularly for the world's the poorest and most vulnerable. Three, mobilizing finance, including meeting Paris commitments and supporting efforts to transfer global financial flows. Fourth, working together to finalize Paris Agreement rules and make Glasgow a success. The MDBs have a key role to play across the whole spectrum, in particular in terms of the climate financing. According to the joint report of MDB's climate finance, which published this June, climate finance committed by major MDBs rose to a total of $66 billion last year from $61.6 billion in 2019. Of this, 55%, or about $38 billion was committed to low and middle income countries. The total climate co-finance committed during the 2020 alongside MDB's resources was $85 billion in the past 6 years. So MDB already jointly committed a total about $257 billion in climate finance, of which $186 billion was directed to the low and middle income countries. The World Bank Group, as you all know, is a strong platform for supporting developing countries with their climate and development priorities. I would like to focus my remark on two aspects. One on the World Bank actions on climate change, and the other on the cooperation between China and the World Bank on the climate change. The first part, just very brief on the World Bank actions on climate change. You know, World Bank is the largest climate finance provider for developing countries, accounting for more than half of MDB financing for climate by fiscal year 2020. It provided an annual average of $21 billion in climate financing in the past 4 years, and has committed to provide $25 billion annually on average over the coming 5 years from fiscal year 2021 to 2025. I give you a comparison among MDBs. Actually, in terms of the climate financing share in 2020, the World Bank share is about 56%. And second is ADB, which is 14%. And then EIB 8%, EBRD 6%, AFDB 5%, and AIB is 3%. So you see that World Bank Group is the largest climate financer. In particular, in terms of the adaptation finance in 2020, the World Bank Group accounts for more than 2/3 of total MDB's adaptation finance for developing countries, reflecting its central role in financing adaptation and resilience for the poorest worldwide. And then this year, the World Bank Group updated its climate change action plan, so-called CCAP 2.0, as the strategic document to guide bank groups' efforts in this domain. It committed to increase its climate finance target to 35% of total commitment over the next 5 years, aligning its financing flow with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and achieve the result that integrate climate and the development. The pillars of the CCAP 2.0 including taking a country-owned approach and supporting countries with their NDCs and IPS, developing country climate development report as an important diagnostic tool to identify and prioritize actions. Now CCDRs are piloting in 25 countries, prioritizing adaptation, focusing on the 5 highest emitting systems, including the agriculture and land use, which we will discuss this morning, which accounts for almost 25% of the GHG emissions, facilitating energy transition and just transition away from coal, as well as developing a common approach and common methodologies on the Paris alignment with the other MDBs. So one of the World Bank Group's strengths is his convening power, which allows him to play a leading role by bringing together all parties, helping design the transitions, quantifying the costs and benefits, leveraging the private capital, providing key portions of the fundings, including IDA grant and consensual financing for the poorest countries. One point I want to highlight is the relation between the climate change and the development, which is the heated discussion in the World Bank context. Because fundamentally, climate change per se is a development issue. Climate change concerns a long-term sustainable development of mankind. MDB's commitment to climate financing should be aligned with both principles of the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN. Different countries' circumstances and development stage should be fully respected, and MDB's climate ambitions should be in line with his mandate and their objectives, and should not be in any way come at the cost of the development. My second part on the cooperation between China and the World Bank on the climate change. Climate change is also an issue on top of the China's agenda. As the largest developing countries, China has proactively adopted policy measures, actions, and to tackle the climate change challenges and support global actions. And you know, China, of course, is the largest CO2 emissions. Without the concrete, tangible action and results from China, I think the global climate agenda couldn't be achieved. In this regard, actually, in last September, the Chinese President Xi announced China's climate ambition to strive to peak CO2 emission by 2030 and the carbon neutrality by 2060. In this November, just before the COP26, Chinese government issued white paper on the responding to climate change, the policy and the actions, which clearly articulate and outlines the concrete policy measures with the clear time frame targets by 2025, by 2030, and by 2060. So it's a very clear roadmap there. And now World Bank is a key development partner of China in addressing climate change. China and the World Bank Group have long and good cooperation at multi-dimensions, which proved to be very pragmatic, effective, and mutually beneficial. On the one hand, the World Bank supports China in fighting climate change and environmental issues and achieving the development results. On the other hand, the World Bank financed pilot projects in China could contribute to the World Bank knowledge pool and can be replicated and referred by the other developing countries, which is the scalability effect, which is very important to China and also to the other developing country and also to the world. On the lending cooperation, the World Bank's lending program in China has a very strong focus on the global public goods, supporting China's greener development. For instance, I want to give you a couple of examples. For instance, in last fiscal year 2020, IFC, which is the private arm of the World Bank Group, invested $150 million in Bank of Qingdao blue bonds. As you know, China's rapid economic growth has come at the cost of significant degradation of natural resources and significant increase in water and air pollution. More than 50% of China's coastal whitelines have been lost to development, facing huge financing gap on marine biological protection. A blue bond is an innovative financial instrument used to raise financing from the capital market investors for projects that support sustainable use of ocean resources. But however, this capital market instrument is still at nascent stage. So therefore, expanding the full band wide of blue assets and formulating a systematic blue taxonomy is needed to create the market standards and guide replication by commercial banks. So now FC stepped in. So FC helped the Qingdao to pursue, to issue the blue bond. And this project will be one of, actually it's one of the first blue bond in Asia and in the world, which can be replicated in other emerging economies globally. So this is the one very good example of innovation of some financial instrument in supporting the climate change in China. The other examples are IBRD, the hard loan projects, such as the plastic waste reduction project, which aims to improve plastic waste management and to reduce plastic, including the marine plastic pollution. And the second project is on the green agriculture and the rural revitalization program, which will scale up GHG emission reduction in the agriculture sector. And then third one is the Yangtze and the Yellow River Resilience Program. The Dr. Rahat just mentioned this program. This program is supposed to present to the World Bank Board very soon. And this is a very significant program supposed to support the ecosystem restoration and nature-based solutions to climate change mitigation. In addition to the cooperation on the lending program, and China World Bank also enjoyed very successful knowledge cooperation. Actually, the bank program, knowledge program, focused on supporting China's transition to greener growth. Recently, most notably, the research program the both sides are working on is called the Green China Flagship Research Study, which is a multi-sector study program, aims to identify evidence-based policy options to accelerate China's transition to a sustainable, carbon neutral, and more resource-efficient economy. So this is a flagship program, which is supported by the sectoral, analytical, and advisory work in various sectors in the sector of energy, transport sector, agriculture, and the urban sectors. On agriculture sectors, the Transforming Rural China will analyze the policies, strategies, programs, and investment related to controlling and managing agriculture pollutions and the reduction of the GHG emissions for agriculture sector, which program I think is very relevant to today's discussions. And I see the ongoing study, especially the analytic research program, the World Bank working with China on the agriculture sector, which is very much aligned with the theme of this morning's session and the discussions. So I really hope the deliberations from the speakers, panelists at this morning's session could enrich the knowledge practice and finally eventually be translated into the policy actions in the developing countries. And so I just make such a introduction and keynote speech on this two topics. And I welcome the interaction with you, with the panelists and participants. And I wish the ADBI Annual Conference 2021 a big success. Thank you. Just let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chang. I think your keynote was very enlightening, and it's great to know like the commitment that the World Bank and other multilateral development banks like ADB has on this reducing GHG emissions. Without the commitment, the support, and the lead from the multilateral development bank, I think it will be very difficult for us to achieve what we agreed on COP26 and also Paris Agreement. So it's very like great feeling to know the commitment from multilateral development bank, and also I mean like it's overwhelming to know like country like China has made so much of commitment in terms of like achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. I mean like that's a great commitment, and commitment is one thing, but the other thing is that the blueprint that China has, the roadmap that China has, I think it's such a heartwarming for us. It's good to know that a leading country like China has made this commitment, and we are very happy to hear from you. So before I'd like to pick up some of the questions that we have, Dr. Chang. So one question that we have is how World Bank is helping to develop blue carbon as climate change mitigations in China compared to Indonesia. World Bank totally support for mangrove restorations as ecosystem restorations mandated in the UN Decades of Ecosystem Restorations 2021-2030 and a decade of actions for SDGs. So if you can throw some light on World Bank role in blue carbon as a climate change mitigation in China versus Indonesia.
From my point of view, actually, the China and the Indonesia and also the India are three very biggest emission of the CO2 in this region and also in the world. So, and for the World Bank program, and Indonesia is top 5 IBRD borrowers, and the most recently most emphasized on the climate change and the green development, similar as in China, and. But I think because these are two countries, because of different endowment and also different stage of development, and the World Bank focus and the lending focus and knowledge supporting focus are quite different, even in terms of the supporting the climate change and the green development agenda. For example, in China, the bank financed the project focus on the very comprehensive so-called global public goods issues. For example, the waste management, not only in the one city, in the one province, it is a cluster of cities and cluster of the provinces. And the two new projects, which is the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, which is just a river that composed of several provinces. And they have a very systematic spillover effect in the province and in that regions. And so this is not a simple project-based the program. It is a cluster program, which have very strong replication effects in China. And the second, the bank focus on China's green energy transition. I know that this session is on the agriculture. It's not about the energy transition, but in China, the most significant is the transition away from coal and coal consumption. And you all know that coal consumption accounts for almost 60 or 65% in the total energy consumption in China now. And now in China's blueprint, it aims to increase the non-fossil fuel consumption from the current is only 15%. That means that 85% are the fossil fuel consumption in China in terms of energy consumption. But now we try to aim to increase the non-fossil fuel consumption from 15% to the 20% by the 2025. And then by 2030, we can aim up to the 25%. And because the 2030 is the carbon emission peak, and after that, the emission will go down. So by 2060, when China can achieve the carbon neutralities and the non-fossil fuel consumption will be increased to 80%. So you see from now, 2021, the year 2021 to the 2025, 2030, and 2060, there's a very clear roadmap. And then World Bank is partnering with China, especially have China make energy transition, and also can have the agriculture projects. But in Indonesia, I think because Indonesia is still the exporter of is a commodity intensive countries, and they have a different economic conditions. And Indonesia, as the Minister Sumani argued and mentioned in the COP26 meetings, Indonesia needs domestic resources to support his own green agendas, but have to highly rely on the multilateral financing in terms of the mitigation. And but in China, it's more on the knowledge cooperation, and also some illustrative global public goods projects. But in Indonesia, I feel the lending demand will be increasing along with the course of the green agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. I think it was a very good response. One very interesting question from Gilbert, and also it's very close to my heart, where he's asking about, China is very committed in reducing GHG emissions and has lots of initiative and roadmaps, but also as one of the fastest growing economy, one of the largest economy, people in developing countries also expect, I think, China to play a role in helping these small countries in reducing GHG emissions, particularly small, poor LDCs, where they have limited resources to invest on climate change mitigations and also climate change adaptations, where people are dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. Large segments are dependent. So what's your views on that? What China is doing or what China is planning to do in terms of supporting these small developing nations?
Yeah, these are very good questions. And actually, the China, we are the second largest economy, but we are still the developing countries. And we always argue and call for the China strongly support the low-income countries, especially the least developing countries in their development. And on the climate change and the adaptation and resilience efforts, I think China, as our president mentioned, and in his recent speech, at the China-Africa Cooperation Forums, and China will scale up our support to the low-income countries, least developing countries, especially in the African countries, through bilateral channel and multilateral channels. And the president made a pledge in that regard. And I want to give you some sense from the multilateral channels, how China pledge and support. I think because China is still the developing countries, we are the emerging donors to the multilateral institutions. Unlike Japan and the others, they are very renowned and traditional donors. They put lots of resources and contribute a lot to the least developing countries, especially to the soft window of the MDBs, the AIDA from the World Bank Group and the ADF from the Asian Development Bank. And but you see the China scale up our commitment and contribution to the soft window in the AIDA context. And I share with everybody, actually this month, AIDA 20 replenishment, the last meeting of the AIDA 20 replenishment will be held very soon in 2 weeks. And this is AIDA 20 replenishment. In the last replenishment, China double our contribution to the AIDA, from the $600 million to the $1.2 billion, which is the ranking number 6 of the largest AIDA donors. And after the UK, US, Japan, France, Germany, and China is the 6th largest donor to the AIDA. And I think the presidency proposed and announced the new initiative called the Global Development Initiative in this September, and by which China will continue and scale up our contribution based on the capacity and the true needs. And we will continue to contribute through the soft window of AIDA from World Bank Group and ADF from the Asian Development Bank to support the low-income countries. And in this regard, just share a little bit, the AIDA 20 replenishment composed a very significant part of climate agenda in the policy commitment. Actually, in this AIDA 20, the important priorities are the climate change, economic recovery, vaccine support to the least developing countries, and also the gender and then the job and economic transition and regional integrations. So those are very important policy commitment in this package, which all donors already agreed upon each other's. And now we are hoping China, along with the other donors, can make a contribution to the AIDA 20 and support the climate agenda, especially the adaptation efforts in the least developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chang. There are many questions, but we are running out of time, so we'll not be able to, but we'll pass you this question later. But yeah, thank you so much for participating in this conference and also providing the keynote speech. You have made a very valuable contributions to this conference and also to this agenda of greenhouse gas mitigation strategies and plan that we have. We are very fortunate to have you on board, and thank you very much from ADBI and all the participants that you made your time for us despite your busy schedule and in short notice. We are very grateful, and we look forward to working with you in future and working very closely with China and also with World Bank and other multilateral development. Thank you so much, Dr. Chang.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your invitation, and hope the morning session fruitful and success. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now, now we'd like to move to our next session. Today's chair is going to be Dr. Jiangfeng Zhang. He is from Asian Development Bank. Jiangfeng Zhang is the Director of Environment, Natural Resource and Agriculture Division, South Asia Department. Concurrently, he is also co-chair for environment thematic groups of Asian Development Bank. Since 2002, to date, he has been leading and supporting the development, design, and implementation of agriculture, natural resource, and rural development sectors. Project covering countries in Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, and West Asia. His current focus is on policy, institutions, financing, and technological support to inclusive, climate resilient, and environmentally sustainable agriculture and rural development for enhanced agriculture competitiveness and food security in Southeast Asian countries. He holds a doctorate in agriculture and resource economics and a master's degree in statistics from University of California, Berkeley. I don't think there could be anyone better than him to chair these sessions. We are very, very thankful to Dr. Jiangfeng for making time to chair these sessions. With this, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Jiangfeng.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deer, for inviting me to chair this very important and interesting session on agriculture, forestry, and the land use. We are also very pleased to hear from Dr. Chang about the keynote speech on the MDB's role in addressing climate change and the financing for climate change. And as Dr. Chang and Dr. Rahad, both of you have highlighted, agriculture is very vulnerable to the impact of climate change. In the meantime, the agriculture sector can also play a very important role in mitigating the impacts of climate change. So for today's session, we're very pleased to have very high quality papers to be presented during the session. The first paper is on contribution of agriculture to climate change and the no emission agriculture development in Asia and the Pacific, to be presented by Dr. Jitendra Praksha Arya. Dr. Arya is a development and natural resource economist with an experience of more than 25 years. He currently works as an independent consultant. Dr. Arya has worked in several organizations, including Trip Harvard University, National Planning Commission of Nepal, Norwegian University of Life Science, and the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center. His current works focus on multiple issues, such as climate change adaptation, mitigation, and climate policies, adoption and impact assessment, social, economic, and spatial inequalities, and food and medical security of the poor, including highly educated poor. Dr. Arya has his PhD in development and resource economics from the Norwegian University of Life Science from Norway. So let me turn over to Dr. Arya. Dr. Arya, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. It's very encouraging. And thank you to ADBI also to give me the floor to speak in this very. May I share my slides? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you share your slide,
Okay.
please?
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can, Dr. Arya.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. My presentation is on contribution of agriculture to climate change and low emission agricultural development in Asia and Pacific. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Zhang and also Dr. Dale and others in ADBI for inviting me in this one. Let me start the session. Yeah. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. As we all know, agriculture, forestry, and land use is one of the major sectors in the economy, which contributes almost a quarter of the global GHG emissions. And it is one of the major sector after energy, I think. And that's why we need to be very careful on, looking at agriculture's contribution to climate change, or at least from the agriculture, forestry, and other land use contribution to climate change when we talk about the Paris goal, as well as we talk about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But in this regard, why Asia and Pacific is really important, that is also one major point, because if we look at the regions, across the regions, when we compare, we see that Asia and the Pacific has a larger share. So this is one of the regions where we need to focus more if we need to achieve significant reduce the contribution of agriculture in climate change. And that's why we have to focus more on in Asia and the Pacific region. And it is also one of the major sector where many populations are, at least the largest segment of the population in Asia, and they are getting their livelihood, and also it is one of the area which ensures the food security of all the people in the world. So it supplies food, fiber, and wood to the global population, but in the meantime, it also provides a lot of, or emits a lot of greenhouse gas emissions from this sector. So it is really one of the major important sectors, and its emission contribution is also going to rise. It's because the population of the global population is going to rise, and in the meantime, the food demand and the quality of food is also increasing. So this is the issue we need to discuss a bit. And then this is the one area where we need to focus for achieving Paris climate goals, at least, keeping the climate rise to 1.5 degrees C, and also the several of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, including food security, poverty alleviation, and climate action, most particularly. With this, let's go to the next slide here. Yeah. When we talk about agriculture, then our agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector, we always come across three major areas. One is the direct agricultural activities, and the next one is very much associated with agriculture, and that is livestock, because in many parts of the Asia and also in other regions of the world, livestock and agriculture is very much aggregated or very much related to each other. So that's, and also when we talk about agriculture, the land use chain is very much related from forest to agricultural land change is a major part in the global perspective also. So when you talk about agricultural activities, we always think about what is the proportion of emissions, methane from rice, because rice cultivation is one of the major emitter in that case, and also the emissions from other inputs like fertilizer. The use of fertilizer is increasing all over the world, and also in the Asia and the Pacific region recently. So that is one of the major issue in agriculture. And in some case, it is also like burning of the crop residues. And if you see the case of India, it is also increasing a lot, the burning of crop residues, and that is one of the major issue leading to the GHG emissions, or at least the CO2 emissions and the pollution in nearby cities. Yeah. And the next one is related to the it can be in livestock also, but it is also the agricultural activities. So manure management in agriculture, applying that into the field and also into the pasture, that's also a major emitter in agriculture sector. So emission from irrigation, emission from other management practices, because how do you manage the land, whether you zero tillage or whether you cultivate more. These are the issues we need to think on when we discuss about the emissions of agricultural activities. And in case of livestock, because the livestock is one of the major sector emitting methane emission, and it is largely due to enteric fermentation and feed management. So we will also discuss on that one a little bit. And lastly, the emission from forest and other land use, though it's said is decreasing somehow, but it still is a large share because land use change is a major issue all over the world and also in Asia. Go to the next slide, please. And if you see the largest emissions of methane, particularly paddy rice, is one of the major area where we discuss. And Asia and the Pacific region is the major producer and consumer of the rice. And it is already clear because 8 countries in Asia are the largest producers of rice and also the consumers in most cases. So the methane emission from global rice cultivation is very high. It is almost like 50% of all crop-related GHG emissions, and that occurs significantly in Asia and the Pacific region. So it contributes significantly to global anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases, and almost 87% of the methane emissions from rice cultivation that comes from Asia. And that's why, yeah, it's one of the area where we need to focus. Please, next slide. If we see in this graph, we see, yeah, the large part of, emissions from rice cultivation is from Asia, and the rest of the world comes in a small one, almost like 13 to 87% type ratio. So this is the area where we need to think on how to make these emissions curtailed, or we have to reduce the emissions from rice paddy cultivations. That is one of the area. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And emissions from inorganic fertilizer, it's a growing one, and it's also one of the very crucial, because fertilizer is one of the major input in agricultural production, especially inorganic fertilizer, which has increased agricultural productivity for the last 50 years in a very massively, and that is one of the major input which contributed to reduce global food insecurity and poverty in many regions. So, but if you see how it is emitting, that is also another issue we need to discuss with, because fertilizer nitrogen applications is accountable for almost 30% of nitrous oxide emissions from agriculture sector. And this is documented in IPCC and many other international valued issues. So what we see is like fertilizer use has increased massively in Asia and the Pacific region. And if you see the case of India and China, the fertilizer use efficiency is still low. If you compare fertilizer use efficiency of China with the fertilizer use efficiency in European Union and the USA, it's very low. And if you compare that one, if you compare China and India, India is much lower in fertilizer use efficiency, but the fertilizer use is increasing. So, and that is also the case in other regions like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, and several other countries. So fertilizer use efficiency is low and fertilizer use is much higher. It means we have higher emissions from fertilizer, which can be curtailed down, because there is a room to reduce the fertilizer use reduce fertilizer use by enhancing fertilizer use efficiency in these countries. Yeah, go to the next slide, please. If you see the case here, this is very interesting. If you compare from, if you see the timeline from 1961 to 2019, and it's a clear rise in all the countries when we when you see the emissions from synthetic fertilizer. But if you see the case after 1990 or around that, the rise in emissions from synthetic fertilizer from Asia region is much higher as compared to the rest of the world. So this gives like we can reduce this gap, and also we can reduce this gap without compromising any yield loss. There are researchers that have shown that one, but that will come later in the presentation. So this is what we have seen. But even in the rest of the world, it decreased somehow from 1980 to 2000, but then it started rising. So overall, this gives a picture that the emissions from synthetic fertilizer is increasing all over the world. Yeah, next slide, please. Emissions from burning crop residues is another area where we all discuss in the world now, because burning crop residues in farmers' fields is a practice just because farmers have very little window or short window to grow one crop to the another one. So they just harvest one crop and then they have to go to the next crop, but there is no way they can manage the large crop residues of the previous crop, so they just burn it in the field. And that's a growing practice in many productive regions in Asia, especially in Indian states of Punjab, Haryana, and also the Western UP. So, and this is one of the major emitters of carbon dioxides and also other pollutants, and also the black carbon. And that's why there are it's an increasing, and there is in some countries, despite the rules and regulations, it is increasing. Like in the case of India, there is a rule that you are not allowed to burn the crop residues in the field, but it still is going on in a massive scale. So we have to we have to think on this in all over Asia and also other parts of the world. And emissions from burning of crop residues has increased over time. And it was initially like, if you see 0.241 gigatons, and then it's almost like 0.637 gigatons, the trend of growth is more or less similar in Russia, Asia, and rest of the world. But what is worrying is like it's increasing in some countries, and there is also spatial variation in this situation. Okay, to the next slide. Yeah, if you see the graph, the message is same. If we compare the situation, now with the situation of 1961, and we see the trend is increasing all over the world, but there are some spatial as well as other variations regarding the countries. Okay, next slide. And the next area within agriculture is emission from manure management, because manure left on pasture and manure management, if we consider both, according to the FAO stat, if we jointly accounts for, these two contributions from these two components, it is almost like 18% of the total agricultural emissions. And that is really a large one, because it is almost equal to the synthetic fertilizer contributions of the synthetic fertilizer used in agriculture. So this is a very crucial issue, because many people assumes that only rice cultivation and fertilizer uses are the major contributors from agriculture. But there is also the manure management. Livestock production is also another one that's coming. But if you can manage livestock manure as also the manure management is better, then there is a possibility to reduce greenhouse gases from agriculture. So it is also similar to the fertilizer management, because in a way it's more related to the nutrient management in agriculture. And if you see the emissions, it has also gone, it has become higher, almost double in the last 50 years. So that's the case. And Asia is responsible for almost 70% of the total emissions from manure-related pasture and manure management. Please, next slide. And if you see this bar diagram, and we can see the issue like, okay, contributions from manure left on pasture to the global GHG emission is increasing, and this is almost similar in all parts of the global, global, like Asia and Pacific, it is increasing all over the time. And also, if you see the rest of the world, there is a constant increase. Yeah, almost in every year, at least in 1990 and 2000, we have more or less closure, but that's increasing later on in 2018, 19, and this is the scenario what we see if we look at the Asia and also compare with the global picture. Next slide. And emissions from irrigation and other farm management is also a crucial issue. If we look at the places where we have higher irrigation facilities like China and some parts of India, we see that irrigation and input management practices and also the machinery applied in farm operation emits greenhouse gases. But irrigation and input management practices are more on discussion is because irrigation is one of the area where energy use is also highly increased, and in the same time, energy used for irrigation has other implications, like it has implications to productivity, but it has also implications to the use of water, one of the other crucial resource in agriculture. But at present, if you see, almost 50 to 70% of total energy related activities are with irrigation, and also that is one of the major area of total emissions from agriculture sector. And if you see the case of China, it is also increasing a lot, and it's also between 37 to 54 metric tons and these things. So there are several areas where we can think on, and within emissions from irrigation and other farm management, we can see that irrigation and other input management and the machinery applied can be further area to go for research in future, because in agriculture there are very limited possibilities, and so we have to think on how to improve efficiency of irrigation, how to improve efficiency of input management, and the machinery applied on that one. Let's go to the next slide. Within AFLAW, agriculture, livestock, and other land use sectors, agriculture, forestry, and this one, if we see emission from livestock is also very high. And it is increasing all over Asia. I just pick few examples here just to show that which one is higher. But if we take the case of India also, that after the White Revolution, what they call the revolutions in dairy is called White Revolution in India, and after that there is a massive increase in livestock population, and that is from that there is a massive increase in GHG emissions, especially methane emissions from livestock due to enteric fermentation, and also the feed management is very large. If you see the case within the Asia, there is East Asia, I found that they started from Jiang, and it says like methane emissions from livestock in 2019 was 13.22 kg per year, and it's almost like it says like it increased almost 231% if you compare to the situation of 1961. So this is really a very crucial issue, because in livestock sector this is important, because we are having major food security, especially the protein and other vitamins from livestock, but and also the milk and dairy products, but it has a cost for environment and climate change. So this is one of the area where we have possibility to check the emissions. Please, next slide. Yeah, this is the this graph shows the same information, but in a little different tone. If you see that even in the rest of the world, it's increasing a lot. It's increasing a lot, and the same is the case of the Asia. But somehow we can say, there is a possibility to change all over the world, because Asia and the Pacific, it is a home for almost 60% of the population of the world. That's why, there is a possibility. But given the fact that we have to feed almost 60% of the populations of the world, it may be very difficult in some sense to reduce it drastically, but there is a possibility to enhance food management efficiency and also to enhance the livestock raising efficiency and other issues which can at least reduce greenhouse gases. Okay, to the next slide, please. And it's the same issue, but we present it in terms of meat production, because meat production is one of the major issue we have, in climate change and discussion. And if you see the case of, if you see the trend, at least between 1961 to 2018, it's clear that all over the world and also in Asia and Pacific, it's increasing. So it's really increasing very fast. In some countries, there are some spatial variations. There are some country-specific issues. But if you see, the picture at large is really not very encouraging. Yeah, it may be encouraging in terms of food and nutrition security, because that's also one of the major UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we cannot go for emission reduction by compromising those other Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Okay, go to the next slide. And lastly, we have emissions from forest and other land use, and the deforestation and shifting the land use from forest to agricultural cultivations and other like road and transport sectors and buildings and several other things, and it has a large contributions to global GHG emissions. And if we see deforestation and other land use changes that contribute almost like 17% of the global GHG emissions, that's documented in IPCC in different phases. So that is also one issue. Go to the next slide, please. And this is where we can see the same informations and from comparing. Go to the next slide. And if we talk about the GHG mitigation potential in the FLAO sector, we always talk about the supply side, demand side measures, and go to the next one. And in supply side, we have different agricultural practices, conservation agriculture, improved management and better livestock management practices, and improved management of forest and afforestation programs. Go to the next slide. Yeah. And in the demand side, we have how to reduce food loss and waste, how to reduce the livestock products consumption, and reduce emissions from overall food system. Those are the things we need to discuss more. Go to the next slide. And we also need to focus on cross-cutting issues, because we have to rethink on subsidy, because subsidy is also associated with more intensive or carbon-intensive productions and fertilizer subsidy in many cases. And also we need to think about better spatial targeting and informed policy, and also the equitable access to improved technology for different regions. And if we see at the policies toward low emission agriculture, what is the prospect now? The prospect is we all agree that there are issues from supply side, and we all agree that there are now issues to the demand side reductions. And also we look at the cross-cutting issues where we discussed in all phases. And this is realized now by the international society and also the national community. And it is increasingly discussed in UN discussions also. So the NDCs and the climate resilient farmings that are all giving us the possibilities to reduce. But this possibility is not without challenge. So we need to think on these all three sides, demand, supply, and cross-cutting issues, and also the international agreements and the national commitments to reduce this one, and also enhancing several, climate resilient farming system. And that is the issues we need to discuss on. And with this, I think I need to stop. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aria, for your very comprehensive analysis and the presentation of the data on the CO2 emissions from different agriculture activities, as well as your policy recommendations you put at the end of your presentation. So considering the time limit, let me just turn over to our discussion. Our discussant for the paper is Professor Sukanya Das. Professor Das is an environmental economist and is currently working as an associate professor and head in the Department of Policy Studies, Terry School of Advanced Studies, New Delhi. So let me turn over to Professor Das. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yeah, Professor Das, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you all and good morning. I had now an opportunity to just be a discussant for this wonderful paper by Dr. Ariel. So some of the highlights that I need to put for is in regard to the aspect of the that is in regard to the objectives and the methodology that it has put forward. It is in regard to that first is that which the paper has highlighted is about the aspect of to examine the trend of the GHG emissions in the agricultural sector, primarily agriculture and livestock. It is a review paper it is in that way that has tried to focus to the potential to reduce the GHG emissions from agriculture and the livestock. It has tried to analyze critically on how this sector can contribute to both the climate change mitigation and food security goals simultaneously. A systematic review thus has been implemented of the strategies that can reduce the emissions from the agricultural sector using a multidimensional approach, as we just now have seen from that particular paper, addressing from the supply side, demand side measures and cross-cutting issues. So in regard to the sources of the data that has been used, it is in regard to from the several national and international institutions, including the Food and Agricultural Organizations, World Bank, ADBI, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and IPCC. It has tried to also incorporate the various literature on the climate change agriculture in the Asia and Pacific region. Some of the major findings, which I've tried to put forward, already the paper has given quite a lot of the dimensions, so maybe we can restrict to some of the issues. So it has addressed to the methane emissions that is coming from the rice paddy, to the aspect of the inorganic fertilizer as being one of the major inputs to the food production and the reducing the food security. Excessive use of the inorganic fertilizer being the major source of nitrous oxide emissions from the agriculture in many countries. It is also focused from the aspect of the GHG emissions, which is coming from the synthetic fertilizer, which has increased by 9.5 times over the years. Also, the paper has emphasized on the aspect of the crop residue burning, specifically, which is a very important issue in the context of Asia. Other than that, the paper has also given the maybe from the aspects of the emission that is coming from the manure. It has emphasized on the irrigation input management practices. Other than that, it has given the data and the highlights in regard to the emission from enteric fermentation, which has increased by 1.5 times from 1.8 gigatons in 1961 to 2.8 gigatons in 2019. And it has been found to be, that is the share has increased quite high from 29% to 36%. Also, it has emphasized on the aspect of that how to achieve for the low emission agricultural development. It is essential to address the root cause of agricultural emissions, particularly the rising demand from carbon intensive agricultural products. Other than that, it has given the measures which can be addressed from both the supply side as well as from the demand side GHG mitigation measures. The study also has found that there are a huge potential to reduce the agriculture emissions from the agriculture, and that have a significant challenges and monitoring and verifications of the GHG emissions from the supply side measures. And it has also given the aspect of the policy that there is a need for the policies that need to be integrated at multiple levels, and we know that, which is very important. And also the applications of multiple measures simultaneously can increase the mitigation potentials as desired by the Paris Agreement, and also it will help in achieving several of the United Nations SDGs. Coming to the aspect now to the strength of the paper, it is a systematic review, so it has tried to maybe compile all the studies that has been done. So it uses a multidimensional approach, supply side, demand side, and the cross-cutting. It has highlighted the potential to reduce the GHG emissions given the challenges. It has discussed the challenges related to the monitoring and verification of the GHG emissions from the supply side. And also finally, as we have seen, that it has tried to come up with the policies across cross-country mitigation and adaptation options. Few of the comments and suggestions which maybe from the perspective of the paper. So if we could go through the introduction, we see that the introduction section is quite comprehensive, and it has provided the justification and the rationale of the study. Coming to the methodology part, we see that though the study is an integration of synthesizing the literature from the journals as well as from the reports, it would have been nice if we could have a schematic of the steps that would have brought much clarity of the choice of the selection of the papers and the reports. So generally we go in finding for a such criteria with the keywords followed by the steps initiated would have brought more clarity to the readers of the choice of the papers. So this is a reference that can be referred for. To the results section, as it's a review paper, the section has been well written along with illustrations and the data compiled across from the various sources and reports. The review section, as we can see, is quite elaborate and it's spread across several subsections, and that might be sometimes a limitation because as the paper is too lengthy, so sometimes the readers can get disconnected till it reaches the end of the paper. A table of the compilation of the findings in that way would be much more better in that way to connect to the readers. Most of the results, it follows from the reports. So the paper shows the trends over the years, but how the data from the published journal papers has been integrated along the data from the reports and other sources is not much clear. The policy sections is absolutely, maybe in that way, is very nicely compiled. And finally, maybe a section or a paragraph may be added in regard to the action points, but to contextualize and facilitate at local level, that in a way can be added. Thank you and best wishes to the author.
Thank you so much, Professor Des, for your very comprehensive review of the paper and the very constructive comments and the suggestions. This will be very helpful for Dr. Area to further improve the paper. We have also received many useful questions. So let me just pose some of the questions to Dr. Area. The first question is that any best agricultural practice to reduce methane emission from paddy cultivation, since people in Asia depends on paddy for food? So, Dr. Area, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, paddy cultivation is very important for all of the Asia because we are the major producer and also the consumer of paddy. And recently, there are some researches with regard to the tillage, yeah, and also the other use of inputs. The first one is like when you move from tillage, like intensive tillage practice to the other one. So the, like the dry seeding practice, there is a possibility that we can reduce a lot of GHG emissions. And also, when we manage fertilizer in a best way, there is a high possibility to reduce nitrous oxide emissions associated with that one. So there are possibilities if we see how we farm, and that's one issue because placing proper fertilizer at a proper time and several other recommended dose is also missing in several parts of Asia. So if we reduce those two areas for the time being, first like how to practice the farming, if we move from more tillage or intensive tillage to zero tillage, there is one area of reducing GHG emission. The other one is fertilizer because that's the massive one. And in some countries, they have practiced, like in China, they have already started the fertilizer use efficiency, and that's a massive goal in all the regions. And in the same way, in some parts of India, they have started like soil testing, how much nutrition is needed, and accordingly we apply the inputs. And these are the two major areas where we can focus on. Yeah, that's what I think. And there are also policy issues all the time because what to subsidize and what not to. Yeah, and that's a big question. So we can discuss on that in a different forum also. But when we look at the technology, we have that those two are the first best. I think we need to move how to save the intensive cultivation, and also we need to move like how to use the proper use of inputs, and that's the two areas we need to think, at least in our part of the world. Yeah. Any other question or?
Yeah, thank you. The other question I would like to ask on behalf of the participant is that whether you have any analytical studies on the likely impact of reduction of emissions from agriculture on agricultural production and trade, particularly paddy, rice, and livestock commodities in Asian countries, and its economic, social, and policy implications, as well as distributional implications between different industries and different groups of households. So it'd be useful if you can share some insights on this regard. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we did some analysis in zero tillage or the conservation agriculture in some parts of India, especially in Haryana and Bihar. Yeah? We found that if we practice zero tillage or dry seeding rice, and there is a high possibility of reducing greenhouse gases emission, particularly, methane emission in case of rice. And also in case of wheat, we see that if we move from zero tillage, if we move from conventional tillage system to the zero tillage system, there is a high possibility that we can reduce a substantial amount of carbon dioxide, as also, in terms of reducing energy use and also the water use in that one. So, and in the meantime, we also have high benefit cost ratio to the farmers. So that is in a way win-win situation for the farmer in case of wheat as well as in case of rice. But other like carbon sequestration benefits or soil enhancement benefits are also observed in zero tillage or conservation agriculture, but that comes a bit later, like after 5 years or 6 years of continuous practice of that conservation agriculture. That is one of the lessons in that. And the second we observed is like there are other alternative technologies like laser land labeling is very much influential in case of some parts of India. Like if you see the case of Haryana and also the Punjab, two of the major rice wheat producing regions, we saw that in our experiment and also the farm household survey, both of the results said that there is a significant increase in crop production, at least rice and wheat we are talking about. And in the meantime, there is a large reduction of irrigation time in that case. Especially in rice is very significant, and in wheat also that is also significant. So there is a significant reduction in input use in case of those plots where we have laser label, and when we compare that one to the traditionally labeled or on-label fields of rice and wheat. And that was observed in two of our studies, one in impacts of laser land labeling, which we published in Food Security Journal, and also we have another one about the conservation agriculture, which reduces the input use, increases food, food production in case of rice and wheat. And in the meantime, we have reduction in, some of the GHG emissions possibilities. So it is mainly, in a way, how do we manage the input? That's the major issue. And the major inputs are like water, energy, fertilizer, and the way we manage the agronomic practices, moving from traditional agronomic practices to the modern one, or more on the conservation agriculture side, gives us the gives us the possibility to reduce GHG emissions in the meantime, and also to increase the soil fertility or soil soil fertility and the food productivity in that case. These are the three issues over there. And we observed that in some practices, like if you have conservation agriculture where residue retention, there is a high possibility that you will have higher water use efficiency as well as fertilizer and other nutrient use efficiency. And these are the issues we have observed at least in three major areas of India, like Punjab, Haryana, and Bihar, one of the poorest state of India too. So this gives us the idea, like if we change our practice, and if we just manage the nutrient in soil accordingly the need of the soil. So that is one of the area where we can work a lot, like how to reduce the nutrient use, massive loss of the nutrient use in agriculture, and improving nutrient use efficiency of fertilizer, improving nutrient use efficiency of in case of water use efficiency. And these three things gives us like the major or core areas to work on if we have to work on that one. And in case of livestock management also, because that is one of the major areas.
Thank you, Dr. Arya. Sorry to cut you short. I think, okay. You have elaborated quite a lot to the question. Thank you so much for the paper, as well as responses to the questions, as well as thank you very much to Professor Das for your discussion. And we have received many, many interesting questions on your paper. And I'm sure ADBI will share those questions with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So let's move on to our second paper for this session. The second paper is on best bets for achieving a carbon neutral global food system. The paper will be presented by Professor David Nobel. Professor Nobel is at Stanford University in the Department of Earth System Science, and the Gloria and the Richard Kusher, director of the Center on Food Security and the Environment. Dr. Nobel is also the William Whitney Senior Fellow at the Stanford Woods Institute for the Environment, and a Senior Fellow at the Fremont Spongile Institute for International Studies and the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy and Research. His research focuses on agriculture and food security, specifically on generating and using unique data sets to study rural areas throughout the world. We look forward to hearing from Dr. Nobel. So over to you, Professor Noble.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. And thank you everyone at the ADBI for inviting me. I'm assuming that you are sharing the slides, is that right?
You can share the slide. It's better if you can.
Okay, I can share it. Oh, somebody just shared it. Okay. Great. So I'm going to give my perspective, which is really based on the idea that there's only so much that policy can really focus on at one time. And there's lots of sources of emissions, as Dr. Ariel said, and there's lots of options out there. I'm going to try to give you my perspective on what really are the key things that need to get done over the next decade to achieve something close to a carbon neutral food system. I'll take a global perspective, but I'll also talk about Asia as we go through. So next slide, please. So I'm not a policymaker myself, but my perspective from interacting with policymakers over the years, and in particular on this issue, is that any large scale push to, in this case, reduce emissions, really needs to focus on solutions that are meeting three criteria. One is that they are scalable, in that they could, if successful, have a very large impact, that they are cost effective, and that they are feasible. And I'll talk about each of these as we go. And then I'll finish off kind of with a list of what I think meet these criteria or could soon meet these criteria. Next slide, please. So this is just a broad overview, both for the world on the left and Asia on the right, of greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from agricultural and other land uses. This is from a recent nice paper in Nature in 2021. And I just wanted to point out a few things. One is that you'll see the total emissions in the world is approaching 15. This is in billion tons of CO2 equivalent. So this is, as was mentioned before, upwards of a quarter or more of total greenhouse gas emissions in the world. So I think we've already established that in today's discussion that this is a big deal. Also, though, notice that it's been increasing in the last 20 years or so. And this is really driven, as shown by those the colored lines below the total, driven by increases in CO2 coming from land use. Not as much, although to some extent, from methane and nitrous oxide, as shown in the orange and blue lines. And the CO2 emissions are by and large coming from land use change associated with agriculture. I noticed questions in the Q&A about things like fuel use and tractors. Really, that is a very small part of the equation. You see a similar picture in Asia as a whole, although if you looked at any individual country in Asia, it might differ. But overall, you've got CO2 emissions being the predominant form of greenhouse gas emissions, with methane and nitrous oxide both an important factor in increasing. Next slide. Now this slide is a little bit busy. I don't intend you to read you off every number here, but this is a good synthesis of what's understood about the emissions potential of different specific actions in the ag and forest sectors. And there's three bars shown for each of these actions. One is an estimate of the total technical potential. Another is the estimate of the cost-effective potential, which is what I'll focus on. And if you just hit the arrow twice here to bring up the, just go, yeah, there you go, one more time. So I just want to highlight a couple of things here. On the yellow arrows, I'm highlighting actions that are estimated to be cost-effective in the sense that for $100, a price of $100 per ton of CO2, the estimates are that well over 1 billion tons could be reduced in terms of emissions from these actions. And the specific ones that I highlighted here is reducing deforestation, increasing afforestation, planting trees in agricultural lands or agroforestry, and then biochar, which is important for increasing carbon in the soil. It also has some benefits in terms of reducing methane and nitrous oxide emissions from soils. This is not something that's widespread, but the estimate is that it could be quite impactful and quite cost effective. Now, I want to contrast that with the blue arrows there, which are showing actions that actually have very low cost-effective potential with current technologies. These are things like enteric fermentation interventions, things like alternating, changing the feeds that cattle are receiving, managing manure systems more effectively. It is not cost effective in most situations because manure in most of the world is not really concentrated in one place. And then also with improving rice cultivation and nutrient management strategies. As Dr. Ariel mentioned, there are strategies out there that they sometimes have very big co-benefits. But if you add up the total amount of emissions reductions we think these can offer, they are not very large relative to some of the other actions. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't be done. It just means that in terms of really trying to make large strides towards achieving a carbon neutral food system, these are not going to get you as far as you might hope. Next slide, please. So this is just to pull out some numbers from those previous figures that I showed you, first at the global scale, and then we'll look at the Asian context. But you can see on the first column here, the current emissions from each of these different sources. And I've labeled 5 here: land use change, CO2 specifically associated with land use change, methane and nitrous oxide, and then carbon storage, like increasing on-farm carbon storage, whether it's in soils or trees, and then demand side actions, which were shown in that previous slide, which aren't currently included in sources of emissions, but are considered a potential solution. So just to point out a couple of things here, one is that and CO2 is both the biggest in terms of emissions and the cost-effective potential. As I mentioned, methane and nitrous oxide, although they are big sources of emissions, it's quite expensive with current technologies to reduce those emissions considerably. But that gap between current emissions and the emissions potential is in a sense made up for by what we think could be stored by adding carbon in the agricultural lands and by reducing to some extent waste and the consumption of energy or greenhouse gas intensive food products. So that total on the bottom shows you that there is potential for mitigation, we think, at $100 a ton of CO2 roughly to make the food system carbon neutral. If you go to the next slide, it shows you for Asia, it's not quite as optimistic in terms of the total potential, but it is approaching something like 3/4 of total emissions we think could be reduced. But that again is not because every individual component could be reduced by 3/4. It's because you've got a large potential reduction in land use change emissions and a large potential storage of carbon on farmland, coupled with some contribution from the other actions. Okay, now let's move on to the next slide and talking about feasibility. And there's a lot of issues with feasibility, but I want to focus on 2, which I think are particularly important. One is the verification problem. This is really important in agriculture, that we're talking about millions and millions of individual farmers. It's going to be near impossible to actually incentivize and get actions that we think would be able to reduce emissions if we can't come up with a way to really easily verify that these actions are taking place. And so, and this is true throughout the emissions question, not just in agriculture, but it's particularly challenging in agriculture because there are so many individuals. It doesn't pay to actually go in person and validate, but it's also very difficult to verify by other means, often because of the complexity of agricultural systems and how indirect sometimes the effects of practices can be and how variable the effects can be. Then the other big feasibility issue is whether there are significant co-benefits, because often what we see, at least in my experience, is that the things that get adopted are not only because they do one good thing, but often because they have 2 or 3 positive effects. And so something that reduces emissions may be much more likely to be adopted if it has some other big benefit. It also may be much less likely to be adopted if it has some other potential cost. And so that's another issue that the paper at least goes through in some detail about both these verification and co-benefit issues. So having set the stage now, I'll just kind of jump to the conclusions in a sense. Let me just finish off this verification thing just to explain that it kind of runs the spectrum from things that we know very well how to verify, and a lot of the land use emissions go in this category, as well as some agricultural practices like no-till. So if you go to the next slide, this is just an example of how operationally now we can monitor very find spatial scales what's happening to land use around the world. So you can pick a country like Indonesia and really look in real time almost through public data about what land is being converted. Next slide is to just point out that there are other measures which we don't really have good ways of verifying right now, but we have on the horizon technologies improving rapidly. And I would put the different factors here listed in that category. Intermittent flooding would be very relevant for rice systems because that is one of the main strategies to reduce methane, is to try to drain the field at certain times during the season. In the US, a big deal right now is cover cropping, and that is something that we have the ability to detect from satellites. But methane is the big one. And if you go to the next slide, it just gives you an example of a lot of the exciting progress being made in terms of remote monitoring of methane emissions at very fine spatial scales. This is an example from an analysis done by Carbon Mapper in California, where they flew a sensor that is very similar to a sensor going up on a satellite, and were able to show individual plumes coming from landfills, coming from fossil fuel infrastructure, but also coming from individual dairies and individual cattle operations. And then next slide is just to point out that there are others that is just going to really be hard to verify now, and it will probably remain so for the next decade. I think fertilizer practices and nitrogen oxide emissions both go into this category, unfortunately, as does increasing soil carbon. Some of the practices we think are associated with soil carbon we can monitor, but what we'd really like to be able to do is really verify that soil carbon is increasing, and that is, quite difficult. There's a lot of people working on it, but my assessment is it's still very difficult. Okay, so now is when I will jump to the different things I think are worth an emphasis. And the first, as won't surprise you based on the discussion, is to really focus on the forest carbon fluxes. And there's a few key actions here. One is just to enforce existing laws that often exist but are not really enforced. Another one, though, is to really reduce the pressure and the incentives to clear land by improving crop and animal productivity in the areas where they're already grown. In Asia, for example, air pollution is known to be a big limitation on productivity for agriculture. It offers a near-term opportunity to really improve productivity. There's obviously a lot of other co-benefits in terms of public health, in terms of other greenhouse gas emissions. There are obviously challenges to doing this as well, but in the near term, there are, I think, an emphasis on productivity improvement could have large effects indirectly on the forest-related emissions. And then maybe the most important thing, and we've learned over time, is that investing in research and development around productivity growth is incredibly important for the long-term emission trajectory of land use change and therefore of agriculture overall. And so I want to just dive into this point a little bit more if you go to the next slide. And at the global scale, at least, you can think very simply that we have a certain demand that needs to be met of food. We meet that demand through supply, and that comes from a product of the amount of area that we use and the yield of that area. And over time, as you improve yield, you are able to use less and less area to meet a given amount of demand. This is just a very simple equation. Doesn't apply in any one region, of course, because of trade, but it is at the aggregate level true that the more productive agriculture is, the less area it typically needs. Now, a lot of people have looked at this issue in more detail, not just at the global scale, but trying to understand in terms of how trade flows move, in terms of how an actual dollar spent on agricultural productivity gets translated into realized gains. And these studies have all come up with different estimates of what the dollar cost is, or I should say the benefit in terms of reduced emissions is as a function of the amount of investment. If you go to the next slide, it's just a summary of some of these estimates from different studies. And I just want you to focus on this middle column here, which is the estimate of basically the dollar cost, the cost per ton of CO2 reduction if you look at the cost of investing in research and development. Or you can think of this as the CO2 return on investment in research and development. And their numbers do vary, and it depends, especially when you look forward at models looking forward, it depends on what you assume about how aggressively protected are the certain forest lands in these scenarios. But even in the most expensive scenarios, we're talking on the order of $50 per ton of CO2, which is still quite cheap when you're looking at other, again, looking at other actions that take on the order of $100 or more. The most, I think, likely estimates are lower than $50. So this is an incredibly scalable and cost-effective way of reducing emissions. But there is one real challenge here. And if you go to the next slide, it's an attempt to summarize this, which is that these benefits in terms of emissions reductions from investing in productivity don't always occur, and often occur well outside of the countries where these productivity improvements are seen. What this plot shows you here is on the x-axis is each region where, looking historically actually at the productivity increase over a decade in that region, what effect did that have on land use in different regions? And if you look, for example, at Latin America, you can see that the estimates are that the productivity gains in Latin America led to an increase in area in Latin America. And that's because that productivity gain in Latin America makes it more profitable to grow food in Latin America and more profitable to clear land. But at the same time, that increase in productivity in Latin America caused agriculture to be less profitable throughout the world. And so you see a net reduction in areas in many other regions, including Asia. If you look at Southeast Asia, it's a similar story. We think that investing in R&D in Southeast Asia might actually lead to local increases in emissions associated with land use change, but globally would actually cause clear decreases. And in China and India and other what's called here developing Asia, we actually think even locally that productivity gains lead to reductions in the amount of area needed, and some land could be returned to forest, or at least you reduce the expansion of agriculture. So the key point here is that it's both very cost effective, but it's also very indirect spatially. And the challenge here is that many countries have these national emissions plans where the policies are really focused on how do we get our own domestic emissions down. Makes a lot of sense, but the problem is in agriculture, because it's such a globally connected system, you can really then leave out some of the most effective ways of dealing with global emissions. Now let's go to the next slide. The second best bet, as I said, was there's a large cost-effective potential for carbon storage on farm, but there's still a long way to go in terms of realizing that potential because the feasibility is not quite there. And in particular, we need much clearer protocols on what qualifies for payment and how to verify those actions. As I said, actually verifying the actual carbon on site is probably going to be too expensive in the near term, although there are people who would disagree with me on that. Certainly companies trying to sell those measurements would disagree with me on that. But you could think about verifying actions that farmers take that are known to increase carbon storage. Agroforestry would be an obvious one. And the other thing that I think is really important here is to some of these, what are estimated as cost-effective actions, things like biochar or adding ground basalt, which is thought to have another gigaton or 2 gigaton potential per year. These are very, very nascent industries that haven't really been proven at scale, and there's going to be a lot of need to really accelerate the progress, even though on paper it looks like it should work. And they can use a lot of existing infrastructure around, for example, industrial mining or waste management, but it's really going to take a lot of effort to realize those gains. Next slide, please. So the third thing I would focus on, and this is particularly important in the Asian context, is methane. Now, I include here both rice and industrial animal systems. I think both of them are in need of clearer protocols. I think California, where I am, is actually a leader in establishing clear protocols for both of these, because the California Air Resources Board currently allows both rice and in this case, manure management systems to be eligible for achieving the carbon caps that we have in California. But those protocols wouldn't necessarily apply in other settings. So we need to establish clear protocols, and we need to continue to invest in the rapid improvement in monitoring of methane at fine scales. And then we may need to think about smart subsidies around either practices that are known to reduce methane from rice or practices that are currently gaining traction in terms of reducing from animal systems. I say industrial here because it's still going to be extremely expensive to try to deal with the very diffuse systems that are in mixed or more subsistence type of environments. But Asia has been moving more and more towards industrial animal systems, and so they're more I think, viable. Some of these interventions are more viable than they were maybe 5 or 10 years ago. Okay, and then if you go one more, I think the last thing I'll mention here is that there's a big need to reduce the cost of methane and nitrous oxide reductions. I showed that there are big sources of emissions, but they are not currently thought to be big sources of potential near-term reductions in emissions, because it just is not right now. There is not clear practices that would cause large reductions in say methane and nitrous oxide. So this is not to say that the technologies don't exist. For example, if I really wanted to reduce nitrous oxide from a field, I could spend a lot of time implementing a system that was very careful in how the fertilizer is managed. But if you look at the cost effectiveness of that per ton of CO2, it doesn't really compete with other things. So we need to really bring down the cost. In nitrous oxide, it would be very low cost ways of timing fertilizer better, getting into the field to really match better both the amount and the timing of fertilizers. For methane, it would be things like vaccination and breeding of varieties that could then have impact not just on the industrial systems, but on the majority of systems which are more diffuse. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick summary of what I was talking about. These are all the main sources currently of emissions and the main challenges associated with reducing those emissions. And again, I think the big question on my mind is for CO2 is how to reconcile this sort of domestic versus non-domestic impacts. For methane and nitrous oxide is really about the cost of the key practices and introducing new technologies as fast as possible. And then for the carbon storage, it's about verification. Now, next slide, please. I wanted to also point out that, there's as was mentioned, climate is a big effector of agriculture. It's not just the other way around, of course. And at the same time as people are thinking about how to reduce emissions from agriculture, they're also thinking about how to make agriculture more resilient. You all know this. But I just wanted to point out that there's a lot of overlap between the types of actions that are needed for adaptation and the types of actions that are needed for mitigation. In particular, these are the 3 main things recommended by the Global Commission on Adaptation, which some of you may be familiar with. And the first and biggest one was to double funding for the international research centers on agriculture. This is also the same kind of thing you would want to do if you want to keep productivity in agriculture going up so that you would reduce pressure on land use. Expanding digital advisory services was their other one. This is also the kind of thing you would want to do if you wanted to lower the cost of say, reducing methane and nitrous oxide emissions or verifying soil carbon improvements or agroforestry. So there's a lot of synergies here. Next slide, please. This is my last slide as the bell chimes. I guess two main points here. One is that, I think it is important to appreciate that there is quite a significant amount of potential here. It's not just that these are large sources of emissions, but also that there are mitigation potential. And it doesn't match one-to-one on the current sources of emissions, but if you look in aggregate, this is something I was kind of skeptical at the start, but I think that it's clear that there is significant potential at fairly low cost in this sector. But there's a lot of key needs, and I list here, I think, 4 of the key ones that I see for policymakers. One is to think in a policy framework that doesn't leave out these international effects, because they are so important in driving CO2 emissions down. Clear protocols, particularly for carbon storage, is a key near-term need that hopefully we can learn from best practices and expand those quickly. And improving monitoring and verification, both for methane and carbon, is going to be really important. And then finally, bring down the cost of non-CO2 gas emissions controls. So I think that's it. If you go to the next slide. Yep. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Noble. It's a very, very insightful presentation from your side. And you have also highlighted several very important issues. For example, you mentioned about we should consider more than just the domestic impacts of the policy, especially on the land use change. And it's also very interesting when you talk about the livestock, you differentiated the industrial livestock compared to the, for example, the substance livestock activities, which is practiced by many small farmers in the region. So very, very useful paper. Thank you so much, Professor Noble. So now I will turn over to our discussion, Dr. Pooja Sahani. Dr. Pooja is a climate change expert. She has more than 2 decades of development work from research, policy analysis, program management, project implementation, and establishing regional networks and platforms. Her areas of expertise includes climate change, climate policy, natural resource management, sustainable development, and sustainable livestock, resource efficiency, circular economy, and others. So Dr. Pooja, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible and you can hear me well. So
yes,
thank you for giving. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Professor Lobel, for presenting the paper. I found it very interesting when I was reading it, so I would just like to share a few of my thoughts on this. So should I share the slides from my side, or would you be sharing from your side, please?
We are sharing from here.
Okay, I am unable to see it, but all right. So yes, I will just share some thoughts. So next slide, please. I can't see my slides on the screen, so I'm not sure. So my presentation really would include a brief summary of what Professor Lobel just presented and some of the general observations from my side on the paper. A few comments on the methodology that has been used, and from my perspective, what are some of the points that need to be strengthened in the paper, and a few recommendations from my side. Next, please. So in terms of the summary of the paper, the author really provides, from my perspective, a subjective review of the evidence on the role that food systems can play in slowing down climate change. The paper also synthesizes the most recent evidence. So it was very interesting to see Professor Lobel having quoted, the latest findings and the latest papers, while he's put this paper together on what are some of the most promising directions for the policy that may be taken to help promote carbon neutrality in the food systems, and also explores the possible policy interventions which are required for achieving carbon neutrality from the supply side. That is more the production of the food and the associated GHG emissions, and also the suggestion regarding the priorities for the policymakers, highlighting the key challenges. The paper, when you read it, you will see is divided into very comprehensive sections. So there are 8 main sections to the paper, where Professor Lobel really starts with an introduction of what the problem really is and why there is a need to address this problem, and also provides a quantitative view of the emissions from the food system. Outlines some of the general market failures that underline the current emissions, and also then presents looks at 2 very critical issues that need to be looked at in terms of implementing cost-effective solutions at scale. One is the verification of the emission reductions on, and the second is the need to measure the aggregate emission benefits of the investments in research and development, and then also specifies certain priorities for accelerating the process towards the goal of net zero emissions, and presents a very comprehensive and brief conclusion. Next, please. So continuing with my general observations, the next 2 slides are going to outline a few of the general observations from my perspective. So the paper focuses on a very pertinent issue that needs to be addressed as we strive to meet the goal of limiting the temperature to 1.5 degrees C. As we know, it's very important to keep that in mind. And also coming out of the COP26, we know that there is reiteration to stick to the 1.5 degrees Celsius. The paper also makes a very strong case for the need to strive towards achieving carbon neutral food systems, and showcases how the food systems can be made carbon neutral by providing various suggestions, and by illustrating this by giving examples and citing the latest findings in the field, and also makes a good attempt at synthesizing what are, as I had mentioned, what are some of the most recent evidence with regards to the most promising direction for the policy that may be taken, which could help in promoting carbon neutral food systems, and by taking examples especially from Asia. Next, please. The paper also, sorry, it's going a bit too fast, but okay. Previous one, yes, thank you. It also explores the policy interventions which are required for achieving carbon neutrality, as I'd mentioned, but the author looks mostly from the supply side, and Professor Lobel said it's not that the demand side is not equally important, but it's just, it would have made the paper really, really long if, you know, the demand side had also been considered, but he does provide a very short reference to what the demand side should look like. And Professor Lobel also outlines what are some of the key criteria which we should use for identifying the priority areas, including what is the scale, what is the cost effectiveness, the feasibility, and the time scale. And also in terms of the areas, has looked at protecting the forest, storing carbon on the farm, reducing animal and rice emissions, and improving technologies for methane and nitrogen mitigation. And Professor Lobel concludes by stating that the prospect for a carbon neutral food systems are actually very real. However, there are pertinent questions that need to be answered. And he's emphasized on two specific ones. One is, will the measurement technologies progress quickly enough to facilitate the low cost, accurate verification of emission reduction? And also, will the investment in agriculture R&D be sufficient to produce productive gains which are needed to protect and restore the forests, as well as to lower the cost of emission reduction technologies? Now, the answer to both these questions will be shaped by the choices that the policymakers will be making in the coming years. Next, please. In terms of the methodology used, the paper uses mostly secondary data from various sources to build a case of how the food systems can help in achieving carbon neutrality. And as I had mentioned before, it refers to some of the latest references which have been published this year to make the case for carbon neutrality in the global food systems for mitigating climate change. Next, please. After reviewing the paper, a few points that I feel from my side which need to be strengthened are perhaps to, when reading the paper, it seems that there is a need for including perhaps a quantitative analysis to strengthen the argument which is made in the paper. Some inclusion of examples of what are the cost-effective measures that are being or could perhaps be put into place would make the argument a lot stronger, I feel. And also that the conclusion could perhaps also be strengthened by reiterating the argument for prioritizing what are some of the key areas in the agriculture sector for mitigating climate change. So in terms of my last slide, please, next slide, which is the last slide, is looking at, you know, recommendations. And I would like to propose 3 recommendations from my side. One would be a more in-depth analysis to make the case stronger, highlighting a few ways, but need a more sort of in-depth analysis to make this more convincing, especially for the policymakers. I know, Professor Lobel, you mentioned that the policy is not really a strong point, but in order to convince the policymakers to take action, it is important to, make a case for the policymakers. Then a bit more discussion, as I'd mentioned, and you had also mentioned, it's not that you didn't want to talk about the demand side, but it would be good to have a little more discussion to give a bit more flavor and a more balanced view from both the supply as well as the demand side. And lastly, perhaps, also comparing the supply side and demand side measure effectiveness would really make the paper more rich. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. It's a very good comments from your side. Very, very helpful. And we have also received several questions. And the first question, I think, is also related to the point that Dr. Nobel mentions about the regional impact that the domestic policy may have. So the question is asked about, is there any regional agreement to protect the forest? So Dr. Nobel, any idea from your side?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't really know the answer. I know that there's lots of, there's lots of regional organizations that are trying to, excuse me, trying to identify the best strategies to reduce emissions and to avoid leakage of emissions associated with land use change. But I don't know that there's any current activity that's trying to think of long-term strategies to reduce the pressures on forests at the regional level as opposed to the national level. So the short answer is I think that's a great question, but I would have to defer to some other panelists to know the answer. Maybe we can just go to another question in the meantime, if nobody has any knowledge of that.
Dr. Jingfeng? Dr. Jingfeng?
Oh, I think you're muted, yeah.
You're muted still.
Lost my connection. Sorry for that. Yeah. Okay. Let's just go to the second question the colleagues have asked about. This question actually is also basically, I think it's for Dr. Pooja, is asking about the sorry, I lost the question. Just a second. What are the roles from the government and then the private sector in this regard? The question is referring to Dr. Pooja. So Dr. Pooja, can you say anything on this regard?
Sorry, I was also trying to see the question. May I request you to kindly repeat that? I just lost you for a second.
The question is is simple, but would like to know more about the role that the government can play, as well as what the role the private sector can play in terms of the different actions, for example, in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture sector.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll try to give a comprehensive answer. I mean, it's a complicated issue to be tackled, but we know that we look at the governments essentially for formulating policies which would encourage the farmers and also the private sector, provide them with incentives to go more green, to put into place technologies. For example, we are doing a lot of work on R&D. The government does it too, but the private sector is also involved in this. So from the government side, really, it's twofold. One is to have incentives in place, which would encourage for the uptake of greener measures. And the second is for the government to have a more comprehensive policy, but not only just policy at a larger level, but also spell out exactly how the government is also planning to act on its actions. Because sometimes we have policies which are very great, but the practical implication of that is not there or is very complicated. So those are the 2 points really, a comprehensive policy and then incentives that encourages R&D and also the private sector players to go green or to invest in technologies and also invest in green measures. Thank you. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Yeah, I think also actually the private sector is also playing a more and more important role in the agriculture sector in helping with the farmers as well as in working together with the government. In this regard, I would also be interested to hear from Dr. Nobel. How did you see the role that the private sector can play?
Well, I think I'll give you my perspective, which has largely come from California in recent years, because California has been a leader at the government level of both setting the clear incentives, like the clear caps on emissions for certain industries, but also setting a very clear set of protocols for how you can be credited for emissions reductions, how you can get paid basically. And that has facilitated the private sector to really get involved in terms of coming up with innovative solutions for different types of reductions. So for example, I mentioned the red seaweed for reducing enteric fermentation. That is something that needs to, be researched, but it also needs a very clear way of getting into the sort of marketplace. And the government has been instrumental in sort of outlining how feed additives, for example, can be credited. And there's with agriculture, there's a lot of complexities with how you deal with permanence issues, and you have to create buffers for these credits. And a lot of that, it's not just about setting these broad overarching rules, but I've learned about creating these very detailed protocols that then the private sector can act on. And I think the private sector is hugely important in throughout the world, increasingly in Asia. But ultimately, a lot of agriculture still relies on a lot of public sector investment. And that's going to, I think, remain true, especially for the less developed countries. And so, I think it's hugely important for governments to not just set the rules, but to also really help to increase investment in particular technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Nobel. And in relation to technology, and there's also one question is asking any specific recommendation and be more specific related to technology or best practice to make a carbon neutrality in agricultural sector. Yeah. Or for example, more specifically, in your recommendation on the best bet, the second best bet, you suggested on enhancing on-farm carbon storage. So maybe you can give some example. What specific on-farm carbon storage technologies can be used?
Yeah, I think 3 are particularly interesting right now. One is planting trees and trying to integrate trees more into agricultural landscapes. That's a pretty low cost measure that could have some big effect. I think the other one is biochar, and particularly thinking how to effectively get supply chains for waste management streams to create the char that then goes back into agriculture. And then the third, which I think is emerging, is crushed rock that enhances the natural weathering process that draws down CO2, but can also act as like a soil supplement, just like we use lime now to increase soil pH. So there are basaltic rocks around the world, and the potential there is quite large. So those would be 3 specific ways of increasing soil carbon. which are a little bit different than I think what we've traditionally thought about with no-till and intermittent drainage and other things that are, I think, are less effective in the end at scale. Although they still play a role, but the other three I think have more potential.
Very
I see a
good
couple
example.
of hands up.
Yeah.
Is
Yes.
okay.
Let me go to Dr. Gupta first, to be followed by Dr. Rahat. So Dr. Gupta.
I really enjoyed the session. So in my quick question to Professor Lobel is, the food demand and supply equation that you presented, right? Where it's yield times the area, if I'm correct. But, as countries, for example, in India now, in China now, the rate of population growth is slowing down, right? As countries get richer, the demand, for example, milk products, meat products goes up, right? That has implications for emissions from enteric fermentation, for example. So what are your thoughts on that, right? Because the way we consume food will change as countries evolve over time. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. That's all.
Yeah, so very quickly, I think the demand part of the equation is also includes a big chunk of demand through the animal processes. So when we talk about total demand, it is a function of how diets shift, either because we are getting richer and having more meat products, or maybe because policies are discouraging, or habits are changing. But ultimately, I think that total demand needs to be met by cropland, because the main feedstocks for all of these processes for the foreseeable future are crops. And so that's all I was saying. And I also should be clear that the area could be met by multiple cropping throughout the season, throughout the year. And that is something that in Asia is quite common. So you can reduce the physical area if you can increase the number of times per year that you grow. Hopefully that answered the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Rahat, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Zhang Feng. Dr. Global, I'm really grateful that you managed your time to come to this conference. And actually, I keep following your papers, and I have been reading lots of work that you have done. In this particular presentation that you made, one of the last point, and I think that was the big point that you made, and that's something that I really like. We really need to increase investment in CGIAR, and doubling investment in CGIAR is very, I think, good move. And as you see, Gates also has been really pushing for 1 CG and trying to make an investment. But one thing that was missing on there was the accountability. We doubled the investment on CGIAR, and you didn't bring out the point of the governance issue, the accountability issue. Accountability. When I talk about accountability of CGIAR to the one is to the donor who are putting the money so that they can direct the change, but other is the recipient countries, right? Developing countries where these investments are being channeled. So they also need to have some influence on how this change is being directed. So somehow, if you can throw some light on the governance aspect. The reason is because I come from CG. Yeah. I have spent almost more than a decade in CG. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, and the governance issues in the CGIAR have always been prominent and continue. I guess my perspective is that there's been a trend towards the donors wanting more and more accountability, and that has been counterproductive in some ways, because ultimately what it means is that there's a lot of very project specific funding, a lot of reporting, a lot of things that prevent, I think, these longer term bigger bets on what improves the productivity of the system. That's not to say that there can't be any accountability, obviously, but I think the right governance structure has to, in a sense, make a bet on an institution that has proven itself over the years and let them do what they think is going to meet certain targets, and that they should be judged in the end by whether those targets are being met. And the targets need to be broad, not very project specific. So that's my personal view. There are huge issues of governance, and if you double the budget of something, there's even bigger issues of governance of how you deal with that. But I think institutionally, it's one of the most successful investments of multilateral organizations historically. It's led to huge improvements in food security and environmental quality. And in the context of all of the money being devoted to climate change, I think it's a no-brainer to try to just invest in sort of these capacities that already exist. So I'm a little bit biased, but that's notwithstanding the governance issues, I think that would be an important thing to do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nobel. And there are also many other interesting questions. And sorry, given the time, we will not pose those questions at this moment. And excellent presentations from Dr. Nobel, as well as from Dr. Puja. And thank you so much. And in terms of the best bet, as Dr. Nobel mentions, the first bet Dr. Nobel mentions is on the protection and the restoration of forest. So it is very nice for us to come to hear the third paper, which is on forest management for better climate mitigation and adaptation goals. This paper will be presented by Dr. Rupsha Bomir. Dr. Bomir is a scientist at the Center for International Forestry Research based in Indonesia. Dr. Bomir is working as a blue carbon and climate change expert in the climate change, energy, and low carbon development group. His work focuses on freshwater patterns and the coastal mangrove ecosystem as potential options for designing nature-based solutions for climate change. So the floor is yours, Dr. Bomir, over to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Very thank you. I must thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel and share some of my views. I'll be sharing my screen in a second. Let me know if you can see it. Before
Ramesh,
I
we
go
would
ahead,
like to share the screen from our side. It seems your connection is bad, and maybe you should also put off your video, only mic.
okay. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So once again, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be part of this 2021 ADBI Institute Annual Conference on Climate Change Mitigation and Green Finance. I would also like to thank Dr. Dil Rahut and Dr. Dina Azalaya for sending me invitation and providing all the inputs, information up to this point. And lastly, I would like to thank Dr. for this session. So today my topic is forest management for better climate mitigation and adaptation. And our last speaker, Professor Lobel, has set the scene really right up well. We covered all the aspects that related to agriculture and food production and the role it plays in climate change emissions. And as one of the component of forestry sector is an important part of this piece. And during my presentation, I will talk about the role it plays both in the climate change mitigation as well as adaptation. So next slide, please. So brief outline, I'll start with discussing forest ecosystems around the world. I'll just keep advancing. I think there is a delay in the internet. So just keep on clicking. There have been few animations. So just keep on clicking. And I apologize for the bad internet connection. I was hoping it will be better. But so I will talk about forest ecosystems around the world. Then I will discuss about where these areas are located. And then I will talk about some of the aspects of managing forests for addressing climate change. How forests can play an important role in climate change mitigation. And that is by reducing some of the sources and increasing some of the sinks. I will also talk about forests for climate change adaptation, what roles forests can play in reducing the vulnerabilities and increasing resilience of the system. And then focusing a little bit on Southeast Asia, about reducing emissions and managing drivers of deforestation. And then existing opportunities, how we can leverage the national and international conventions, programs, and initiatives to use forests for climate change, combating climate change. And lastly, I will provide some key takeaways and summary of the presentation. So next slide, please. So forests cover about 31% of the global land area. So this was a recent assessment conducted by FAO. This is Forest Resource Assessment in 2020. So according to that, about 31% of the global land area is covered by forest. And the good news is, out of this, 50% is relatively intact. And out of this intact forest, more than 33% is primarily a primary forest. But the detail actually lies, real information lies in looking this in the finer detail, where this forest is located, how it is situated globally, and what kind of management practices and regulations and national policies and laws it come under. So if we kind of slice this data across the political boundaries, then we see that out of this 4 billion hectares of forest, 5 countries cover almost 50% of the forest. These 5 countries are Russia, Brazil, China, USA, and Canada. If we go to next slide, we will see how, if we look this, if we just take out the national boundaries and look where these forests are located globally, then the picture changes a little bit. And what you see is that in terms of the forest types, tropical forest area has the largest proportion of world forest. About 45% of forests are tropical forest, followed by boreal, temperate, and subtropical areas. So I want to highlight this by showing these two kind of looking at the data coming from this forest resource assessment. It's an important point that although if you look at the geopolitical setup, countries that has largest forest area jumps out to be from boreal and temperate setting. When you look at the forest resources in terms of where the trees are, where the biodiversity is, and where are the most of the natural processes coming out from those ecosystems are found, then tropical forest assumes even further important, a significant proportion. It is also important to know that when we talk about policy options and how do we address climate change, how do we reduce our pressures on forest, how do we check deforestation. So that also tells us where our focus to be if we want to really get that, because most of these policies are made at national and then aggregated internationally. So those are key players, and that's where action can be taken. So with that background, let's move on to a little bit more on the forest science and climate change. So forests have been sequestering carbon since more than thousands of years, and these are the permanent feature of terrestrial biosphere. So we talk about some of the key feature is it's a sort of age-old, tried and tested mechanism for sucking carbon from atmosphere. And as per Paris Agreement, been well unequivocally agreed that expanding forest is critical for reaching carbon balance and for meeting the goal of 1.5 degree below global temperature in the Paris Agreement. And there is a fairly good consensus that for combating climate change, forests must be protected, restored, and sustainably managed throughout the world. Another important aspect is that it's not just how forests affect climate change, but climate change is also affecting forests. So it is an important driver for the loss of tropical forests due to elevated global temperature, and then as a consequence, increased occurrence of extreme events such as fires, droughts, rain events. These all affect forest cover and the quality of that forest. So it's a situation where climate change is also affecting the forest cover across the countries, and most of the vulnerable forests are most at risk. Next slide, please. Land use change, including deforestation, about 10 to 12% of global emissions. This was part of one of the findings of IPCC report. And forests are largest terrestrial carbon sink. They sequester about 2 billion tons of CO2 equivalent each year and have a huge potential for enhancing carbon sequestration capacity through optimum. So I'm just trying to highlight the role of forests here and the threat that is being faced by these important ecosystems due to the consequences of global climate change, which results in variability in rainfall in areas, so that change in hydrological sciences, hydrological cycle, not availability of enough water to sustain these forests, changing biodiversity in these areas, which results in disrupting some of the natural balances of these systems. So all of this is connected and interlinked. So that's the main point I wanted to make from this slide. And on the left, we saw there is a small sort of a data figure for you to appreciate the important role of human-caused greenhouse gas emissions through FU sector. Halting conversion of forest into other land uses through ending the ecosystems with high carbon reservoirs such as peatland and mangroves would prevent building up of about 30% of global CO2 emissions. There was a question earlier about blue carbon ecosystems and mangroves in terms of mitigating climate change. And this is what I wanted to highlight, that the focus needs to be on these high carbon reservoir or high carbon forested areas, which disproportionately store much carbon and continue to sequester carbon in a small area. This also relates to the area in the equation, what Professor Lobel mentioned. The area is a premium, how it is to be used, whether it's used for infrastructure development, for food production, or any other land use. And if we want to continue to keep it as forest, it makes sense that the high intensive carbon areas can be retained and preserved. That's where mangrove and peatlands come into play. So, next slide, please. Existing old growth and regenerating forest absorb about 2 billion tons of carbon annually. I think you have to advance one more. When we look at the forest, it is also important to look where this carbon in the forest is stored. When we think about these carbon sources, we think about trees like biomass, their roots, or the carbon which is present on forest floor, whether as dead wood or as litter. However, a significant proportion of carbon is stored underneath, below ground. And it is this carbon in soil which can play an important role, because when a forest is cut or a land use is changed, this carbon which is stored over time in soil is most at risk through different biogeochemical processes, and that is lost to the environment. Can you advance to next slide, please? Slide number 9, please. So after talking about the mitigation potential, I wanted to just briefly touch on the adaptation aspect of forests. So forests provide vital and diverse range of services to human society, as well as other life forms on the planet. So not just the timber or the oxygen that trees produce, they also provide habitat for a lot of our biodiversity. Forests are known to be play a key role in water supply in areas where a lot of rivers emanate, and people depend on that. They also provide, as I mentioned, a lot of cycling of other nutrients, and as a primary habitat for wide range of flora and fauna, these support and maintain biological diversity and in situ conservation of species. So this is easy to sort of understand through this diagram, where sustainable and resilient ecosystem provide ecosystem services that are important for a resilient in face of climate change. This resilient society then needs to adopt management practices that takes care and maintain these forests so that the continual flow of ecosystem is managed. So this is in a cyclical manner, both are sort of reinforcing each other, the natural world and the anthropologic world, where we have to sort of look at management practices that reduces vulnerability and increases resilience of the system. Now I will focus a little bit. Next slide, please. Slide number 10. So forest management for addressing climate change. So managing forests to sequester carbon has a combined advantage of producing goods and services while preserving biodiversity and preventing environment degradation. Some of these management practices include soil and land management, which is degradation, preventing biodiversity loss, and maintaining sustainable rural livelihoods. So if you look at some of the share of forest, tropical forest deforestation, then you will see in the map that the countries where tropical forests lie, which are facing this tropical deforestation, and these are Brazil, Mexico, and in Asia, this is Indonesia, which has about 14% of these tropical deforestation. So by targeting some of these key countries, one can address issues related to tropical deforestation. Next slide, please. Slide number 11. This is a slide focusing on forests in Southeast Asia. So while Southeast Asia forests play an important role in biodiversity conservation and global carbon balance, the region is also a deforestation hotspot. In Southeast Asia, forests are shrinking faster than anywhere else in the world. This is again from the FAO report, which came out in 2020. In Southeast Asia region has lost about 376,000 square kilometer of forest during 1990 to 2020. So in 3 decades, a huge area of forest has been lost to deforestation. And it's important because Southeast Asian forests cover only 7% of planet's surface, but are estimated to store roughly 68% of global carbon stock of woody biomass and contains 2/3 of world biodiversity. So protecting area which is such a small footprint from the of the planet can provide services or habitat for a huge population of wildlife of species, as well as about 68% of global carbon stock. So we are talking about an important, very significant area. Next slide, please. In this slide, I just want to touch upon some of the deforestation, what is happening in Southeast Asia context. The tropical forests of Southeast Asia are being converted into oil palm plantation, timber, and small-scale agriculture. There is not so much of prevalence of large-scale agriculture as much, but the large-scale palm oil production are one of the key drivers. Another one is use of fire in land clearance. This is prevalent because it is cheaper. I think in our earlier two speakers mentioned about, I think first speaker mentioned about use of fire in preparing agriculture farm in India by burning agriculture products. But it's also true for natural or forested area to clear land. These are being cut down and fire is used. And some of these carbon, below ground carbon I mentioned, is very susceptible. When it is burned, it is that carbon which quickly get mobilized and lost. So not only the loss of standing biomass and trees and areas deforested, but the carbon which has been sequestered over thousands of years below ground is also lost. So that's kind of a very serious issue. Next slide, please. Here I wanted to list some of the drivers of deforestation. So we can look it through a lens of what are the direct drivers. So agriculture stands out as a prominent driver, infrastructure development or timber extraction. But these are also kind of interlinked and complex through indirect drivers. What is causing these things? As we talked about demographics, the rising population, changing demands, changing the quality of lifestyle. All this is creating a demand on these forest resources. And there are technological changes, there are political and institutional changes that also results in these demands or drivers. Then there is a scale issue. For example, the commodity demand from across the borders. So what are the international demands created and these are fulfilled? And there are national issues where if some weak governance or lack of enforcement result into some of these deforestation. And particularly in context of tropical countries, weak forest sector governance institutions has been one of the key issues where a lot needs to be done. There is a lack of cross-sectoral coordination and there are illegal activities in terms of illegal forest harvesting and deforestation also undergoing in this area. So these are all some of the factors which results or continues the deforestation trend. So next slide, please. So what we can do in terms of forest management. So there are mainly three important points. One is maintaining or increasing the forest area by reduction of deforestation and degradation, maintaining or increasing stand level and landscape level carbon density, how we can have more carbon per unit area, so not necessarily increasing the footprint, but just storing more carbon. And third is increasing offsite carbon stocks and lowering dependencies on fossil fuels. So by providing and promoting alternative incentive. So in areas where fuel wood or forest is supplying firewood, then thinking about some other alternative why you're doing it. So essentially, click once again, please. So essentially, you want to try to halt deforestation, reduce forest degradation, and allow forests to grow back. Next slide, please. In terms of forest management opportunities, this is a survey done by FAO. Where they looked at where does long-term management plan exist in terms of forest. And this is a graph where it shows in percent different countries, different regions where forests are under some sort of management. Can you click again, please? what is clear is if you look at Europe, most of the area is under some sort of forest management, but there is certainly a lot of opportunity or room for development in Africa, Asia, or in South America. South America has a huge potential to develop the forest management plans. And the co-benefits that accrue when management for carbon sequestration is supplemented with holistic approaches of managing forests are really important. They are very important in the landscape level. So the last couple of slides, when we talk about growing forest restoration comes into play. And forest landscape restoration not only enhances carbon sinks, but also maintain ecosystem services. So this is slide 16. It has not advanced on my screen, but I'm hoping the viewers can see. So on this slide, I have a graph where it shows the forest transition. So from primary forest, when it's locked down, when it is degrades, it loses its forest or tree cover. Then what actions can be taken in terms of regaining that lost carbon or increasing the sequestration through restoration activities, which could be tree planting or habitat conservation or natural forest growth. So as a summary, slide number 17, this is where I am summarizing basically what I mentioned in terms of the important role for in sequestering carbon and maintaining that carbon pool. Some of the key steps that can be taken in terms of restoring the areas, degraded areas, halting the deforestation and degradation, and then creating conditions that will enhance replenishment of the carbon stocks. And lastly, on conclusions, I've summarized this already, but one of the key point I want to mention is that there are a lot of opportunities under various programs such as UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, which can be leveraged to improve some of the degraded systems as well as reverse some of the losses. And there is a big push on nature-based climate solutions, and forests can play a tangible and important role in that. They provide a scalable, cost-effective, and feasible solution, as Professor Logan mentioned. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you. And again, apologies for the bad internet connectivity. It was working fine until I was listening, but didn't support when I had to speak. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bomia, for the very rich information you have presented, and also basically sharing with us what has been the key drivers lead to deforestation, and highlighting the importance of the forestry management. Thank you so much. I noticed that Dean Sonabi-san has raised the hand, so may I just take the opportunity, Sonabi-san.
Sorry, so that was just a mistake. So no question right now.
Thank you. Any question, please also later. Thank you so much. Then let me just come to our discussion for this paper. Dr. Ridhima Gupta. Dr. Gupta is an assistant professor in the Faculty of Economics at the South Asian University. Dr. Gupta specializes in environmental economics and agricultural economics. Her recent topics of research include estimating the effects of pollution on congestion in India cities and measuring the impact of climate change on worker absenteeism. Dr. Gupta has received her PhD in economics from the India Statistical Institute. So the floor is yours, Dr. Gupta. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also not on a great connection, so I will not switch my video, but let me try and share my screen so that my presentation is here. Okay, so I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible to everyone.
Very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to thank Dr. Rupesh Bhomia for giving me this opportunity to read his work, and also to Dr. Dil for giving me an opportunity to be a discussant today. So the paper, okay, so the objective of the chapter was to evaluate pathways to manage forests for
Dr.
enhanced
Idima,
carbon.
can you make it full screen?
Yes, yes. View. Okay, thank you. So the chapter evaluates pathways to manage forests for enhanced carbon sequestration while reducing risks from expected climate impacts. And in my opinion, there is immense potential for improvement in the chapter along the lines before. For example, in the first section, the author can briefly mention the databases that are present to measure deforestation and how is deforestation measured. For example, FAO and Remote Sensing Forest Service both give estimates of deforestation. And are these two estimates comparable? Right. So, for example, there's a reference by Keenan et al. In 2015 in Forest Ecology and Management. I think that looks at this issue. Again, in section 2 and 3, I would again, I think it would be beneficial to detail the data and methodology that is used in the literature to measure the contribution of forests to climate change. For example, Harris et al. Have published a new article in Nature Climate Change in March of this year, and they use both ground level data and satellite data to measure the contribution of forests to climate change over the period 2001 and 2019. It would also be insightful to know how forests act as carbon sinks and sources, hence in which area is there potential to increase the role of forests as carbon sinks. And it would be great to know the breakup of emissions from forests, right? So how much methane, how much CO2, nitrous oxide. And this is important because the global, as we all know, the global warming potential of methane is much higher than the global warming potential of carbon dioxide. And in certain parts, for example, it would be nice to have some explanations, right? So why do, for example, droughts spur forest degradation? What are the benefits to forests from increased temperature and precipitation? And how does deforestation lead to loss of economic opportunities? And how does it create social problems? Okay, and in some places, exact sources of data for satellite emissions, right? So where is that taken from? Next slide. Move to bottom. Okay.
Dr. Gupta, we saw earlier your slide which you want to go to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go to the next slide. So I think I will have to move from.
Do you want us to share your slide? We can do that.
Can you please do that? That would be
Yes.
great, actually. I think there's an issue.
Yes, we'll do
here.
this right now.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So can you just go to slide? Yeah, this. I don't think these are the updated slides. I had sent you an updated slide. So. Can I just try to share my screen again?
Yes,
because
please. Please, that would be nice.
I don't think these are the updated. I sent updated slides.
Yes,
Let me
please.
just,
Share from your side.
yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, I'll share from my side now. Sorry about this. Yeah, so I think I will not go to full screen, but I hope this is okay and everybody can read the slides, right?
Yes, fine.
So, okay, thank you. So again, table 2 in the paper where the author mentions needs to be revised, I believe can be updated with estimates from Harris et al. 2021. And I think the chapter would benefit if the author can list the clear steps that have been taken to halt deforestation. For example, a discussion of the Aichi biodiversity targets established by the Convention on Biological Diversity. And that includes halting deforestation by designating forests as protected areas. Okay, and section 4 would also benefit from a discussion of forests as protected areas and the factors that determine that forests are designated as protected areas. And here again, I would like to cite this reference by Somanathan et al. In Forest Ecology Management. It would also be nice to have a discussion in the paper about the relationship that is there between economic growth and deforestation. So to summarize my findings, I would encourage the author to add a section on data and methodology for estimates of deforestation and greenhouse gas emissions. And here an emphasis should be given on how a combination of satellite data and ground level data has informed the role played by forests in acting as net carbon sinks. A discussion on policies that have been successful in the past in halting deforestation, such as designating forests as protected areas. And finally, what is the relationship between economic factors and forest area? And yes, just ensuring that the most updated references are cited and used in the chapter. So those are my comments. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the interruption, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for your review and also suggestions to the paper. This will be very useful. And we have also several very interesting questions in the chat box already. There's one question, actually, Dr. Bormir has responded already in the chat box, but because the question is very interesting, I think it's also worthwhile to share the question with all the participants. And the question is on, are there any good country examples in Asia where policies incorporating payments for ecosystem services have been implemented to support preservation and the better management of forest? So, Dr. Bormir, maybe you can elaborate your response here. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Yang Peng. Also, thank for this interesting services is a very, I would say, good example how we can encourage communities to protect the forest as an incentive, an economic incentive to do so. The example that comes to my mind is from Vietnam, and I'm sure there are more things from Vietnam. And for one of these key the mangroves, the coastline, and it has areas of mangroves that provide a lot of protection services to its coastline, as well as a lot of trees So in Vietnam, there's mangrove payment for ecosystem national level, but also at the provincial level for the regions where forests are located, coastal provinces. And they have come up with a way to change the funding, how it can go to the local level so the communities who can get the payments or get the benefits from that. So that is already been accepted. Now it's
Dr. Rupesh, we can barely hear you. You're breaking.
For the internet connectivity.
I think the best would be that we will send you the questions and you can answer later. But if your internet is not good, maybe we can ask the chair to I pass the question to the discussant, so she may be able to answer.
Sorry, Dr. Bomia, maybe you can try reconnect again to see whether the internet connection would be better. And Dr. Deal, actually very good suggestion. So maybe Dr. Gupta, would you like to come in, for example, to address some of the questions?
I can try. I can try. I would say that. I'll try.
Yeah, Dr. Bomia has responded in terms of, for example, equal compensation system. And there's also another related question from the participants. Just basically, this is related to the green financing. Any ideas, for example, you think about the reforestation and the forest restoration can be covered by green financing? And also from your side, do you have any idea, any examples of green financing which has worked in the DMCs? So Dr. Gupta, can you help on that one?
I don't really know, to be honest, about specific examples for green financing. I'm aware of RED, right? So, but I'm not sure if that comes under green financing. So here, I think what would be nice if Dr. Bhumia could answer the questions by just typing also, like how he answered the previous question. So, because yeah, I'm not sure.
No problem, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Bomia, I'm not so sure. Would you like let's see whether your internet is better?
Let me try to speak. Can you hear me?
Oh, much better. Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so the question is about whether the reforestation, restoration, and afforestation can be covered by green finance, isn't it?
Yes, right. Yeah.
So essentially, all the three activities, reforestation, restoration, afforestation, can we think that the success does depend on the availability of finance? You know, the countries have maybe areas which are deforested, but to restoring them or foresting them and afforestation does require a huge amount of finance. And if you want to do it at scale, that's where I would say the rubber meets the road kind of situation. The huge investment from country. And so green finance can play a role. It all depends on what Professor Leibel actually really mentioned earlier about the verification aspect. And forestry sector in general is a little more tangible in terms of this monitoring and verification, because it doesn't have that complexity of smallholder farmers or a lot of complex farming practices. As a sector, it lends itself for these kind of approaches to be done at a scale, as long as the participants are willing, as long as the community dependent on these forest resources are taken into confidence, some mechanism of channeling those benefits, some mechanism of channeling those economic incentives are passed on to these communities, then I think these could be successful. And this all could be done when there is a sort of a continued and I would say steady stream of flow of finance to do that. This can't be think of just from one government to another on a 5-year cycle or whatever the political system works. So it has to be, and it could be supported by both green finance or finance coming from private sectors. Not, it can't be successful just by the government taking initiative. They need to set systems in place through institutional and frameworks, but then they may not be able to provide that sustenance through finance. So I do see that role. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Another question is that we know in basically, for example, in Southeast Asian countries, oil palm plantation has become like one of the biggest commodity, and it is contribute to the country's economic growth. However, given the issues that's been pointed out, such as, for example, on land clearance and as well as on environment pollution, do you think oil palm plantation should be stopped? Or is there any possible solution regarding these issues? And any quick insights you can share, Dr. Bomia?
Yeah, so again, this is such a big issue, and of course, countries where this is oil palm plantation resulted into loss of forestry have developed economically or benefited economically from this activity. So the problem lies with how do you separate those two issues, which are so intertwined, interlinked with countries' growth, with the development, with the community aspiration. As a scientist, as a forestry expert, I would say that yes, it is. It's a no-brainer. We should stop these things. We should never have any primary forest be, converted for any activities. It should be kept like that. Particularly, we have so little of that is left. So it's easy to say so, but I think the problem is how do you do that? And so the second part is if there is any possible solutions regarding these issues. So there are solutions and countries are doing it. For example, Indonesia recently passed a moratorium. So they are. Again, it is the moratorium has a certain lifespan. It is not forever, not permanent. A new government can overturn it. So that issue. But by doing so, one can say that, okay, whatever current footprint of these plantations, we will work on improving the efficiency. We will work on improving the production through various technology, through various optimum educate resources, and we would not expand the footprint of this thing. So these kind of decisions can be taken in the shorter duration and try to find some alternative. So that could be some option. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bamia. This is actually a very insightful response. And the area itself, for example, specific country case studies is also worthwhile for further research, as well as will be helpful for the development works. I would like to ask you one more question. I know the time is running out, but this question is also very interesting. So I would like to raise it. What is the trend in relationship to the tropical mangrove reforest or biodiversity hotspot regeneration approach and the carbon sequestration with reference to COP26? And what are the contingent approach, for example, can be taken in Asian countries?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy actually now everyone is able to see my internet connection better, so I don't mind if we have some of the lively discussion a little bit. So the approach that countries can take place, I would say it's kind of a win-win approach, because not only these mangrove areas or coastal areas, mangrove forests provide an opportunity to store vast amount of carbon in a smaller area. They do provide important biodiversity areas or hotspots. I don't want to use the term hotspot because people will understand differently. So mangrove forests currently do not necessarily themselves form or fall in the hotspot area, but they provide service which are incredible and I would say not interchangeable. Just briefly about being the fishing nursery, a lot of fish species spawn and grow or live the early part of their life in the mangrove areas. And where mangroves are there, most healthiest coral reefs are also present, at least in Indonesian parts of the world, because they do provide a lot of those, keeping the sediment, sequestering that sediment in there, keeping the water quality better, and so on and so forth. So if we can combine those things through various, processes. One example, Dr. Riddhima Gupta mentioned about protected areas. So marine protected area in that context can be used to protect mangrove areas. And there are countries which have done that to provide habitat. One example is Sundarbans, where tiger is keystone species or one of the flagship species that is being protected, and a lot of area. And Sundarban, one of the largest mangrove patch. The services it provides both on carbon side, but also sustenance for communities living in these areas are immense. So I think there are opportunities. There needs to be creative solutions. There need to be long-lasting solutions, and how we can bring the technology and advancement to be able to achieve those is key. How we go about it. Over.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Bamia. Sorry, we cannot go to the other questions because of we basically have already run out of time. But thank you so much to Dr. Bamia and Dr. Gupta for the excellent presentation and as well as the discussions. And also, I would like to thank actually all the 6 speakers for this session. All are very, very useful. And specifically for me, since I'm working in the Asian Development Bank and specifically I'm looking into the Southeast Asian countries. So I find that all the papers as well as discussions are very useful for ADB's operations in the agricultural natural resource sector from both mitigation as well as adaptation side. So I benefit a lot from your insights as well as your suggestions. And taking this opportunity, thank you so much to your active participation, your engagement, as well as your knowledge sharing. And thank you so much to ADBI, specifically to Dr. Deal and Dr. Dina for organizing this session. Excellent. Thank you very much. And let me turn over to Dr. Rahat. Yeah, Dr. Deal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jing Feng. Thank you very much for taking these sessions and chairing these sessions and organizing it so well. We really appreciate. Though we had a little bit of a hiccup with the internet, but it was well organized, very interesting discussions. So I'd like to thank all the presenters as well, discussions and the participants. And thank you, Dr. Jing Feng, once again for taking your time and being with us. We really appreciate. And we look forward for future collaborations too. And before I end the sessions, I would like to remind you about our next sessions. Our next sessions will be at 3:30. We'll have Dr. Alok Sharma, COP President for COP 26 President. So would like to request you all to join that sessions and listen to what he has to say. And we have very interesting discussions on transportation sector that will happen in the afternoon. We have a very good expert on transportation sectors, and we look forward to having you back in the afternoon session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. Once again, thank you, Dr. Jing Feng.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of ADBI to this session on transportations. Before we start with the sessions, I'd like to give brief background. We'll have a keynote speech by Alok Sharma, followed by a keynote speech by Dr. Dichen Chering, and we have 3 interesting presentations on transportations and GHG mitigation strategy. So with this, I'd like to give a brief introduction about Alok Sharma. Mr. Alok Sharma was appointed president for COP26, the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference on held on 8 January 2021. He was previously the United Kingdom's Secretary of State for Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy between February 13, 2020 to 8 January 2021. He was UK Secretary of State at the Department of International Development from July 2019 to February 2020, UK Minister of State for Employment at the Department of Works and Pension from January 2018 until July 2019, and UK Minister of State for Housing and Planning for the Department of Communications and Local Government from June 2017 to January 2018. Prior to entering the UK Parliament, he qualified as a chartered accountant with Corpus and Librand Deloitte, and then worked for 16 years in banking. With this, I'd like to share the video from Alok Sharma.
Greetings to you all, and thank you to the Asian Development Bank Institute for inviting me to speak at your annual conference, and of course to my dear friend, President Asakawa, for his leadership. Last month at COP26 in Glasgow, we secured what many thought was out of reach, a historic global agreement on climate action, the Glasgow Climate Pact. It's a pact that brings together countries back to the table next year to revisit and strengthen their 2030 emission reduction targets to align with the Paris temperature goal. A pact that scales up public finance, a pact that commits countries to phase down coal power and end inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And it's a pact that completes, after 6 years, the outstanding elements of the Paris Agreement, including on carbon markets. Taken with the announcements made outside the negotiating halls to end coal power, protect forests, and move to clean cars, the Glasgow Climate Pact keeps within reach the goal of limiting the rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. The 1.5 degree limit lives, but as I said in Glasgow, its pulse is weak, and it is up to all of us to protect it and strengthen it. And that means that delivery is the order of the day, and that ultimately relies on finance. Now, the work of the ADB and public finance more widely is absolutely vital. The Asia-Pacific region is critical in the fight against climate change, and with so many millions vulnerable to its effects, adaptation is a priority. And with the region's booming energy demand, the transition to clean power will be key to limiting the rise in global temperature. In many cases, the ambition is very much there. At COP26, for example, India announced that it will generate 500 gigawatts of energy from non-fossil fuels by 2030, and Vietnam committed to phase out coal power entirely. And it is finance that will turn such ambition into action. So I want to thank the ADB for your leadership on climate, on both mitigation and adaptation. So from committing to align all operations with the Paris Agreement by mid-2025 to increasing your climate finance targets and your new energy policy supporting both access to power and the transition away from coal. These achievements are part of the fundamental shift that is underway, a shift that is seeing more public and private finance committed to climate action. Thanks to the $100 billion delivery plan, we can say with some confidence that developed countries will mobilize $100 billion a year in climate finance by 2023 at the latest, and $500 billion over the period 2021 to 2025. You all know that the financial institutions representing $130 trillion in assets have joined the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, committing to science-based targets to reach net zero by 2050. And of course, the multilateral development banks are stepping up to the challenge. Almost every major MDB, including, as I said, the ADB, has committed to stretching green finance targets and to aligning with the Paris Agreement by 2025 at the latest. And now we all need to build on the momentum that we have generated, and working with private finance to mobilize funds to developing countries will be absolutely vital, because this now is our key challenge, and it requires public and private institutions to work together. Innovative public-private partnerships are, of course, being launched all the time. For example, the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative has a new country platform for India. And at COP26, the Climate Investment Funds announced a capital markets mechanism providing up to $7 billion for clean energy, with the aim of leveraging up to $70 billion. I know that the ADB is already doing some excellent work here. The Energy Transition Mechanism, which is helping to consign coal to history, is just one example. And so I urge all MDBs to work with private financial institutions to hone their mobilization strategies and leverage more private finance. Let's ensure that the momentum that is building in private finance is converted into resilient infrastructure, into wind turbines and solar panels supplying power to people across the whole of Asia. Together, my friends, let's continue to keep 1.5 degrees alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And it was great to hear from Alok Sharma. He has clearly pointed out that climate change is a major challenge, but we are also all prepared, and everyone, including the large multilateral development banks, are making investment to tackle the problem of climate change, both in terms with regards to mitigations as well as adaptations. Before I begin, I would like to share some of the house rules. These are some of the house rules. When you are not speaking, please turn off your mic and video, and make sure that you turn on the video and mic when you are speaking. And type your, like there's a Q&A box here. So all the participants, attendees can go here and type their question and answer. Our chair will pick up the questions and share it to the presenter. And then we have the raise hand here. So those participants are not, like panelists are not able to write in the Q&A section, so they can raise their hands and ask questions, or they can also type in the chat box. This is a chat box, Q&A box here. You can type your question here. Consent to use without permissions or compensations. This event may be photographed, streamlined, or video recorded. By attending, accepting connections, or continuing participation in the event, participants thereby consent to the possible use of their name, likeness, voice, spoken or written comments, or paper presentations in whatever form in all media publications, video sharing, website recording, disseminations, or other external affair purposes for the institutions without compensation or permissions. Disclaimer for presentation. The view expressed in the presentations are the views of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the views or the policy of Asian Development Bank Institute, the Asian Development Bank, its board of directors, or the government they represent. ADBI does not guarantee the accuracy of the data included in the presentations and accepts no responsibility for any consequences of the use. Terminology used may not necessarily be consistent with ADB official terms. And now we would like to have a we would like to invite Dr. Ditchen Chiring to make the keynote speech. I'd like to give a brief background about Dr. Ditchen Chiring. Dr. Ditchen Chiring was appointed as Regional Director of United Nations Environment Programs, UNEP, in Asia and the Pacific in March 2017. As the regional arm of UNEP, headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, the Asia and Pacific Office works with governments, local authorities, and the private sector to develop and put into place cleaner and safer policies and strategies that encourage the efficient use of natural resources and reduce risks for human and the environment. Dr. Chiring has held management and leadership positions with the United Nations and has over 30 years of experience in national governments and intergovernmental organizations. She has been actively involved in intergovernmental negotiations as a key negotiator for least developed countries and contributed to the establishment of Least Developed Countries Fund and Least Developed Countries Expert Group. She also has experience in management of complex development projects. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dichenchiring, for accepting our request to give this keynote. With this, I'd like to hand over the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Asian Development Bank Institute colleagues, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It is a pleasure to participate today and talk about decarbonization of transport and sustainable mobility and the United Nations program's work in the Asia-Pacific region. Asia and the Pacific is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change, and impacts are projected to become more intense in the future. Least developed countries and other developing countries and marginalized groups, including women, children, and the poor, will bear the brunt of adverse impacts of climate change, including climate-induced disasters. We will see pressure on water resources, food and security, weather-related migration, which could potentially lead to conflict. The science is clear about the need for urgent and strong action to raise ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to build climate change resilience, as well as to address bad air quality. While greenhouse gases have no environmental boundaries and impacts are immediate to long-term, effects of bad air quality are localized and directly impact exposed people. It's also more visible than greenhouse gases. So if we start to look at besides COVID-19, the region is at the center of a public health crisis, with over 4 million people dying prematurely every year due to exposure from outdoor and household air pollution. A large number of these, again, are women, children, the elderly, and the poor, the most vulnerable. Recognizing that commitments in nationally determined contributions from countries in this region are critical to achieve the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement, SCAP, UNEP, UN Women, and Green Work, we developed a report, Is 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach for the Asia-Pacific region, ambition and potential of NDC commitments of the Asia-Pacific country. In the report, we examined country ambitions and assessed how far countries are to be closing the gap towards 1.5 degrees and carbon neutrality by 2050. In the last decade, emissions have increased 70% in our region, and the current NDC commitments are projected to result in an estimated 29.5 gigaton carbon dioxide equivalent. This is threefold increase from the recommended threshold for that year and represent a 36% emission growth from the 2010 levels. The 7 G20 members from our region are also responsible for over half of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and 5 of the top 10 countries have the greatest historic responsibility for emissions since the beginning of the 20th century. I'm sure you've all followed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change 26 Conference of Parties, COP26 negotiations. In around COP26, we also had a number of countries undertake a number of commitments ranging from 100 countries committed to stop deforestation by 2030. We had 100 countries joining the US and EU-led coalition to cut 30% of methane emissions by 2030. We had 137 countries committing to a carbon neutrality target. The work on the rulebook of the Paris commitment was also completed at this conference of parties. Members agreed to adopt a work program to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation. To increase the ambition of mitigation, the Conference of Parties agreed to convene annual high-level ministerial roundtables pre-2030 ambition. On transport, we saw over 100 side events and meetings on aviation, shipping, land transport, and electric mobility. On 10 November at the Transport Day, many ambitious transport coalitions were announced, some supported by UNEP. One is the MOU on zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicles to enable 100% zero-emission new truck and bus sales by 2040, with an interim goal of, we saw an interim goal at 2030, zero-emission vehicle sales A second one is the declaration on accelerating the transition to 100% zero emission cars and vans globally by 2040 and by no later than 2035 in leading markets. We also organized with the Global Environment Facility and other partners a side event on the Global Electric Mobility Program. It was clear that many organizations and countries saw electric mobility as a key solution. But decarbonization of transport and promoting sustainable mobility is not only about technology. Even if we change all our cars today to electric, traffic and road safety issues will remain. While we may drastically reduce urban air pollution through different solutions, but emissions from tires, road infrastructure, and fossil fuel-based power plants will remain. The global vehicle fleet is set to double in size by 2050. And by some estimates, it's safe to say we have over 1 billion cars in the world today, majority of which are in developed countries with high motorization rates. 2050, passenger cars will increase to 2.4 billion, 2/3 of which will be concentrated in low and middle income countries. This is where fleets are growing now. So in a baseline scenario, the emissions of the global vehicle fleet are set to rise rapidly until at least 2035, after which they will start to decline. However, to achieve an 80% emission reduction target by 2050, keeping with the Paris Agreement, there's a need for 3 interventions. We have to slow down the global car fleet growth and shift consumer preference away from it, for example, by providing better public transport, cycling and walking facilities. We need to improve vehicle fuel efficiency and globally switch to zero emission vehicles. And we need to continue and even further accelerate the decarbonization of electricity grids. UNEP's work on sustainable transport issues primarily started in 2002 when the Partnership for Clean Fuels and Vehicles was launched as one of the biggest public-private partnership working on improving emissions from land transport. The initial focus was on getting better fuel quality, as fuel quality is an enabler of better technologies and reduces air pollutant emissions at the tailpipe. This year, we celebrated the phase out of lead in gasoline globally, with the last country, Algeria, completely banning leaded fuel. It took a long time and we faced many obstacles, from technical issues, private companies lobbying, governments facing bribes, threats from local people leading efforts to phase out lead. The UN is celebrating this as a success of multilateralism and partnership with private sector. We have supported over 50 low and middle income countries worldwide on cleaner fuels and vehicles since the inception of the Partnership for Clean Fuels and Vehicles 2002. It's important for countries to adopt roadmaps for both vehicle emission standards and equivalent fuel quality. In Asia, most of the countries have adopted roadmaps based on the Euro vehicle emission standards. China and India both at the strictest level of vehicle emission standards, that is Euro 6. India adopted its own Bharat 6 standards last year in the middle of the pandemic. They were able to do this as they had put in place a roadmap several years ago, bringing in key stakeholders like oil companies and vehicle manufacturers, which got prepared, while many countries in Southeast Asia are already at Euro 4 equivalent vehicle emission standards and the equivalent fuel quality. Countries with state-owned oil companies still face many challenges to completely shift to ultra-low sulfur fuels. The establishment of the Partnership for Clean Fuels and Vehicles was also supported by the issue of air pollution in developing countries. So there was support for this. UNEP has increasingly focused on reducing air pollution. In 2001, the Acid Deposition Monitoring Network in East Asia. This comprises a network of 13 countries, including China, Japan, Korea, Russia, Indonesia, to mention a few. This intergovernmental regional network promotes cooperation amongst countries in East Asia to address acid deposition problems. In the 90s, sulfur dioxide emissions from industry and transport were a major issue and a major contributor to acid rain. Today, the ENET is also focusing on monitoring, addressing other air pollutants, particularly particulate matter. UNEP also hosts the Asia Pacific Clean Air Partnership, which is a voluntary partnership that provides a platform to discuss and share the latest science, evidence, and impacts of air pollution, and to share and exchange practical and innovative solutions. A key result of this partnership was the Climate and Clean Air Solutions report prepared through the participation of experts and scientists in this region. They identified 25 cost-effective solutions whose effective implementation would result in preventing up to 1/3 of a degree Celsius in global warming. This study was developed together with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, another entity hosted by UNEP, focusing on reducing emissions of short-lived climate pollutants. We work closely with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition on promoting soot-free transportation, focusing on the adoption of roadmaps to Euro 6 vehicle emission standards in this region. Vehicle emission standards are technology neutral, which means that emission standards can be achieved using different fuels and energy technology, for example, by using ultra-low sulfur diesel, compressed natural gas, hybrid diesel engines, fully electric vehicles. In Southeast Asia, we have an ongoing project together with the International Council of Clean Transportation, again, to move countries to Euro 6. A key issue we're tackling is the global trade of used vehicles. In many countries, we've seen used vehicles both as an opportunity to adopt cleaner, more efficient vehicles, but also as a challenge as less efficient and dirtier vehicles contribute to air pollution and carbon dioxide emissions. So when we've looked at the period between 2015 and 2020, we saw 23 million used light-duty vehicles exported to countries and territories worldwide across 7 regions from 4 main exporters. The exporters came from the United States, EU, Japan, and Republic of Korea. From these exports, the region of Asia Pacific received 12% of used vehicles. We recommend putting in place policies to encourage newer and cleaner used vehicles. I mentioned the importance of providing better public transportation and improving cycling, walking in cities. This sector, unfortunately, has not been successful in getting more resources from development institutions. At the Asia Pacific Climate Week in July 2021, we organized Transport and Mobility Track in cooperation with other organizations. This track focused on imagining transport and mobility in 2050, looking at policies, measures, technologies, and financing to support decarbonization. Over 70 experts and practitioners participated in the session, highlighted issues related to prioritizing public transport, including rail, bus, and paratransit, e-mobility, improving gender inclusiveness in transport, and accessing financing for sustainable transport, among others. Transport in 2050 was imagined by the speakers and panelists as a transport system where public transport, electric, cycling, walking, and shared mobility are common, a place where walking is easy, and where women and children can walk without fearing for their own safety. At UNEP, we're supporting several countries and cities in Africa in developing national and local non-motorized transport policies, investments, and projects. In Asia, we've worked with Indonesia to develop national non-motorized transport guidelines together with the Institute for Transport and Development Policy. We hope to use this as a basis to support more countries in the region. UNEP is also one of the founding members of the Global Fuel Economy Initiative launched in 2009 together with the International Energy Agency, the FIA Foundation, the International Transport Forum, the International Council on Clean Transportation, and the University of California, Davis, with the aim to achieve zero-emission vehicles by 2050. As part of this, we've worked in 50 countries worldwide to better understand the vehicle fleet, establish their fuel consumption baselines, to develop fuel economy policies like carbon dioxide-based vehicle emission excise taxes, and labeling for motor vehicles. Some examples of our support include the carbon dioxide-based excise tax and ecosystem label in Thailand, the progressive excise tax in Sri Lanka, getting more hybrid and electric vehicles, amongst others. This work focuses on influencing adoption, more efficient vehicles and new car sales or used car sales coming into the country. It's still important to promote more fuel-efficient vehicles as a move towards complete electrification of the transport sector will not come fast enough. We will continue to have internal combustion engine vehicles the decades to come. So it's important we buy now cleaner and more efficient vehicles. It's also clear that policies and targets to transition to electrification need to be put in place as soon as possible. The IPCC report in 2018 stated high growth rates are now appearing in electric vehicles, electric bikes, and electric transit, which would need to displace fossil fuel powered passenger vehicles by 2035 to 2050 to remain in line with the 1.5-degree consistent pathway. We've seen an aggressive global shift towards electric mobility. The rapid development of technology, falling battery prices have seen the global fleet of electric vehicles double in size every 18 months. A growing number of countries have announced to end sales or registration of new internal combustion engine vehicles. Going electric is now seen by many countries and cities in this region as a key strategy to mitigate air pollution and the rising cost of fossil fuel consumption. China is a global leader in electric transport with a high number of electric cars, buses, two-wheelers on the road. Sri Lanka introduced higher vehicle excise taxes for conventional cars in 2013. And as a result have seen an increase in electric and hybrid, and the fleet has grown, it's really grown 10 times between 2013 to mid-2018 with 150,000 such vehicles now on the roads. Many countries in Southeast Asia are also pursuing electrification of informal public transport. In the Philippines, about 69,000 units of electric three-wheelers and jeepneys were introduced in 2017. We are facilitating transformation to e-mobility by supporting developing standards, regulations, business models, and pilot projects through the Global Electric Mobility Program implemented together with the International Energy Agency, other UN agencies like UNDP and UNIDO, development banks like the Asian Development Bank, and supported by the Global Environment Facility and other donors. Urbanization and motorization will continue, but without appropriate policies, actions, investments, externalities from transport will persist. These are increasing air pollution, fossil fuel use, carbon dioxide emissions, vehicle traffic jam. We're seeing noise pollution. But we have to realize that the approach is not only about promoting electric cars, but also working with governments, private sector, and stakeholders to ensure that the overall transport sector, including rail, buses, cars, taxis, two to three-wheelers, is transformed into a zero-emission sector using electricity from renewable energy sources and integrated in an overall mobility network for regions and cities. UNEP recently worked with Oxford University and the UN Office for Project Services to accelerate our work on better infrastructure planning, resulting in Infrastructure for Climate Action report published last month. This report looks at the influence of infrastructure and climate action across energy, transport, water, solid waste, digital communications, and building sector. The findings highlight that infrastructure is responsible for 79% of all GHG emissions, as well as 88% of all adaptation costs, and therefore the sector is centrally important to achieving the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. For transport infrastructure, it's important to look at infrastructure from the planning, delivery, and management stages, taking into consideration the confluence of mitigation, adaptation, and development perspective. For example, inland waterways, a sector often overlooked, has the potential to alleviate traffic, resilience, and urban development in cities where this mode of transport is available. Bangkok has 68 kilometers of route in the canals in the Chao Phraya River that run passenger boats and ferries, but the metropolitan area has a potential of 690-kilometer network. We investigated air pollutions from these diesel boats and ferries together with the Asian Institute of Technology, with support from Climate and Clean Air Coalition. And we found the boats contribute about 1 to 4 micrograms per cubic meter to the 24 average of particulate matter 2.5. It's a relatively small contribution that still impacts the health of many, particularly those living near the canals. But it's encouraging to see that there are now efforts to electrify these boats and ferries in and around Bangkok. UNEP support will continue to our member states on their journey to build climate resilience and low carbon development. my speech, I mentioned many organizations that we're working with. It's critical to develop and nurture partnerships, as there is no single organization who can address the challenges in the transport sector. At this point, I would like to thank the Asian Development Bank and the Asian Development Bank Institute for this opportunity. Asian Development Bank has been one of our strongest partners in the region, and they're leading the regional support and investment platform as part of the Global Electric Mobility Program. We will continue to strengthen the collaboration with the ADB, but also with other development organizations and stakeholders in the region. Colleagues, an integrated and inclusive action is vital for us to deliver on decarbonizing transport, promoting sustainable mobility, but also in achieving the broader sustainability agenda, including the Paris Agreement, climate change. Look forward to working together to make the kind of changes that our planet needs, while making sure that no one is left behind. I thank you and I wish you very fruitful discussions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dichen, for your wonderful keynote speech. It was great, to learn from you the achievement that we have made until now, the kind of plan and actions UNEP has taken. It's really, remarkable. But I have one question to you, following to what you said at the end, like no one is left behind. So I'd like to begin my question from where you have left. On one hand, we are talking about, we have been discussing for the last 2 days about the several initiatives that we are taking to reduce GHG emissions, the need to reduce GHG emissions. It's inevitable, it's a must. We really need to invest. But then somehow what we are missing is like the people-focused approach, where how would these transitions to clean energy that we are talking about, the transition that we are making, going to impact the poor? Even today, there are large sections of populations who are very, very poor. They can barely meet 2 meals a day. If you look at globally, there are about 2.3 billion people who cannot afford to have a healthy meal, and close to 1 billion people are malnourished. So how do you balance this? What are the costs cost of transitioning into clean energy, clean, let's say, transport sections on these poor and vulnerable sections that we are talking about?
Thank you very much. It's a really important question. I think one of the things that COVID-19 global pandemic really did was to show us really the kind of crises. And when you look at the kind of crises that affect the poorest among us, so if you look at climate change and you look at, the greenhouse gas emissions, we're now looking at a warming world of 2.7 degrees. We need to stay between 1.5 degrees centigrade. So for the first time, we are talking about crossing planetary boundaries. And for those of us in the Asia Pacific regions, and we look at the water towers of the Himalayas, and you look at the water stress, you're talking about 2.7 degrees where you're going to have the glaciers melt. So we know that with climate change, we're going to have floods, droughts, extreme weather, sea level rise. We're going to have impacts on agriculture. So already you're going to see the poorest affected, the most vulnerable. So we need to focus on mitigation. We have to, if we don't focus on mitigation, and if you look at the IPCC report, the 1.5 degrees, the timeline is small, but it is possible. On the other hand, you've rightly said, is that when you talk about going to low emission sectors, we have to talk about a just transition. We have to talk about jobs, employment, and you have to talk about transition funds. You have to talk about making sure that when you phase down coal, you have to talk about employment and livelihood. So it's going to be really important that we start for countries to look at public finance, to look at how do we have a just transition. And if we don't have a just transition, like you rightly said, you're going to have people who are thinking about their current future. They can't think 5-10 years. And so the just transition work becomes extremely important. The other aspect that we need to start to see is we need to start to internalize and the Asian Development Bank, you talk about infrastructure development. You need to start to internalize how you can cope with the stresses of extreme weather events. But we need this, climate change is going to involve all of us. It's all of it's going to take each one of us, and it's going to impact all of us. And the poorest are going to be the most vulnerable and the least able to adapt. And I think this is an area that we have to keep remembering when we look at climate finance flows. Thank you.
Right. Now, Dr. Dichen, I think you have really rightly pointed out the role that we need to play when we take into the transitions, when we implement this carbon finance, the green finance. But then you also talk very nicely about the role of governments and international bodies, MDBs. But then as an individual, we also have responsibility, right, in terms of GHG mitigations. Whether you're poor or rich, everyone needs to play a role in terms of GHG mitigations. What are the messages that you like to give to the audience on the role that as an individual, irrespective of who we are, we can play?
I think one of the critical issues for us is the economic model. So the economic model that we have right now is a take, make, dispose model. We have to think of a model that talks about a circular economy. So circular economy is sustainable. When you take, make, dispose, you think of waste. You think about how do you use resources. So it really goes down to circularity of using resources, but you talk about self-sufficiency. And so much of, the Asia Pacific region, where we talk about, reusing, sustainability, sustainable lifestyles, so many of our religions, the way we live, our philosophies are based on, a different kind of lifestyle. So we have to start to think about a sustainable lifestyle. And here I think, all of us, you talk about being vegetarian. Being vegetarian is an amazing thing for the, for the environment in terms of the carrying capacity of the earth. So, we eat less meat, we walk more, we use, when we talk about clothes in terms of recycling, it's one of the most wasteful. You talk about food loss and food waste, you recycle. So I think there is a lot that as individuals we can do, but we have to go back to the economic way of internalizing the externality. We have, air pollution is an externality. There's so many externalities in terms of the environment. And one of the reasons this happens is that we are not valuing natural resources properly. We're not looking at, if you look at trees, we're not looking at the ecosystem services, or we're looking at the atmosphere, we're not looking at ecosystem services. So there has to be more valuing natural resources. But like you said, each one of us can play a part. And as consumers, we can demand that our products are really sort of low emitting greenhouse gases. If we can put a GHG emission on every product and consumers make the choice, we will be moving towards a circular and a more resilient, sustainable economy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dichen. There are a few questions here, but because of the time, we'll have to move on. But I'd like to thank you very much for this wonderful keynote, and also providing answers to some of the queries that we had. Thank you very much. And we are grateful that you made your time despite your busy schedule. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So we missed the photo session earlier, so we'd like to take a group photo If all of you can open your cameras and give a smile so that we can take the picture of everyone. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes, let's take once more so that we don't miss it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone. Now we'd like to move to our next session. Without delaying further, I'd like to introduce the chair of the day. Mr. James Leather is the chair of the day. James Leather is the Chief of Transport Sectors at the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Leather has over 30 years of experience in transport, working internationally with development organizations, government, private sectors, and research institutions. Mr. Leather leads ADB transport sectors and oversees the strategic directions of ADB's knowledge, technical and financial support to its developing member country, private sector clients and partners. Mr. Leather obtained his Master's of Science in Transport Planning and Engineering from Institutes of Transport Studies, Leeds University. With this, I'd like to hand over the floor to James.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And a great afternoon to everybody, or whichever time zone you're in. And welcome to this, the 5th and final session of the ADBI Annual Conference. And we will this afternoon be looking at the transport sector. I think we have heard some excellent words, putting the positioning of transport within the broader debate and its influence on climate change, but also a lot of the co-benefits. If you do improve the CO2 emissions, you're also likely to improve the air quality and the livability of cities and a whole host of other areas, as we just heard. It is important that transport does have a session. As we're probably all aware, transport accounts for around 25% of the global CO2 emissions, but unfortunately it is one of the fastest growing emitting sectors. And much of that growth is coming from the developing parts of the world, particularly Asia. So having said that, transport must be considered as an integral part of a climate change solution, and actions in Asia must ramp up if they are to ensure that they play their pivotal role in the broader climate change debate, but particularly within the growth of the transport sector emissions. But it's not all bad news. Around 95% of the global e-vehicles are within Asia. So we have a leading role, we are already playing a leading role in terms of global e-vehicles. Our estimates are around 350 million electric two-wheeler vehicles. If you compare this to our estimates of around 4 million four-wheel vehicles, you're looking at an 80 or 90 times higher number worldwide of two-wheelers, which in many of Asian countries is the dominant form of transport, two and three-wheelers. So in that respect, Asia is leading. In e-buses, Asia is also leading. So there is a lot of good news already there. And some analysis that ADB has undertaken is the tipping point in terms of the price differential between electric vehicles and their comparable internal combustion engines has already been reached in two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and high mileage fleet vehicles such as urban transport buses or local urban light duty delivery vehicles or taxis. By tipping point, when you combine the capital cost and the operating cost, we're already now at that point. So the good news is that Asia is leading, and we believe that over the next 5-10 years, you will see a dramatic increase in particular areas. But transport can't do that alone. We must consider all of the options. We must look at avoiding the need for travel. Do we actually need to take all those trips, particularly if they're motorized in ICE vehicles? We need to shift to more efficient modes of transport, and we just heard in the previous presentation, more energy efficient forms of transport, such as non-motorized transport, cycling, walking, but also rail and other forms of river transport and public transport compared to private modes of transport. And also in terms of the improved transport, and this is where that shift to e-vehicles or other less emitting types of transport can be done. But with this, we would need to work with our energy colleagues because we need clean energy to make sure that the vehicles can be produced that way. And one final point is working with the energy sector, but also the governments to set that policy and city planners in terms of laying out of their cities. But one thing that is slightly different within the transport sector is at the end of the day, much of the travel decisions are left to the individuals. You decide if you want which mode of transport you want and which route you're going to take. So the governments can set the policy, but it would be up to the individuals to make those. With that, I'd like to outline a little bit of the program, but I think we have one of the microphones on. If we could all mute, please, if we're not speaking, so we can all hear. We have 3 excellent presentations that will be given, and we have respondents and discussants to each of those. Details of the presenters and the discussants are provided in the chat, so I won't go into too much detail. But if for the 3 papers, if we could have 20 minutes for the paper presentation and a response of around 5 minutes from the discussant. And with that, I would like to move to the first paper, which will be given by Marvin Stolz, who is the Transport Policy Advisor at TUMI Volt, the Urban Mobility from Renewable Energy Program at GIZ in Germany. And the discussant would be given from Deepti Jain, who is the Assistant Professor at the Department of Sustainable Engineering in the Terry School of Advanced Studies in India. Marvin, if you'd like to give us your presentations on TUMI's transport outlook for the 1.5 degree, a global scenario to decarbonize transport. Thank you very much, Marvin.
No, thank you very much, James. And thank you, of course, for the kind introduction to, and also, of course, for the invitation to speak here at this annual ADBI conference. It's really a great pleasure to have the opportunity to share some highlights of the TUMI Transport Outlook 1.5 degree, which we just recently published at the COP26 at Glasgow. And just to start off my presentation, I just want to quickly ask if you can all see my slides on the screen. And if yes, just please let me know quickly so I can.
The slides are up, Marvin, please go ahead.
Perfect, that's good. So first of all, before I start, I want to just make one point. I want to send regards and also best apologies from Daniel Moser, our TUMI management head. Unfortunately and also unwillingly, he had to cancel his participation on a short notice, but I'm of course happy to take up the presentation on his behalf. And yeah, for the purpose of introducing myself, James, you did that already. I work for GIZ, the Federal German Enterprise of German Development Corporation, and in that role, I support the Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative in bringing sustainable mobility forward around the globe. As you might know, TUMI is actually the leading implementation initiative for sustainable mobility around the world, and it's actually based on the union of 11 strong partner organizations, of which ADB actually is one of our, of course, prestigious development bank partners, and that's why I'm even more delighted here to speak and to be invited to this conference. So yeah, TUMI was launched in 2016 by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development at the UN Habitat Conference. And maybe that's it for a short introduction on the TUMI and myself. So I suggest we have a look at the content of my presentation. So I'd like to start with a short overview of the status quo of the transport sector, and then also go into detail into the TUMI Transport Outlook findings. And this means looking at the remaining carbon budget, as well as some key results, of course, of our report. And finally, add some recommendations for action. So first of all, we have to say, and we heard it already today, that the transport sector is responsible for around 1/4 of global energy-related carbon emissions, and that we generally see more or less unsustainable transport dynamics. In terms of emissions, the trends even suggest that these emissions, at least in the business as usual scenarios, are expected to increase further, and also the very high dependency of fossil fuels is problematic both for climate and, of course, for global stability and peace. So, looking at the numbers here, the transport sector was actually emitting around 7 gigatons of CO2 equivalents annually in the year 2010. This is a number from the IPCC assessment report number 5. And this is actually almost 2.5 times more than in 1970s. And in 2019, so the year pre-pandemic, we actually observed already around 8 gigatons of annual emissions. And I just mentioned this here. I will get back to this number when comparing this with a carbon budget, which we have left. So unfortunately, this excludes indirect emissions from production of fuels, vehicle manufacturing, infrastructure construction, etc. So the total emissions actually might be even higher than this. And yeah, what we also know, thanks to the IPCC, of course, looking, for example, at the latest assessment report, number 6, there is, of course, a near to linear relationship between cumulative CO2 emissions on the one hand and global warming on the other one. And that means that every ton of CO2 we emit today adds to global warming. I think that's clear. But this, of course, is highly problematic and it has to be stopped. And I mentioned the issue of oil dependency. So in the transport sector, we actually see that 91% of all all transport needs are supplied with oil nowadays. And the trend suggests that this trend might be even growing. It has not reached a peak in oil use and therefore not in emissions, because the overall demand for oil is actually set to continue to rise on average between 2 to 3% per year. So now, why did we come up with the idea of developing a scenario study now? I think the main point was that we said, okay, what's missing is really a clear-cut transformation path, which is backed up with hard numbers towards a post-fossil and also a sustainable transport sector, because we clearly need clear numbers to inform policymakers around the world and change makers around the world. And with those numbers stemming from the TUMI Transport Outlook 1.5 degree, they should have the ability to use those numbers and set stronger and also more ambitious national targets, regional targets in terms of reducing emissions. So this is why we launched the TUMI Transport Outlook 1.5 degree at this year's COP in Glasgow, as I mentioned. And the report actually entails a robust scenario study, which offers mainly 3 things. First of all, it identifies the global and also the regional transport carbon budget. And based on this budget, it actually considers 3 scenarios: a reference case, a 2-degree case, and a 1.5 degree case. And to maybe explain a little bit the methodology, so it's clear that these results are not a projection into the future, but rather a quantitative backcasting approach, highlighting one possible and also necessary pathway in order to stay within the 1.5 degree threshold. So basically, this study answers the question: what transport demand will we need to have in 2050? Which transport modes will be used? And also in what levels of energy use and what levels of emissions can we allow, so to speak, ourselves in order to stay below the 1.5 degree mark? And the third thing the report offers is that it recommends key action recommendations or action points to limit global warming in the transport sector to 1.5 degree. And yeah, in terms of methodology, it actually builds upon an existing One Earth climate model, which was developed from University of Technology Sydney, which was originally developed in cooperation with the German Aerospace Centre, DLR, and the University of Melbourne. And it was also enriched and by 2 additional stakeholder workshops organized by us, TUMI, and of course, the University of Technology Sydney, who have been leading this work over this year. And again, thanks to James and the colleagues from ADB, who also had the chance to participate and enrich the results of this report and get their expertise from the regions in. Of course, I will not be able to cover all of the findings now of the report here, but for the purpose of this conference, we also were able to develop a condensed version of the report and create a short paper summarizing the main takeaways, and I'm also trying to do the same with this presentation. So let's dive in. First of all, in general, the transport outlook of TUMI is a global scenario, which additionally provides its result on the decarbonization journey, so to speak, on a regional level. So the regional resolution covers actually 10 world regions based on the IEA regions, which can be seen on this slide, starting from OECD North America over OECD Europe, Pacific, Eurasia, China, India. Then we have also non-OECD Asia and Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East. So to give you some exemplary results of the report, here we can see the passenger transport by mode for 2019 on the left and for 2050 in the 1.5 degree case. In 2019, excuse me, sorry, globally almost 91% of all passenger kilometers traveled via some form of road vehicles, and just over 3.5 of journeys were done by train, and around 5% by plane. And when you compare this this pie chart with the right one, you can observe that in order to implement the 1.5 degree scenario, the passenger transport needs obviously to shift from road to rail significantly, at least in our scenario. And this can be done through efficient light rail trains in cities, commuter trains for short to medium distances, and also, of course, high-speed trains that cover longer distances and offer convenient services, and therefore are really an alternative also to individual car journeys, for example. So now I would like to highlight the carbon budgets which we have left in the transport sector or in general. So actually the carbon budget to limit global warming is estimated to be at 110 gigatons of CO2. And this is the cumulative budget, so between 2020 and 2050. And actually this is about 28% of the remaining overall carbon budget of around 400 gigatons of CO2. And you can see here on the slide that most of this carbon budget, so around 21% of this total carbon budget, is estimated to be required for the road transport sector. So to put this into context, I mentioned the pre-pandemic greenhouse gas emissions of annually roughly about 8 gigatons a year in 2019. And if you do the math, it's more or less straightforward. With the current trends of increasing emissions, so business as usual, we would spend the budget of the 110 gigatons of CO2 equivalents within the next 10 to 15 years in the transport sector. And that's, I think, quite discouraging, I would say. But let me also make the next point. So, I mean, I think it makes clear that if we don't implement any changes in policy now, the transport sector alone would eat up almost the whole remaining carbon budget, because when the transport sector under the reference case, if we continue with the business as usual, would actually consume 74% of the total budget, leaving only 26% for all other sectors. And that's, I think, not a future which we want to have. But there's still hope, as this graph shows, and this is also taken from the report. So the blue lines represent the successful pathways of staying below 1.5 degree and the 2 degree pathway respectively. And the only thing is that we must reduce emissions by almost 50% already until 2030, until this point, in order to achieve the goal. And this gives us a remaining window for significant action to decarbonize of only 99 months from 2021 to 2030. So it will be a tight race, that's for sure, so to speak, but we have to start now. And otherwise it would be really difficult to keep the 1.5 goal into reach. So in a nutshell, the next decade will definitely be a decisive one, especially for enhancing of the NDCs and for starting with massive infrastructural and also behavioral changes, transforming the whole transport sector towards more sustainability. And the only way to stay with this, to stay within this pathway, is by shifting our policy gears. One result of the report is that, of course, a global decarbonization of the transport sector is possible, as shown in the 1.5 degree scenario and the graph before. But we need this drastic shift in policy, and the policy recommendations which we offer in a minute, and also in the report, actually build around the already well-known avoid, shift, improve framework. So pillar number 1, avoiding or reducing the need of travel. James, you already mentioned that, for example, through a compact city development and planning, through virtual meetings like the one we're having right now on conferences. And of course, the second pillar should be based on shifting away from inefficient modes of transport to more efficient transport modes. So from cars to public transport and to active mobility, namely walking and cycling. And a third step, of course, is always improving the overall efficiency of the remaining transport activity through vehicle technology. So now I would like to highlight some of the key recommendations which the TUMI Transport Outlook puts down. We recommend 5 international top-level measures for policymakers in order to decarbonize the sector, of course. First of all, phasing out the sales of new internal combustion engine vehicles, elevating walking and cycling drastically, doubling public transport capacity, electrifying rail, and prioritizing electricity as transport fuel. But I will now go to them and look at them one by one. So the recommendation number 1 is we have to phase out the sale of internal combustion engines by 2030, and to enable the shift towards e-mobility. This is a good option that newly sold internal combustion engine vehicles are phased out by 2030. This includes passenger cars, vans, 2- and 3-wheelers, city buses, etc. And the graphs really show that in 2050, on the right side, almost all passenger cars and buses would need to run on electricity powered by renewable energy across all regions. Further, of course, the 1.5 degree scenario cannot really be implemented without behavioral change. So that's why our second recommendation is to elevate walking and cycling to 50% modal share by 2030, because it is simply not enough to exchange a vehicle technology. We have to reduce the transport need in regards to traveled kilometers, and we have to increase the non-energy and active modes of travels, such as walking and cycling, and to actually achieve a high quality cycling network, for example, TUMI estimates that governments should build roughly 2 kilometers of segregated cycling lanes per 1,000 inhabitants. And of course, there a special emphasis should be put on rapidly growing cities, as the development or shaping potential there is even greater than already existing urban areas. So a higher take-up of active mobility should be supported, also by compact region and urban planning principles. And maybe I'll leave it at this point for this slide, and coming to the next and third recommendation of the paper, which is to double public transport capacity by 2030, because as we saw in the reports, under the reference scenario, the passenger transport demand will double, and also freight transport will be projected to rise to 1.5 times to that of 2020. And even in the 1.5 degree scenario, the road sector will dominate across all regions for the preferred mode of travel. And therefore, cities really have to invest in their public transport systems. We need to double the public transport capacity and also enhance the service quality by maintaining affordability to make it more attractive, and integrating public transport with shared mobility and with last mile services can also further support the intermodality and also the adoption of active mobility, which was the point from the previous slide. And with this, I would like to come to the fourth recommendation of the report, which is electrify at least 70% of rail networks by 2030. Also, again, very ambitious, but the technology to power trains electrically already exists, so let's use it. And in the graph on the left, you can see that in 2019, diesel trains still cover major shares of passenger freight and very common. But under the 1.5 degree scenario, all diesel locomotives, both for passenger and freight transport, should be phased out by 2050. Sorry, on the right side, you can see the numbers for 2030. So in order to achieve the full electrification by 2050, via overhead lines on the one hand, and also via battery electric trains, which are already existing, we should at least electrify 70% of rail until 2030. That's the recommendation. And coming to the last, my last point and last recommendation is to prioritize electricity as primary transport fuel, because no matter the scenario, to limit, sorry, just 1 second, to limit, of course, the greenhouse gas emissions rising, all transport fuels need to be carbon free by 2050. I think that's a given, and that's clear in this ground. That's why we believe a switch, and we heard that already today, switch to e-mobility will drastically reduce the global needs for oil and fossil fuels. And at the same time, we will also need corresponding investment in renewable energy to, of course, power the transition to electric mobility and make it carbon free. And because this is really the only way that with renewables, we have to integrate renewables into the transport sector in order to stay and meet the 1.5 degree pathway and decarbonize the sector. So that's it maybe for the moment. I hope to have given you a first overview of the TUMI Transport Outlook 1.5 degree reports. And of course, please feel free to download the whole report at the TUMI website and also get into discussion with us. And if you have any questions or inquiries, please also get in contact to Daniel and myself and the TUMI team. And I would say thank you very much for your attention, and I really look forward to the upcoming discussion here on this conference. And thanks again for your attention. Over to you, Jamie.
Marvin, thank you very much. Very interesting, fantastic scenarios. Clearly a lot of work for us all ahead, but it's so good to see those be set out. I would ask, please put your Q&A into or any questions into the Q&A. We will get to those at the end of the 3 presentations. But if I may ask for some thoughts from the discussant, Deepti Jain, who is the Assistant Professor at TERI in India. Deepti, please give us your thoughts on what we've just heard from TUMI. Thank you.
Okay, let me know if you can see the slides.
Yes, if you put them in full screen mode, it would be better. But there, your screen is up.
Okay, so I hope this is visible. Yeah.
That's perfect.
So,
thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Martin. It was a very enthralling presentation and in more detail to give my on the global scenario to decarbonize transport. And one of the good points about this report was that it presents, the study is that it presents what could be achieved, what are the steps to achieve the set targets if you want to reduce, if you want to reduce the impact of transportation sector on global emissions, and thereby, what transport sector can do to retain that increase in the global.
Dipti, you are not, your voice is breaking. My suggestion is that we'll upload your PowerPoint from here, and if you can switch off your video, then it will be better.
Sure. Do that. Yeah. I'm waiting my presentation to come up. Yeah, thanks a lot. So you can see in this graph over here that the passenger transport, overall there has been an increase in the emissions over the years from the transportation. And specifically, I'm more interested in the period starting from 2000s, because that is a time when we have actually started discussing that there's a global need to reduce emissions from the transportation sector. However, as we can see over here, up to 2018, we have not been able to achieve much, even after so many dialogues and so many scenario building exercises and country and national and international level discussions that have been held. So overall, there has been an increase, particularly in the passenger road transport. And what this study is basically presenting is this, how we can actually address this increase in the passenger road vehicles and their contribution to total emissions. So using the scenario-based approach, you have very nicely laid down the 3 particular transformative pathways that require policy level changes, technological changes, and behavioral changes. Can we move on to the next? Therefore, highlighted 7 key methods by which we can reduce these emissions from the road transport, and in fact cause a shift from the road transport to other modes of transport, whether it's rail for the freight and passenger, or to the shipping, again for the freight transport. So to just give few highlighting points: encouraging energy efficiency using small cars, efficient vehicle technology to be put in place, choosing from the alternate fuel policies, reducing travel demand. That is where most of the interest lies in. Encouraging public transportation system and encouraging non-motorized mobility. So can we move to the next slide? So this is just an overview of what I also think that this study has followed as a method, and how it goes on to identifying what could be this potential pathways. So basically, if we want to talk in terms of what is the emissions from the transportation sector, then we have the technology side, which basically talks about what is the kind of fuels that we are using. what are its related emission factors, and what is the vehicle efficiency. Then we have certain behavioral aspects to look at, which basically talks about the utilization of the vehicles, and also it talks about the personal mobility needs, which Martin has also very nicely laid down in his presentation, that we need to probably cause a shift. Why we need to travel? Can we reduce the need for travel and still access the opportunities? Can we do that? So that is where the not only behavioral but also policy level changes, the development related changes, the urban planning related changes are required to bring all the requisite information over there. So this leads to a total regime of avoid, shift, and improve. So avoid, do we need to travel? Can we avoid that need for traveling? And shifting from non-efficient modes to more efficient modes. So more specifically, from personal modes to public transport modes. And then eventually the technology part. So can we vehicle efficiency? Can we think of alternatives that have lower emission factors? Next slide, please. So the three scenarios that the study talks about, starting with the reference scenario, which is and then the 2-degree scenario and the 1.5 scenario. Also identify, the hard scenario where we really want to achieve. And that assessment results in, next please, that assessment results in identification, please. 5 specific policies identification, which starts from addressing personal mobility, efficiency of vehicles, keep onto, please keep clicking on, and can we encourage non-motorized mobility? Can we? So these are the 5 broader policy outcomes that have been identified based on the scenario-based assessment. So the key contribution of this study is basically it has defined certain pathways, and those policy interventions can help in limiting the carbon, emissions from the transportation sector. It has also helped in establishing a method across geographies, and also a method that can macro scale. So as of now, we are in a region, but if we look into the and the development and the planning methods, that will change based on, when we start looking at micro scale. At macro level, this is well established the method that can be replicated, that is replicable macro scale. And therefore, I need clear national targets that in order to achieve the given target. Next, please. How to understand, and where my comments also come in, that we need to understand, for example, although the study very clearly lays out that pandemic situation will result in bringing back the mobility needs. However, a major shift happened by, so for example, we have already seen that the public transport use, and specifically in the developing countries, public transport is still their interest dilapidated condition. Major shift from public transport to motorized two-wheelers. So when the world recovers, an increase in the mobility, but that increase will not go back to public transport usage. It will be more personalized mobility. So that another experience is going to come into picture. The aspect is about the climate change and changing conditions that will impact the transport users in terms of their comfort, accessibility, affordability, and that all relates to the vulnerability. Next slide. So we need to address these 3 aspects of pandemic and changing environmental conditions. We also need to recognize context-specific policies. Broader policies cannot be directly implemented. We need to see what is feasible for which country and which region. Second, we need to understand that not all countries are in the stage of converting their the clean electricity. There is a phase of development. There is a limit. So we have to be worried about shifting our mobility to carbon emissions. So we also therefore need to stress upon that electric mobility is not the only solution, but we have to get alternative, which specifically means encouraging transport in the city. Other than this, there are specifically the South Asian where non-motorized transport dependency is already very high. So we need to understand that there we may not, but we systems. And eventually we have to come up and say, who are the cost bearers? We have to talk about the social justice, which is again lacking in this study. However, low carbon transport will help in ensuring social justice, but as an advantage, as a and quantify. This can better help in encouraging the local and the national governments in adopting the sustainable urban transport policies. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepti. We have 2 questions that have come up, and I please encourage you to submit any more questions. The questions relate to COVID impacts and the what we have observed in many cities across Asia region, an increase in use or purchase and use of private modes of transport. That's the first question. And the second one was looking at a broader range of fuels beyond pure e-mobility, so hydrogen and biofuels as well. So those are the 2 questions we have so far. Please keep adding them in, but Marvin, maybe if I could come to you on either of those, and then Deepti, sorry, if you would like to come in as well. I think you were mentioning some of those issues in your points as well.
Thank you very much, James. So the first question, of course, also was clear to us when developing this scenario. Of course, the pandemic has shown dramatic drops in ridership. In some countries, even 90%, 95% drop of ridership numbers. And still, we're not at a point where we see that the public transport sector has fully recovered. Nevertheless, looking from the goal point of 2050 back and trying to find a way of how we can limit our emissions, we just have to acknowledge that without public transport, without large-scale, high-capacity modes of transport, it will, at least from our point of view, not be possible to achieve this goal and to stay within the limits which we have, because we have to move the people within the cities. And currently, at least, there's no other option than really public transport as backbone of a sustainable transport system. And I think what has also been a problem during pandemic times, of course, was that the perception of public transport was even worse than the actual evidence in terms of risk. And for example, UITP and all players working in the sustainable transport arena have shown and have demonstrated quite clearly that the actual risks of getting an infection in public transport is not higher than in everyday life activity, going to the supermarket, etc. So we say, with the right measures in place, with wearing masks, for example, and some kind of social distancing, and keeping high levels of trains, for example, coming, buses coming, then you can really make public transport safe and try to re-attract this mode of transport and get people back on board, because otherwise we won't get there. Yeah, maybe moves. That's slightly, this answers your question for first moment.
Thank you very much. Deepti, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, so that's absolutely right. You know, we had looked at into the global studies, and we have found that there has been a major shift out of the public transport system to personal mobility. And in the first phase or the first year of the COVID, we had seen that the majority of the shift was happening to the non-motorized transport. But slowly people have started opting for personal vehicles. And that is where the larger challenge is going to lie, specifically in the developing countries where already the public transport infrastructure is insufficient and is not able to cope up with the needs and the demands of the people. So in that case, an integrated, and it's going to be a major challenge for the urban local bodies and the national governments on how to bring back the people to the public transportation system, because that is the key to achieve low carbon transport. Otherwise, with the growing and spanning and sprawling cities, it is difficult to manage the kind of transportation demand that is going to generate with these urbanizing cities and agglomerization that is going to happen. So that is the only key, and it has to be integrated with non-motorized transport. So maybe we have to work out ways and new policy methods on how to bring back the users who were the users of public transport back to the public transportation system. Even now, what kind of policies and what kind of strategies would be required to ensure safe transportation system, safe, so that people fear less. And Marvin has rightly mentioned that there is more fear than actually the evidence. But the fear, it supersedes the behavior. So that is where the challenge is going to be. So what can we do now when the COVID situation is still there with us, and then when the world recovers? So how do we ensure what kind of public transportation system is there so that we can bring the people back?
Thank you very much. If I may, I think both points were spot on. Given the very dense nature of many, if not most or all of the Asian cities, you're exactly right. The backbone has to be a high capacity mass transit system as its core, with paratransit and other forms of transport in there as well. So it's not just an issue of either or. It's limited space will dictate how cities function and how accessibility and mobility in those cities is possible. If everyone is shifting to a motorbike and eventually to a four-wheel car, there just physically isn't the space. And you may have a great car, but you're sitting in gridlock for 7-8 hours a day, which some of us pre-COVID pandemic, we already were sitting in cars far too long of the days. But I think there are, and again, transport, it's not just a binary decision, should I do A or should I do B? There's many other factors at play, and I think you put that well. We have one other question that has come in, and it's looking at finance, green financing. And do you think, how would those incentives be used to either to the manufacturers or to the purchasers of the vehicles themselves on retiring and phasing out of combustion engines or promoting alternate fuel vehicles? What role would you see of finance in this? Marvin, maybe first, if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you very much, James. Thanks for the question. So in general, I mean, we clearly pointed out that this shift towards e-mobility is a major puzzle piece, so to speak, in order to achieve the decarbonized transport sector. And so how do we finance all of that? I think this is really a tricky question. All of the organizations are trying to answer, and of course, I don't have a silver bullet here, but I think generally speaking, I think we should understand this shift of going towards electric mobility modes as an opportunity to not only electrify the vehicle technology, but to modernize and reshape the whole transport sector towards more sustainability. So what do I mean by that? I mean, thinking about public transport, of course, it's not the answer to electrify cars and then say, okay, we have the solution now. That's not the answer, and that's not also the recommendations of our report. But instead, electrifying those transport modes which are already way more efficient, and that is public transport. And another thing that is public transport, that is rail, and to some extent you might even try to electrify some modes of shipping. on short distances to a certain extent, and trucking. But in general, of course, I think investment is a key question. Many countries work with subsidies. Germany, for example, is subsidizing e-mobility heavily, but again, mainly focusing, or not mainly focusing, that's not true, but focusing on cars, but also on buses. On the car side, I would say, please boil down the subsidies. That's not the right way to spend taxpayers' money in a fair way, because everyone pays the electric vehicles of the not rich households, but high-income households. But better focus public spending on the public transport side of things. And of course, this comes together with setting clear targets and mandates for phasing out the sale of internal combustion engine cars, but also in Asian region, for example, James, you mentioned it in your introduction, especially with a focus on 2- and 3-wheelers. But I think to some extent the mandating isn't not even necessary to some extent, because already people understanding the economics make sense when going for the electric version more than going for internal combustion engine cars. Sorry, I just see the timer and my time is running out. Sorry.
Any quick thoughts on this one?
Like Marvin has also said, that we have to look at the whole transportation sector, not one. And regarding utilizing green finance, for example, in India, what is happening, there's a significant promotion of the public transportation system and paratransit. So how do we actually convert the public transport, the buses and the paratransit, that is the 3-wheelers, to electric mobility rather than incentivizing the personal car users? So I think we have to be careful about what we choose. We have to prioritize which vehicles we are going to choose if we have to adopt green financing for converting our fleet to electric. That's my submission.
I think we've reached the end of the questions, but I'd like to thank you both very much. And one final point I had that's coming back to the COVID impacts and impacts on public transport, and just what you were saying at the end there, Deepti, that those financial models have been very financial flow driven for paratransit and urban mass transit systems. When the capacity was reduced, clearly subsidies were required to be able to allow that essential transport to continue. And I think that model of how public transport should be viewed by cities and the governments and how they should be financed, we may be at a critical point here where we can start to see public transport more as a public good than a revenue generating full cost recovery. And so I think always the optimist, but trying to look at good things that might come out of the very difficult 1.5 to 2 years that many of us have been facing. But thank you very much, Marvin. Thank you, Deepti, and an excellent 2 presentations and a lively discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will now move to the second paper, and the presenter for this is Robin Hickman, who is the Professor of Transport and City Planning at the Bartlett School of Planning Faculty of the Built Environment at University College London in the UK. And the discussant will be Nyong T. Kum On, Professor at the Department of Energy, Environment and Climate Change, School of Environment, Resource and Development at AIT in Thailand. Robin, please let's hear your presentation on transport CO2 mitigation pathways. Thank you, Robin, over to you.
Hi, Jamie. I will share my screen. I think you can see it.
Yes, if you put it in presentation mode. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, Jamie. Hello, all. Thank you for the invitation to speak. It's a great pleasure to share some of my recent research. What I will be talking about is transport and CO2 mitigation in London, and one of the policy projects that has been implemented in the last year, which has been actually been very controversial. It has key lessons, I think, for other contexts. So even though this is a case study from London and is a very different context from the Asian context, I think the lessons in terms of participation and bringing the public with alongside the policy measure and the implementation of projects is critical. So this is something that perhaps we can learn from the practice of implementation of projects in London. The questions we will ask as we go through are these. One, is the transport sector responding well to the climate change problem? And I think we've seen in some of the earlier presentations that transport is the one key sector that is rising in emissions, and we need to be more effective in our project implementation. And this will cover a whole range of types of projects, including public transport, walking and cycling, and urban planning and low emission vehicles.
Robin,
so we need to be a lot.
Robin, we're seeing both the next slide as well. I don't know whether you can just show us one slide so we can see it on the larger. It's showing the preview slide for the next slide as well.
Okay, is that better?
It was on the slides, we can see it, but it's got the current slide plus next slide coming up. It is visible, but you're giving your next slide away as we go through.
Let me. I will continue, I think.
There we go. It's fine now, Robin.
Okay, thanks, James. So we will look at some of the issues in terms of implementation. We'll look at some of the options for transport CO2 emission reduction, particularly in a suburban context. So this is often the very difficult context to reduce car usage or the growth of car usage. And then we'll look at how local neighbourhoods view the sustainable transport projects that may be produced for them by the city in question.
I think the slides are being presented from this end, so just say next when you want the next slide to come up, please, Robin.
Next, I'll go to the next one. Thank you. What we have in many cities is a strong level of activism, trying to push the city authorities and national governments to implement more progressive projects. And I think this is a really interesting area that the city governments are often following the neighbourhood level activism, and this is a real positive benefit, I think, for many cities, that it can help us as transport planners and city officials become more progressive and become more confident in being progressive in our implementation of projects. Next, thank you. Transport, of course, plays a huge role in people's everyday lives. The problem is that the massive expected growth in transport will contribute to great problems in cities in terms of casualties, environmental issues, social equity, etc. The projection is that we have, from our current 1 billion vehicles globally, we will go to something like 2.5 billion vehicles by 2050. So this I think in itself demands a more radical response, and hopefully we can get away from this type of situation that we see in the picture that we have in many cities in Asia and internationally, where the transport infrastructure is dominating the landscape, and it is causing a huge problem in environmental terms, but also in social terms, in severing neighborhoods and making movement within a neighborhood very difficult for those without the car. Next. What I will look at is an example from London, in outer suburban London, where a project has been implemented to try to reduce levels of car usage. And what we can see is that society in London, and it's replicated elsewhere, has produced its own space. And unfortunately, it's produced a car-dependent space. And this is the problem that we're trying to resolve here, that once people have become used to the shape and functioning of their local neighborhood, then they find it very difficult to move beyond this. This is perhaps the great opportunity in Asia, is that current levels of car usage are low, so we can avoid this problem of finding it difficult to move beyond the car society that is being produced. So I would say there is a great hope here for many international contexts beyond those where car levels are high. Next. But we do find some great problems in strategy development and project implementation. There's a large tension between public policy goals that we might all adhere to and set on sustainability, which cover dimensions of climate change and social equity and others. But in opposition to this, we have the motor lobby, who are attempting to push us towards continued consumption and purchase of vehicles. And then the aspirations of some of the public who do wish to own private cars. And there's a big tension between these goals. As a result, we have a large implementation gap that means sufficient progress is not being made against sustainability goals. And in particular, we see in a London context, no significant progress made in reducing car usage in the suburbs. So we will look at a case study, a low traffic neighbourhood that was produced over the last year in West London, in West Ealing South, and it's called Low Traffic Neighbourhood 21, and we'll look at specifically the problems of implementation. Next. What we have seen and what has been described previously is a very useful approach developed by GIZ and ADB and others called the Avoid, Shift, Improve approach. And this is now the largely accepted framework, I would say, for transport planning internationally at the city level. But we can also think critically when applying this. We can think whether our strategy has got the appropriate emphasis of each component, and it's important not to just focus on the improved measures, for example, and vehicle emissions, and look at the avoid and shift measures. We need to think whether the levels of investment in each pillar is appropriate. So particularly shift measures, we need to think about the funding streams for public transport and other modes. And then also think in all contexts, but particularly in an Asian context, about the unequal distribution of mobility. So who is using the transport projects that we put forward and the systems that we have? And perhaps target more carefully the lower income and other disadvantaged groups with our transport interventions. Next. An approach we can use is visioning and backcasting, which we have looked at, which the first stage is to look at the business as usual projection, and we can see in environmental terms that this is unsustainable. And then the next. What we are trying to do is produce a vision and a participatory vision that gives us a consensual view of where we would like our transport strategy to be in the future. And then within that, we will have an avoid, shift, improve strategy and a program back from 2050 or 2040 of our end date, our end vision, and the program backwards our list of projects that we think are needed to achieve our vision. So this is the backcasting approach that I think can be very useful in helping to achieve sustainability in transport. Next. If we look at London, we can see lots of very progressive transport planning projects being developed in terms of the public transport network, pricing of vehicles on the road, and also a little bit trying to reduce car usage in suburban areas, which we will look at now. Next. Yeah, here are some of the major public transport projects being developed, such as Crossrail and some of the station improvements. Next. We have some of the attempts to price the car off the road. Next. We have some great public space improvements. Next. We are even trying to improve the cycle network from very low levels in London, 2 or 3% of trips, but hopefully going up towards 10% of trips. Next. But this is the problem that we have in the suburbs. The shaded areas that you can see are high levels of commuting by car, and it's these areas that either we attempt to clean the vehicles, which will be one policy area, but also we're trying to reduce the level of car usage. And it's in these areas that public transport usage is not so good, and accessibility to the public transport network is not so good. So these become very problematic areas. And I would say this type of issue is replicated a lot internationally across many cities. It tends to be the suburban areas that are difficult in terms of either growing car usage or actual car usage. And it can be the area where the lower income people live and the opportunities for using public transport are low. Next. So what we've tried to look at over the last year is the implementation of a project to reduce car usage in this type of suburban area. So this is our low traffic neighbourhood 21 in West Ealing South, where a number of measures have been introduced to try to stop through traffic through the neighbourhood. Next. So this was a scheme implemented across a residential neighbourhood, implemented in August 2020 and applied for a year on an experimental basis. The area that you can see is a residential, mainly residential area with high levels of car ownership and vehicles parked outside, typically outside the home. There is effective public transport connections into London, so you can see some of the underground stations, Northfields, Boston Manor, which take you into London. There are bus services along some of the major routes like Ealing Broadway, Northfields Avenue. And the intervention has divided the residential area, which is about 2 kilometres north to south and 1 kilometre east to west. And the area has been divided into cells. So you can, if you live in the blue cell, for example, you can get into your part of the neighbourhood from the perimeter road, from Northfields Avenue in this case, but you cannot travel through. You are blocked by a planter or some other means of blocking through movement through into the next cell. So you cannot go into the purple cell or the yellow cell. If you live on a road in the yellow cell, you can travel into the yellow cell from the nearest perimeter road, but not through the whole of the residential area. So this is an interesting attempt to reduce through movement and to attempt to reduce traffic mileage by car from residents living within the area. And the through traffic is restricted with planted boxes and bollards. Walking and cycling, however, are given through movement, so you can walk and cycle through the residential area. So this is called filtered permeability, where the traffic filters allow walking and cycling, but not car movement. The stated objectives of the LTN are to reduce through traffic, or rat running as it is negatively termed, and to improve the environment for walking and cycling, so that the idea is that people would naturally choose to use walking and cycling and public transport more than use their car. Next. However, this has had a lot of support from some residents, but also from some residents, a lot of negative comments. So there's been much controversy and difference in viewpoints. Some people support the road closures, or they have relabeled them as road openings for walking and cycling. And then others have said this is an abuse of power on behalf of the city council or the local council, and they've asked for the measures to be removed. So our research looked at this and interviewed a number of the residents within this neighbourhood to look at the difference in viewpoint and to think how this may affect our implementation of traffic management measures. Next. So we looked conceptually in terms of how the neighbourhood was conceived, so how it was developed by the city council, and then how it was perceived by residents and others, and then how it was lived, so what meaning people attached to their travel behaviours. So this draws from Henri Lefebvre and his production of Space book in the 1970s. So we asked residents questions based upon these three pillars, and are all related to their travel behaviours within the neighbourhood. Next. So this is the conceived representation of space. So this is the local council, Ealing Council, have put forward a set of measures, fairly insignificant measures, I would say, for low traffic neighbourhood. Implementation using a number of bollards or traffic planters that you can see in the picture. And they put this forward on their website and implemented the project very quickly. So it was implemented with an experimental traffic order in response to the COVID period. So this was seen as a positive that something could be implemented to take away car usage when car usage levels were very low. But only a week's notice was given to residents. So they were told that within a week, the planters would arrive and they would have to change their travel behaviours to use their car less. So this became very controversial in the way that the project was implemented. It was implemented on an experimental basis. So there was a trial for 6 months, and this was challenged legally and became a 12-month trial over 2021. Next. And this is the type of comment we had in terms of use of the space from local residents. So this is a positive comment initially, and then we go on to the negative comment. So people liked the new space. They thought this would be, or had led to, more pleasant, calm, lovely environments than they were used to. The roads were quiet and they could use, say, their children or the elderly people could use the space more effectively for walking and cycling and social activity. So that was the idea behind the scheme. That was what was hoped to be produced and experienced. Or we have red kites and buzzards and different types of birds in the neighborhood. Lots more people cycling, walking, lots of families and children using the space. So the inconvenience for some was irrelevant relative to the improvement in the quality of the environment. But others were worried about the redistribution of traffic and the longer travel journeys that people had to make to move around the neighborhood that had been changed in terms of the low traffic neighborhood. So every time I go out of my house, instead of a 3-minute journey by car, I have to travel an extra 20 to 25 minutes to get around the neighborhood to then get to the next local town center. I do this multiple times a day. Some of my journeys are required, say, to go to the doctors or to the hospital. And this makes my day too complicated in terms of travel behavior. Next. Some trips are seen as very important, so critical to people's health, for example. I missed a really important cancer appointment because it took me 2.5 hours to go by bus or by car. I was stuck in congestion to do something that is normally a 10-minute trip to get to the hospital. Or I have a local employment. I I make cakes for a living. I distribute them around the local residential area. I do a lot of journeys, and these have become much more difficult, and I have to drive twice as far as I would have done previously. And then something about the process of implementation. People essentially got a week's notice for something that was going to change how they live. It's important to recognize that if you want people to change their travel behaviors, they need to know that they need to change well in advance. Next. And then the lived space. This is the meaning people attach to the travel behaviors within a particular space. And this often can be very different to perhaps how I or the transport planner or you would perceive the use of space. So there are for sure lifestyle constraints and requirements that make reducing car usage more difficult, but there are also views from a significant minority, perhaps 20% of people who live in this type of neighborhood, who are vitriolic against this type of reduction of car usage. And they reflect a particular worldview, I would say, of how they perceive the world and how they would like to live their lifestyle in the world. So things like this, people would say that even though you are producing more space for children to play out, children don't play out anymore because their parents don't want them to. They are doing something else in the house. So the space you are producing may not be used as much as you would like. Or they can get very conspiratorial in terms of view. So they think that the local council is simply introducing a scheme to make more money. So they are charging £80 a time to drive through the neighborhood when previously they didn't, as a fine. And the local authorities making £1.5 million a month from this so-called green scheme. So they think the rationale for the scheme is fundraising for the local authority and the public sector instead of an environmental objective. Or I pay my taxes to drive and support all of the roads in this area. Why should I be banned from driving down some of them? If they want them to turn into private estates, that's fine, but I think I should be able to use these roads as well as other people. It is just absurd. Next. So what we had in the end was a rise of dissent from some of the residents, only some of the residents, say 10 or 20% of very vocal residents against the scheme. And the local authority leader changed over the summer. There was a local election, and the major issue in the local election was the low traffic neighborhood. The new leader came in and he said he would listen to the local people's views on active travel. He asked local residents in a survey, which was very poorly delivered itself. It was unsampled. There was a very low response rate. 6% of local residents at best responded, but 80% of them voted against the measure, and it was taken away. So now we have a low traffic neighborhood where the measures have gone and the traffic has gone back to the neighborhood, and it's now a very car dependent neighborhood again. Next. So the implications, I think, for practice in Asia are these types of things, that at the strategic level, we can improve public transport over time as long as the funding is there. But at the local neighborhood level, particularly in the suburban areas that may become very car dependent, some of the streetscape reallocation projects can be very controversial. We need to think how we can bring the public, including the dissenting public, if they are there, along with us as transport planners. And this needs a great participatory and deliberative process alongside our implementation of projects. And that is, I would say, is the key lesson from London, from some of the projects that have failed, is that the participatory effort needs much greater resource. Alongside for Asia, I would say a proportion of funding can be focused on improving the sustainability of travel, and it can be focused on low-income neighborhoods. So we can actually give a proportion of our funding towards the disadvantaged groups to help them travel in ways that we think are useful in environmental and social terms. Next. So my conclusion is that we have tried in London a number of measures, and we're doing pretty well in terms of movements into the city centre in terms of sustainability, but the edge parts of the city are difficult in terms of car dependency. And well-intentioned projects can be rejected by local neighbourhoods if the participatory effort is not strong enough. And this is the issue we need to think about when implementing projects in different contexts, that people need to be able to support projects consistent with what they would like for their future travel lifestyles. And we need a better mechanism for discussing and deliberating projects and strategies as we progress over time. Next. The idea, of course, is to get people out of their cars or to stop them buying cars over time. But there will always be a dissenting element of the public, like we can see here. And as transport planners, we need to think of a mechanism to bring them along with us. Otherwise, they can hijack projects and cause great problems in implementation, and our efforts can be difficult, and sometimes the projects fail. So I will leave it there, Jamie. Thank you very much, and I hope there's some lessons for Asian contexts in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Just really stressing the individual's choices and perceptions in what others, transport planners or influencers or advocates may be pushing forward. So thank you very much for an excellent presentation. One of your early slides on transport infrastructure dominating the landscape is less than half a kilometer from my house where I'm sitting now. So a very, very, very bad example on that. But thank you, Robin. Please keep your questions coming, but we will now turn to Professor On to give her views on what we've just heard. Please, Professor, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I share my slide?
Yes, please.
So you see it, right?
Yes. Can you make it to the full screen mode, please?
Yes, I did make it. Okay. So I go on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, organizers, for giving me an opportunity to be a discussion on this paper. And I'm here, a Vietnamese, but working in Thailand. So, okay. About the significance of the entrance of the article, I find it very important that it highlights the social dimension, the acceptance and participation of local people in urban transport projects. This is because of transport projects, we are normally focusing on technical aspects, such as the intrusion of the Euro standards, so improving of the fuel quality and also the control device, etc. But we normally not look at the social dimension. And it is actually to realize that public viewpoints may not be the same as expert views. And without proper public consultation and hearing, when intended projects such as the LTN 21 may turn into to be rejected by local people. And this article also provides a valuable lesson learned for Asian cities, because in their effort to plan for non-motorized projects and to reduce dependence on private vehicles. So here it's not car, but mainly motorcycles. And at the same time, we can gain co-benefit to air quality and climate. So I'm not going to repeat what Professor Hickman already mentioned. So this is about the NTN 21 projects. So it introduced in August 2020, and the purpose is to reduce car and taxi usage and improve the environment for walking and cycling. The project area is really small, it's 1.2 square kilometers, and it's located in the center of the town. And there are planter and block to filter the motorized vehicle and allow only non-motorized boats. So the articles actually discuss the discourse in viewpoints concerning LTN 21 among 15 people selected to participate in in-depth survey. And it is found that 7 of them are pro LTN. And because LTN improves the light quality, reduce noise, reduce air pollution, and give them quiet and pleasant environment to work, and allow them to cycle and to walk. That's it, anti-LTN. And this is mainly focused on effect on their trips, like longer trips or not convenience. So the viewpoint in conceived space already covered by Professor Hickman, and there's a wide spread of impacts. So a monkey survey conducted, and it terminated in May 2021. So the summary of article, I find a good lesson learned from this article. So it shows that implementation of local transport projects seems more difficult than the larger strategic projects, because I've mentioned already that reducing emission from transport into the London center, where they want a scheme and successfully implemented. The article also provides a mandate NTN scheme with strengthened participatory and deliberate transport planning process, and it's recommended in the UK context. And recommendation on ASI scheme application for Asian city, and highlighting the importance of the social dimension. So I have some question and comment and suggestion that reading the article as an engineer, maybe from my engineering point of view. So I found that it in-depth interview actually for 15 subjects, and only wonder how that these 15 people were selected and how they are representing of the large target population of a few hundred thousands. And a suggestion here is to add some statistical sampling design, or at least describe how we actually would expect that 15 subjects would represent the population affected. So the paper as such is found quite good and have the narrative content discussing about the different type of space. But it would be better if we can provide quantitative information. Only by that we can understand the project impact, why it's success and why it's fail. So the technical description of the condition of the neighborhood prior, during, and after the project, like number, types, length, reason of trips by local people, and whether it met by different modes, by car, by taxi, cycling, and walking, would be good for us to see not only from the interview, but from the facts, the evidence, to understand the project impact. So in one of the sections, is section 3, it details greenhouse gas emission reduction in London. But I somehow could not find how it linked to LTN 21, because we expect that from the title, the LTN 21 would affect some greenhouse gas emission. But then if we could include some information on the change in the level of air pollution, noise, crime, traffic volume, or vehicle kilometer travel in local roads and main roads, And if possible, we can also quantify the change in CO2 emissions related to the project. But that is more quantitative, but at least the first part, I would expect to see a little more detail. So to understand better the logic of the presentation of the paper, add a flowchart of methodology framework would help to follow the contents easier. So then the article also mentioned that based on monkey survey results, sorry, so the NTN21 was terminated. And the monkeys survey results is not really, we would need to consider how it reliable the results, especially in the COVID time, when people nerves actually getting more frustrated. So everything can be more negative. So I would like to see some discussion on that, or at least some recommendation for a survey, a careful survey, because that survey may help us a lot in identifying the cause of the failure. So for data analysis, the project collected, as I mentioned, in-depth surveys for 15 interviews, and then provide some weighted percent of the keywords used, percent of maybe total keywords, to highlight the discourse of the pro and anti groups. The viewpoint actually analyzed, so it's very good because even it's narrative attack, but it helped to identify the causes of the pro and anti-LTN, and it serves as the basis for improved LTL scheme recommended for future projects. So as I mentioned earlier, it provides quite detailed data on CO2 emission mitigation strategies for London, but that part seems to be separated from the LTN content. So there are some current link may be provided, or a discussion in LTN content related to CO2 emission may be providing that link. So if we can see any successful LTN project in other countries in Europe, like in Netherlands, etc., then would be help us to understand better the context. The conclusion and recommendation are well written, and I like the new scheme, and I also like the recommendation to avoid shift and improve scheme to Asia. So talking about recommendation for policy, I talk a little bit more in Asian context, because the Asian context may be quite different from European context. So of course, we know that from the LTN, so social dimension, so acceptance, participation is very important for transport project. So it's not only technical thing that we normally think of. So LTN project to be successful, it needs intensive public hearing during the planning stage. So at early stage, to raise awareness, participation, and feeling of ownership of local people. Only when they get involved, they would participate. In Asian developing countries, we have a number of challenges. First, we have a booming urban area. We have very poor public transport network, a lot of congestion, actually no free space in the street. Walking and cycling normally not considered as safe mode because there are no separate space for non-motorized because pavement mode normally only occupied by small business shop. No special route for cycling, so we need to bike in middle of the car and motorcycle, and streets are very congested, I mentioned. So weather and air pollution is high. So walking or cycling or even doing motorcycling, it means in open mode, it normally too hot, too dusty, so it's not comfortable. So we have increased dependence on private vehicles, both in city center and suburban area. So we have a lot of motorcycles. The motorcycles share more than 70. So here to like 90% in Vietnam, for example, the car is owned secondhand, so that is the issue. Of course, I totally agree that implementation of ISC scheme can help us to achieve co-benefits to air quality and emission mitigation of climate forces, not talking only greenhouse gases, but also short-lived climate forces like black carbon. So this is to show you some feeling of the space. So I think picture is taken in Hanoi. You can see that there are really no space for walking or no space for cycling. So fully congested. So our early survey here, you can see the fleet share, the Euro standard in different fleet in Asia. So we survey here we present 4 cities, but we have more. Ho Chi Minh City, Hanoi, Bangkok, and Kathmandu. And you can see we have bus, taxi, motorcycle, personal car, and trucks. And only a small share of Euro 4 was found in Bangkok in 2010. Now it's more, of course. They say the fleet is very old. And space
Professor
is...
On,
Yes.
Professor On, could you draw your conclusions, please?
Yes, it's the last slide. I have a question to Professor Hickman and on the floor. How can we improve the street space for non-motorized mode in Asian context? And we talk about electric vehicles, and it's booming in Asia now. Will electric vehicles play roles in improving street space? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. An excellent point, particularly I liked on the data. How many more people were walking, cycling, or other forms of transport? And to try and counter some of the individual perspectives that came out of the interviews. And some of the questions that have come in as well, Robin, linking that to that, did you measure noise? Did you measure the air quality? And was that used in the consultation, particularly when you were getting the negative feedback? So picking up on Professor On's suggestions on really getting that data and utilizing that to counter some of those individual perspectives. Thank you.
Yeah, what we were looking at was the messy process of project implementation. And all of this data that you would think would be available when implementing a project wasn't. So there wasn't an understanding of, or it wasn't made available by the local authority, at least, of the conditions before and after the scheme, or the impact on travel behaviours and CO2. So all of the things we would like to see, say in a research project or on in a paper for a journal, that we would expect to see in there, it was not. It was a project that was implemented very quickly in COVID times, when the Borough Council thought there was an opportunity to improve walking and cycling in this particular neighbourhood. So none of that was available, and what we tried to do was to track the messy process of implementation and the narrative that came from different people in the neighbourhood. So that was our lesson from a very specific project, that often projects fail, and perhaps we can learn the lessons from project failures, as well as the successes that also happen.
And if I may put the question raised by Professor on the public spaces and looking at how you can utilize those, but also the roles for e-vehicles in urban spaces.
Well, if you're thinking about the Asian context, how do we improve street space in a very busy street in Asia? I would say, these are even more difficult than somewhere in West London that has failed because of the demand for the use of very constrained space is higher. So in that type of example, I think there needs to be a different allocation of space on the street. So it may move from the situation that we had in Professor On's picture to something with BRT or mass transit underground, and you have a better footway provision, bus, BRT given in its own lane or 2 lanes, the classic reallocation of road space that can give you a different use of space. In terms of CO2 emissions and things, the monitoring of that needs incredibly careful monitoring before and after to then make the case to the local residents as to, you know, one of the reasons we're doing this is an environmental reason, and this is what's happened before and after the scheme. But often projects are not implemented in that careful manner. You know, they don't have the resource to monitor before and after. So you end up trying to mismanage or manage the process after the project has gone in and try to justify what you've done. And that often fails, and the project might fail or not be used as well as you would like.
You just triggered a thought, and it may respond a little bit to the points raised in terms of non-motorized road space, or providing that space and segregating by different levels. That photograph I referred to in Makati City in Manila, just to the side of that, there now is an expansive, elevated, continually elevated, not up and down and subways and raising pedestrian overpasses, but a probably 20 plus kilometers now of fully segregated, elevated walkways, getting a little bit like Hong Kong, going in and out of buildings across the whole of the central business district of Makati. So being at AIT in the Bangkok example, maybe it's how the BTS has really improved walkability, grade segregated walkability within parts of Bangkok, 2 or 3 stations and the surrounding commercial and office blocks as well. But that may be an option, because clearly with such limited space, the footprint, you may have to go vertical, as has happened in Makati or Hong Kong or Bangkok.
Yeah, I think a very useful analysis is to look at the allocation of road space by mode. And often a lot of it is given to the vehicle, and then think how that equates to what we would like our mode share to be on that particular street or in our city or the neighborhood. And usually there is not enough space given to the pedestrian. So it's thinking how you can create that extra space, and it's either at surface level or it may be at a higher level in terms of a segregated network. And that might be the way forward, you know, the Hongapore type of footway network that is produced because of the constraint of space. But the analysis is there you can look at the use of space on the street and see how much is given to the pedestrian relative to the car or the bus or the other modes. And that for sure, in most contexts, there is not enough space given to the pedestrian.
Another very quick question, and it sort of relates to that personal impact or a localized in a residential area compared to congestion charging or low emission vehicle zones at a much larger scale in London. Was it more palatable for the larger scale than not in my backyard, the NIMBY approach in one of the more residential places in West Ealing?
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and Professor On picked up on this point, that maybe the local streetscape measures where the residents feel more impacted by the measure can be really controversial, even if the projects are you know, in our views, very insignificant and shouldn't affect travel behaviours too much. So in London, we've just introduced the ultra low emission vehicle zone, which means that you have to, if you want to travel in the inner part of London, you have to have a fairly clean vehicle bought in the last 5 years. And I thought that would be very controversial, maybe a bit like the congestion charge, but it managed to get through without anybody noticing, as far as I can see, because it was quite implemented at quite an abstract level. Whereas something, if it happens on your street, then there's always 20% of people will moan vociferously, and that can be enough to break the project. So, you know, there's something really interesting going on in terms of, we can build a big public transport scheme and spend billions and nobody would even bat an eyelid, or we can even try to charge them off the road and that will just about get through. But if you try to stop people parking outside their house and driving to the local shop, then there is no way that, you know, a proportion of people will allow that. So it needs a very careful participatory effort to make sure that local level project succeeds.
Okay, fascinating, that juxtaposition between the sort of local neighborhood impacts and the broader, and what us as transport professionals may perceive as the way forward, but never forgetting the importance of broadest of possible stakeholder engagement, particularly those that are directly affected. So thank you very much, Professor On and Professor Hickman. Great presentation. We normally have a round of applause, but clearly in these days we'll have to just thank you very much for that, and great thoughts to take with us in trying to translate those into the Asian context as well. If I now may move to the third paper, and the presenter will be Venkatachalam Anuburhosi, who's the Director of Research Strategy and Innovations at the Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia area in Indonesia. And the discussant is Kamna Shakdeva, the Associate Professor, Energy and Environment at TERI School of Advanced Studies in India. Please, if you would like to give us the presentation on decarbonizing the transport sector through electrification and biofuel use in emerging economies of Asia. Please, over to you.
Thank you, James, and good afternoon, everybody. And it is my pleasure to be part of this ADBI conference on the climate change mitigation and the financing. This paper is an ongoing study on evaluation of the CO2 emission reduction potential by mobility electrification and the alternative biofuel introduction in the emerging economies of ASEAN and East Asia. Next slide, please. I think from yesterday and today, we have been discussing what are the main drivers for decarbonizing the road transport. And here we have a very wide drivers. And if you look into this literature, and some of the literatures focus on the motivation for the CO2 reduction is the reliance of the imported fuel. And some other literature says it is worsening of the air quality in mega cities like Bangkok, Jakarta. And then also there is a convergence that is the of opinions from the researchers, that is the increased use of the domestic resources like a biofuel or the natural gas to replace the imported oil. And there is another stream of new literatures are coming up, and one is that is the improved fuel efficiency, basically fuel economy, and also the competitiveness of the domestic automotive industry and related to industries promoting the clean technologies. So we have a wider set of drivers for decarbonizing the transport sector, particularly the road sector. But on the other hand, and if you look into this vehicle fleet, I think we have a completely different picture. I think this is what IRIA has developed 3 years back, and here is our projection shows that is the how these vehicles per 1,000 people will be increasing, and also how many more millions of vehicles will be here in future. And here we found most of things are happening in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And this also, if you translate, and they show there is the intensity of these emissions that is coming. And we've seen transport sector is one of the most fastest growing carbon emitting sector in the world. But on the other hand, many countries are coming up with these alternate plans for decarbonizing, and one of the plan is this electrification of the vehicles. So here we found this electric vehicles is supposed to replace these internal combustion engines in terms of economics. So that cost parity, but basically it varies from country to country and region to region. But by 2040, and we found, and EVs, with the current scale of with the target set and the current scale of growth, it can be comparable with this IC. And for example, India has a plan to phase out 30% of this ICE engines and 30% sale for the EVs. If you look into Thailand, they have a numerical target of 1.2 million electric vehicles on the road by 2030. This electrification strategy as a part of the carbon emission or the climate change action comes along with this introduction of the biofuels. And as you know, most of the countries in this region and has targets. There's a numerical target set for introduction of the biofuels. And some of the countries has already had that blending mandate and for the ethanol, and Indonesia is one of the ambitious country that does go for the B20 or B15. And also there are some tax breaks and then promotion of these biofuels. And here we do have a trend of increased uptake of the domestically produced biofuels. That comes in the first generation, and also the second generation of the biofuels that is coming from the waste. And another stream is this electrical vehicle and the penetration of the electric vehicle. So here the question this paper tried to address is how this vehicle types and influence the travel demand, energy use, and the carbon dioxide emission in the long term. When we say long term, it is in the from now to 2030, where the NDC goals have been set. And second, we would like to analyze what type of policies, whether it is the biofuel policy or the electrical vehicle policy or some other policy, will deliver the best results for decarbonizing the transport sector. And finally, we reviewed on what type of innovative financing approaches could complement these energy policies. And here we found we need to kind of a policy integration from the transport sector, energy sector, and the financial sector. So what we did was we developed a kind of hybrid model, and this model was developed by the Toyota Motor Corporation and the Mitsui Research Corporation, derived from the IEA Sustainable Mobility mix model. And this IEA model is for the global scenarios, and we wanted to use it at the economy level, at the country level. And so this base model was developed and by our team, and then we applied it to these different transport modes. And for example, heavy commercial vehicles and the light commercial vehicles, as well as the personal passenger cars and the taxis and the two-wheelers, and as well as the three-wheelers. Then we also considered what are the different fuels and the biofuels, and then electricity and natural gas and the diesel fuel as an alternate replacement. And the model for the year, basically, we calculated from the 2015 to 2030. So this is a kind of a structure of the model, and as you see, it is depending upon this GDP growth and as well as the stock of the vehicles. And this model, you can refer to the paper, and that is how this model is structured. But here we have that user inputs, and then this model ratio and the model output, and the final results is what is the emission. Here we do have the two components. One is that is two component estimations. One is the well to tank, and then is the tank to wheel. And finally, if we combine together, we have a well to wheel carbon emissions. So this is a kind of a unique model that is we used, and this model we trusted and we validated for the 3 countries, and so that is it could be used for the other countries also to estimate these well to wheel carbon emissions. These are the model parameters. We developed it and we applied for the 3 countries, India, Indonesia, and Thailand. And here some of these model parameters. And on the left-hand side, you can see this is the vehicle ownership rate by the categories and also the vehicle number projections. These are coming from this published literature and as well as the national statistics. And the CO2 emission factor by fuel type is basically, we made some assumption and the data on the well to tank carbon emissions, except for the electricity and the tank to wheel emission factors are sourced from the database that is held by the Toyota. And here we also included the fuel economy of the vehicles and although a vehicle stock share for the fuel type based on the some of the assumptions and as well as the inputs made by the governments. So here we have different scenarios. For example, in India, we had this scenario are coming from the participatory process, and we had a consultative meeting with the government officials and as well as the private sector and as well as the research institutes. And so this is the all 6 plausible scenarios, starting from the business as usual scenario to aggressive electrification scenario and as well as the moderate electrification come hybrid promotion scenario. These scenarios are considered for India. And for Thailand, we do have a scenario of hybrid expansion scenario and on the combination scenario. This is the alternative fuel, that is where this Thailand has ambitious ethanol programs and also alternate fuel introduction, and that includes the second generation of the biofuels. For Indonesia, and we constructed 5 scenarios. One is that it's increased the bioethanol use and also the biodiesel use, and where the government has an ambitious plan to uptake and basically one is to replace the imported oil and as well as to decarbonize the transport sector. And here also we considered natural gas implementation as a kind of a transition fuel and also the vehicle electrification scenarios. So some of the assumptions that we made is in the case of business as usual scenarios, one is that we have existing trends are continued until 2030. And then government policy measures are fully implemented, but we do have some implementation deficit. Then electrification of the road transport is limited with this newly electrified fleet of 2-wheelers, which is comprising the minor share of this entire flight. And so these countries, particularly India, Indonesia, and Thailand, and this 2-wheeler segments and the 3-wheeler segments are important, though they are shrinking, but there is also a higher growth and in the total fleet mix. And then we also assume that there is relatively less reliance on these natural gas, CNG fueled vehicles for the transport and a growing demand for the petroleum-based fuels, particularly the petrol and the diesel. So these are the some of the assumptions that is we made and for these alternate, and here we assumed this electrical 2-wheelers will be gradually increasing until 2030, and also CNG 3-wheelers will be increasing until 2030, and then ethanol utilization will remain. There is a target of 4% in 2020, and it will remain there. And this is the assumption that is we made. And here, what we wanted for the alternate scenario is this policy impetus for increasing the share of CNG fuel vehicles as a kind of a transition. And then attainment of 10% ethanol blending by 2020 it is driven by the increased domestic fuel grade ethanol availability. And then 5% biodiesel blending to be achieved progressively by 2030. This is the alternate, and similar assumptions has been made for the aggressive electrification scenario. And when calculating this well-to-wheel carbon emissions, we assumed that there will be more than double, increasing to nearly 300 metric tons of carbon dioxide, and in 2015 to 2030. And in the alternate fuel scenario, and we assume this well-to-wheel carbon emissions will be reduced by around 500 million tons of carbon dioxide by 2030. It is some kind of a backcasting. And then in the electrification related scenarios, we have 5 scenarios, and here we assume that is carbon dioxide emissions will be increasing, and this assumptions are based on this Toyota and Mitsubishi database, and how much CO2 are embedded emissions, and as well as the transport vehicle. Here, when compared to tank to wheel, and we have the similar assumptions for the business as usual, and which has a CAGR rate of 4.2%. And in the alternate fuel scenario, carbon dioxide emission is reduced to nearly 430 million tons of carbon dioxide by 2030. And in the electrification scenarios, we have 4 scenarios, and where nearly 10 to around 10 to 12% of reductions are assumed. This model also has a component of estimation of the cost, and this cost could be divided into fuel cost and the vehicle cost and the infrastructure cost. Here, the fuel cost include what type of fuels that is we are using, whether gasoline or the biofuel or the CNG. And the vehicle cost include one is these domestically produced vehicles, and as well as the imported vehicle cost. And then infrastructure cost include electrification stations and then battery charges. So here we calculated for the 3 type of vehicles. One is the fully electric vehicles, and then hybrid electric vehicles, and the third one is the plug-in type of electrical vehicles. So this infrastructure cost varies depending upon the scenario, and as well as the new infrastructure to be built by the countries. Here we stimulated some kind of a trajectory for these 3 countries, and how much the governments and the public finance has been committed, and how much the private finance will be possible potentially. And the bottom up, it is a kind of a cumulative cost for the until 2030 and for the different scenarios. Here we do find that is alternate fuel scenario is relatively less cost when compared to a business as usual scenario, and also similar this hybrid scenario has the less cost when compared to a business as usual. So the cost varies depending upon the infrastructure as well as the vehicle cost. This is kind of a conclusions for India, and here we find that is on the bottom you can see there are the different scenarios, and where there is CO2 emission reduction potential has been calculated for the year 2030. And here this electrification scenario alone, and only that is first scenario is that is the electrification scenario, and here aggressive electrification scenario alone do not have much effect in reducing the carbon emission potentials. So alternate fuel scenarios and moderate electrification combined with the hybrid promotion scenario have the maximum impact. When combined together, we have this more emission reduction potential. And here, the challenge for the country is the electrification of these heavy commercial vehicles and the buses. And here, the policies, the same policy of India has been focusing on it, but still there is a lot of vehicles, particularly the CNG operated and these ICE vehicles, and how it is going to be replaced will be a challenge. While there are several incentive mechanisms available for the passenger cars and the two-wheelers. So what could be the policy implications for India? The policy strategy could be consider both the electrification as well as the alternative fuels at the same platform to boost the impact. And the challenge here for the country is here we do have two ministries that is dealing with this, and one is the electrification, and then transport ministry, and also the biofuel that is the comes under the energy ministry. The policy outline should consider both the manufacturers and end users need to bring about the necessary incentives that are mutually beneficial. And here in India, we found only very narrow range of manufacturers in the electrical vehicles. Then if we apply these 5 scenarios in Thailand, we have a completely different picture. And here we need to have the share of this diesel cars has to be reduced to replace this electrical vehicle share. And here during the pandemic, and Thailand government has come up with a very ambitious plan of becoming a kind of a manufacturing hub for the region, that is the Southeast Asia, for the electrical vehicles. And if it has been implemented, and it will have a regional impact. And but if you see that the Thailand government is also promoting this energy efficiency or the fuel economy for the hybrid electric vehicles, which is considered to be higher than the difference in the well-to-tank emissions between the fossil fuels and the biofuels. So if you look deep into what Thailand can think about the future directions, and depending upon the status of electrical vehicle introduction, and it is necessary to revise the target values for the ethanol and the biodiesel fuel production, and the mandatory biofuel content, which is E4 and E10. And so here the target setting, and when we introduce this electrical vehicle, and given that it's expected potential, and the policy coherence is needed, and that Thailand's AED plan need to be revisited, and see that is what could be the target for the biofuel contents. And another is also biofuel, this energy efficient or the fuel efficient vehicles, how at what speed it could be accelerated, whether it's a part of the EVC electrical vehicle policies, or it could be a separate policy. And these are some of the results that is we got. And Thailand is also introducing this E20 program, and as a part of new energy policy, and that policy need to be mandated, and it has to be seen from the second generation of the biofuels. Third, and if you look into this Indonesia, and Indonesia has the rich with this palm oil, and also this their biofuel policy is getting much more aggressive from the perspective of self-reliance, and as well as the climate change mitigation, particularly these targets, that is a new targets that has been announced in COP26, and that is where the government and also the Ministry of Energy and the Minerals is focusing on. And here our results are very clear, and when compared to transportation fuel, carbon emissions from the electricity is significantly higher. And so, and another thing is this effect of the reducing the oil consumption is in the order of bioethanol introduction. So so possibly the scenario could be introduction of the CNG, and then electrical vehicles and the biodiesel in the order of replacement. So what we can see is these policy implications that has been, if you see, we find some gaps between these existing policies and ambitious plans for in the Indonesia, and the government should focus on these hybrid electrical vehicles to familiarize this society. And when compared to Thailand and India, and Indonesia is in a different basket when coming to this introduction of the electrical vehicles as well as the public acceptance. Here, this introduction of this CNG implementation may help to offset the high cost of this introduction of these electrical vehicles. And another problem, another challenge here is also subsidies to these fuels, particularly transport vehicles, is another challenge for the Indonesia. So here our recommendation is biofuels should still be promoted and to be implemented and to meet that mandates. There is no need to change the mandates for Indonesia. But on the other hand, this EV plants should be focused on these hybrid electricity vehicles. And we need some space for this replacement of ICE. So this is the kind of conclusions and the policy recommendations for the countries. The last part of this paper focus on financing options and how it could be. So we had a little bit of review of what are the existing financing channels, and here so far this road transport infrastructure, including that electric vehicles and the biofuels, are traditionally financed by the taxpayers or by the users. And this is the model we have seen, dominant model in all these three countries. In some cases, it is built by the private sectors and financed through the bond issuance. And this is where India is thinking about it. And some cities in Japan has already introduced it. And blended finance schemes, which use some of the combination of the domestic resources and the developmental aid, particularly multilateral development banks like ADBI and World Bank also helping these countries to provide an effective, basically here multilateral banks, basically they become a kind of a leveraging role to mobilize the private finance. And another potential area is that the public procurement mechanisms. When we think about the biofuel and electric vehicles and the government-owned vehicles, and they could be a kind of a drivers to produce it. And still the market is not ready for it. And so here there is an increased role for the public procurement mechanisms by the state governments or the city governments.
Director Mbumoshi, could you draw your conclusions, please?
Sure.
We're running a little bit low on time.
Okay, sure. And this is the bond market development. You can see it on the right-hand side. And here is the one opportunity is the stimulus packages where we had seen in the Korea, and here Green New Deal also focusing on these electrical vehicles. So it is my last slide, and this is a kind of message for the other countries that is trying to imitate, or they trying to follow this electrification strategy and the biofuel. And here the key factor for electrification of vehicle fleet is the consumer acceptance, and it has to be addressed, and how quickly these consumers are moving to this next type of vehicles is interesting. And second thing is the higher cost that it comes with the cost, who is going to pay for it, and particularly this lack of charging infrastructure networks. I think this is where the public finance will help, and that need support from the private sector as the international financial institutions. And there is a need to identify the measures to immediate effects in the short term when it is a transition is started. But what would be the challenges that has to be seen? And we need to think about promotion of the variety of electrical mobility, given that is only that pure accelerated electrification will not compensate or will not replace these carbon emission reduction potentials. So that has to be thinking about. And my final point is the cost of implementing the battery vehicle will be higher, and for both the government as well as the users, and how to deal with these batteries. And in the future, it may be coming as a challenge from the recycling from the perspective. Here we need to find out the policies that include this the waste that could be generated from this introduction of the electrical vehicles. So I stop here, and I will come back to you for further questions and discussions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Ambu Moji. Interesting on the what delivers the best results, what works and why it works. If we could now turn to our discussant, Associate Professor Kamna Sakdeva, to give us their views on what we've just heard. Please, over to you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for having a patience, and good afternoon everyone. So I may request to share my slides. I know we are hard pressed of time at this moment. So yes, I will try to make my discussion brief and to the point. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I would like to thank ADBI for this. So I'm a discussant for the paper, which is titled as Decarbonization of Transport Sector Through Electrification and Biofuel Use in Emerging Economies of Asia. So thank you, Dr. Venkatachalam, and giving this beautiful analysis, especially the scenario analysis, which I can see. Kindly change the slide. And the summary of the paper, which I would like to tell to the audience, that this paper has done the different scenario analysis for 3 countries. And these countries are predominantly coal-based countries, and that is why they have been chosen. And at the time of analysis, it is very clear from the results itself that important is to increase the fuel efficiency and the coal usage at the power sector, and converting the power sector to the renewables and more cleaner fuel option then will be more helpful if we really want to go for decarbonization of these 3 economies, because they are predominantly fossil fuel economies at the generation of the electricity level. So we need to focus on that. And another thing is that this paper summarized that electric vehicle diffusion and implementation is an option, but it is not same in all the 3 countries. And especially when the author has compared the CNG with the electrification, then I would like to say that the CNG itself is a carbon fuel in per se, and it would be nice if we can see the diffusion of hydrogen fuels also along with the electric vehicle diffusion in the economy. Especially the biofuels and the biodiesel options which he has chosen has a different potential in different countries. Although very nicely the paper depicted that how different countries has a potential. For example, I would like to say that in India particularly, the government of India is working on the used cooking oil basically policy. So through their network, and they are promoting UCO, basically used cooking oil base, and blending it with the diesel for the railways. And this paper has totally focused on the road transport, but it is important that we should include the option of freight transport and also railways, because in India particularly railways has been focused for the biodiesel blending. So in that sector has a lot of potential, and if we really decarbonize the transport sector, then we need to look the road transport and as well as the freight transport together. So please change the slide. Okay, so another very important aspect and the strength of the paper, which the author looked into the from the lens of mix model, which Toyota and their organization has developed collectively. But one point which I would like to tell at this point, although it's a very good energy mix model they have taken and tried to mix the fuel cost and CO2 emission together. But it is important that we should look for the emission factor, country specific emission factors for the carbon emissions. And that would be more ideal when we really want to compare the emission coming from different countries. And reduction of CO2 emission and fuel consumption has been looked, and while using biofuel in the road transport. But in one of the table, the author has mentioned that in 2030, in particularly India, the biodiesel use potential would be 0, the considered in the scenario. I think that 0 potential should not be considered, but that has been considered in the scenario. So that modification would help to get a better picture of Indian emission scenario. So, and also there is a emphasis has been given on the implementation of proper infrastructure before implementation of EVs. This emphasis is a strength of the paper because that is very, very relevant. As Dr. Venkatachalam has said that the two-wheeler fleet is and utilization of two-wheeler fleet is very high in these three countries because they are the developing countries. But also the paper discussed that most of the carbon emission coming from the heavy duty vehicles, and heavy duty vehicles converting them to the EV is very, very difficult. Reason is this, because you need a better battery operation, you need a better infrastructure of charging, because the heavy duty vehicle has to go long ways. Then there is a big challenge in that case. So the policy and the paper should look into that, how if we will see the EV, 100% EV implementation in the two-wheeler sector, then what will be the scenario of the carbon emissions? And if we go for the heavy duty vehicle implementation, then how would be the scenario? Because current emission contribution comes from more from heavy vehicle duty vehicles as compared to the two wheels. So that scenario, distinction would be very interesting if we will include, and that will strengthen the paper further for sure. Please change the slide. Then what gaps which I can see in the paper, which is exactly coming from my understanding of the paper. Definitely there is a team which has done a lot on this work. So when we are talking about different transport mix scenarios like business as usual, or fuel mix scenarios, or hybrid scenarios of EV, then biofuel scenario with conventional fuel mix should also be considered. So there is a scope of including one more scenario because these three economies are very peculiar and as author himself said, that moving from IC engines would be very difficult. So it would be nice if we can add one more scenario where we look for biofuel scenario with the conventional fuel mix. That would be really nice. And also biomethane scenario. If you see Sweden, Denmark, and these countries, they have a very successful model where they were able to produce biomethane from the manure, or basically waste. So the scenario where waste biomethane introduction in the transport sector would be very, very important for the decarbonization of these three economies. And I think these three economies has a very high potential, being their waste is very organic in nature, and biomethane scenario would be very, very helpful for these things. There are certain assumptions which I think are not very scientific basis they have taken, and it will be nice if they improve that in the paper. For example, the AFS, that fuel mix scenario for India, biodiesel and bioethanol blending target will meet by 2030. However, many studies coming from an Indian origin indicates that this target will not be able to meet. So looking at the molasses availability, looking at the land, agriculture and fuel narrative, and also the kind of disparity of available land. So then it's the assumption that it is met, and then accordingly this has been done. So that is little over for my side. Instead, CNG, hydrogen fuel, has to be considered in the scenarios. And so I find that for some of the countries, the paper also mentioned is CNG is not a very comparable option. So kindly change the slide. So I say that these economies have a different population growth, per capita GDP, per capita income, and electricity demand generation. So region of choosing these three economies are not very clearly given in the paper. And if you provide that, that would be easy for the authors. And co-benefit approach, how these implementation of EVs and other scenarios are reducing the air pollution, reducing the short-lived climate pollutant. That co-benefit approach has not been included at the time of calculation of the scenarios and the benefit of introduction of these technologies. So that would be really, really nice. And freight sector should have been included, that I've already mentioned. Kindly change the slide. In some cases, some part of the paper, I find that there is some data issue. Like, for example, page number 25 of the paper says that the India has a surplus power situation on the basis of you are saying that EV would be a very good option in future years for India. But I think India is not in the surplus power situation. That clarity should be given if you're writing. So that's one thing. And for comparison of different economies, similar scenarios should have been chosen. Where I can see CNG is not one comparable scenario. Same, introduction of CNG is more beneficial for air pollution reduction instead of CO2, which as per my understanding, I am saying. So it's better that you include the co-benefit approach, then only it is justifiable. And financial schemes, which you have discussed, is very, very generic, like green bond and climate bonds. I think country-specific financial schemes should have been discussed and in the conclusion should have been given. For example, FAME 2 subsidy scheme in India, that is very, very aggressive, one of the aggressive manufacturing and EV scheme by Niti Aayog. And how they are, scheme. So recommendation is this: how to increase share of EV is not provided in the paper. And if we can say that what could be the possible short-term and long-term strategies to introduce this thing, maybe that would be very helpful for the readers. And another very important point is that when you are creating a scenario of decarbonization, then non-motorized vehicle scenario should also be included. That is a most promising option for the decarbonization of the economy. Yes, if you're comparing only for EV and the CNG fuel mix, then I think
Kamla, if you could draw to a conclusion, please.
Yeah. Sure. This would be nice. So I would like that the conclusion is very, very general, and then we need to talk about the increased fuel efficiency, adjustment in production amount of biodiesel versus biogasoline. Renewable energy introduction plan, how to introduce this recommendation is not provided in the paper. So if you include these pointers which I have given on the slide, then maybe the paper would be more effective and delivering better policy option to this thing. So overall suggestion from my side is that in developing economies, it is important to maintain balance, kindly change the slide, between carbon reduction aspiration with different economy and people-centric policies, where equity is very important. Carbon tax, congestion tax, increased parking fee like mechanism will further increase the burden of taxpayer. Hence, we need to look for further different kind of instruments, financial instrument, which can promote decarbonization in transport sector. And also the author has again and again talked about tank to wheel and well to wheel approaches that has a different carbon emission. So comparison of the two different scenarios would be very, very effective. And LCA based approach, where we see that how output of this approach can combine with co-benefit approach, would be very, very benefit. So I think that so paper is very good in the current scenario, but certain improvement make it more.
Kamla, thank you very much. You're breaking up a little bit. Yes, thank you very much. I'm afraid we have run quite a lot over time, and I apologize for that. But I also thank some excellent speeches. Some presentations, and the papers have given us ample food for thought, and the discussants greatly enhanced the discussion and how to improve those papers. In the interest of time, I think we will have to skip questions on this last section, and I do apologize for that, but I would like to thank the speakers all very much for such an interesting range on such an important topic. As I said at the beginning, if you don't win the climate change battle within Asia, you're not going to win it anywhere. And I think adding to that, you really need to look at how transport in Asia should really be incorporated as a central strand within the climate change approach. And with that, I will hand it back to you for the closing session, I believe. Thank you very much to everyone for attending and for some excellent presentations.
Thank you very much, James, and thanks to everyone, all the
Thank you to the chairperson.
And also to the discussant and now keynote speaker. With this, I would like to invite Professor Tetsushi Sonobe. Professor Tetsushi Sonobe is the Dean and CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute. the Tokyo-based think tank of the Asian Development Bank. Before joining ADBI in April 2020, Dean Sonobe served for 6 years as the Vice President of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Study, GRIPS, in Tokyo, and taught economics for 30 years in Tokyo Metropolitan University and GRIPS. Dean Sonobe obtained his PhD in economics from Yale University and BA in economics from University of Tokyo. His research interests are centered on the empirics of economic development, particularly the role of industrial cluster, human capital, social capital, management practices, and market competitions in industrial development in developing countries and other regions. With this, I'd like to invite Dean Sonobe to give his closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. Thank you. Everyone, many thanks for participating in the ADBI Annual Conference over the 3 days. The conference has examined developing Asia and the Pacific's next steps for meeting more ambitious climate commitments. It's been a series of really fruitful discussions from which I learned enormously. ADBI plans to publish the presented papers as ADBI working papers and then an ADBI book, which will be downloadable for free on the ADBI website. Please be patient and give time to authors to revise their papers based on your comments. ADBI will inform you once these working papers and the book are published and invite you to join a book launch next year. Please subscribe to ADBI News to receive the latest updates on these and the other ADBI activities. Many attendees also asked us for access to the keynote speeches, full webinar recordings, and the slides from this conference. These are also being posted on the ADBI website. We will display QR codes at the end of the conference, so you can easily navigate to them. Now I'd like to share my key takeaways from the conference. In his opening remarks, ADB President Masa highlighted ADB initiatives to support developing member countries' climate actions, such as providing $100 billion in climate finance by 2030, and the Energy Transition Mechanism, or ETM, for expediting the retirement of coal plants, which is expected to be a game changer. According to Professor Jim Skia, co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees would require far-reaching and unprecedented challenge in all systems. He gave us various concrete and vivid examples. The World Bank Group's Junhong Chan and the Executive Director Chan of the World Bank emphasized that the important roles played by the World Bank Group in providing climate finance for low and middle income economies. COP26 President Alok Sharma highlighted the Glasgow Climate Pact, which brings countries back to the table next year to revisit and strengthen their 2030 emission reduction targets. Scaled up public finance makes countries' commitment to phase down coal power and ends inefficient fossil fuel subsidies in order to keep temperature rise within 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. From the energy sector session, we learned that the power sector is undergoing significant transition with variable renewable energies, becoming the main building block in the low carbon power systems, and that the key to electricity security is timely investment in flexible resources. Professor Frank Warlock of Stanford University and Dr. Pirapat Vitaya Srichal Leon of International Energy Agencies presented pretty concrete policy proposals of potential solutions to each phase of each of the several phases of integrating the variable renewable energy. The Green Finance panel discussion was moderated by ADB Vice President Ahmed Saeed. Panelists emphasized that major challenges are lack of commonly accepted taxonomy of green finance and the lack of comprehensive climate risk data. They also discussed various improvements needed to motivate private sector to participate actively in green projects. The need to meet the demand from developing countries, not only for funding, but also for capacity building for private sector and so on. The building session was particularly enlightening to me. We learned that a building sector contributes one third of greenhouse gas emissions. That green buildings and the low carbon cooling are very promising, especially for Asia due to its climatic conditions. In the agriculture, forestry, and the land use session, speakers emphasized that while agriculture sectors contribute to a quota of greenhouse gas emissions, it is also the most vulnerable to climate risk. So they emphasize the great need to invest in the agriculture sector to improve the resilience of smallholder farmers and ensure food security in the light of climate change, environmental degradation, and the risk, rising population. Policymakers should prioritize scalable, cost-effective, and feasible solutions to get the best out of investment in climate-smart agricultural technology. Forest is an important component of nature-based climate solutions. Forest presents tangible opportunities to make a significant difference in reducing greenhouse gas emission. Managing forests to sequester carbon has a combined advantage of producing goods and services while conserving biodiversity and preventing environmental degradation. In the transport session, we just learned that the International Transport Federation projected that by 2050, the number of vehicles would increase to 2.4 billion from 1 billion vehicles in 2015. Therefore, investment in green energy technology in the transport sector is crucial. We also learned that the global community should phase out the scale of new ICE vehicles by, phase out the sale of new ICE vehicles by 2030. Elevate walking and cycling to 50%, double public transport capacity by 2030, electrify at least 70% of railways, prioritize electricity as a primary transport fuel. About carbon pricing, we learned that carbon pricing is becoming a mature policy instrument. Now covers over 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Homogenizing carbon price would and should have a huge benefit, but we don't know how to achieve it. And the regulatory and fiscal policies are considered to have distinct roles. In the panel discussion on regional cooperation, panelists agreed that enhancing regional energy connectivity with a focus on power grids is an important means of enhancing the sustainability, reliability, and the security of the region's energy supply. Cross-border power trade will become increasingly important as the share of renewable energy grows. Countries from the same region such as countries in Central Asia or countries in South Asia, are recommended to plan multilateral regional power market rather than just bilateral trade for cost saving and higher efficiency. To conclude, while greening the energy sector is important, but other sectors such as transport, building, and agricultural sector also need to play their roles in climate change mitigation. Many solutions the conference proposed, but we could not answer all questions. So some questions remain like commonly accepted green finance taxonomy, homogenized carbon tax, and so on. Solutions to these issues will require strong regional cooperation. So let's continue to work together on pending questions. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for great participation, active participation. And I hope we will get together again and again to continue this kind of great discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Sonobe, for your enlightening summary. You have summarized the entire 3 days in less than 15 minutes. Thank you so much for putting it together so well. Now, I'd like to conclude the 3 days conference that we had from 1st to 3rd. With this, I'd like to thank the keynote speaker of the day today, Dr. Dichen Chiring, and I'd also like to thank Chair of the day, James Leader, and in the morning sessions we had Dr. Zheng Feng, who chaired these sessions. I'd like to also thank him, and also Dr. Junghun Chang, ED of the World Bank from China, PRC. So, and also I'd like to thank all the participants, everyone, all the presenters, all the discussion, and also the entire team for making this a great success. Without everyone's contributions, we wouldn't have achieved what we have achieved. I think this is a great achievement for all of us. Thank you very much. And I'd like to give a big clap to everyone.